Volume 1, Chapter 28 of A Strange World by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 28. Then streamed life's future on the fading past. More than a year had gone by since Maurice Clissold had said farewell to Borsall End, and he had not yet found leisure to revisit that peaceful homestead. He had corresponded with Martin Trevenard regularly during the interval, and had heard all that was to be told of Borsall and its neighbourhood. How Mrs. Penwyn was daily becoming more and more popular, how her schools flourished, her cottagers thrived, her cottage gardens blossomed as the rose; and how Mr. Penwyn, though respected for his liberality and justice, and looked up to very much in his parliamentary capacity, had not yet found the knack of making himself popular. From time to time, in reply to Maurice's inquiries, Martin had written a few words about Muriel. She was always the same, there was no change. She was neither better nor worse, and the good old grandmother was very careful of her, and kept her from wandering about the house at night. Nothing had happened to disturb the even current of life at Borsall End. This year that had gone had brought success and in some measure fame to Maurice Clissold. He had published the long contemplated volume of verse, the composition whereof had been his labour and delight since he left the university. His were not verses thrown off in the leisure half hours of a man whose occupations were more serious; verses to be apologized for, with a touch of proud humility in a preface. They contained the full expression of his life. They were strong with all the strength of his manhood. Passion, fervour, force, intensity were there; and the world, rarely slow to appreciate youthful fire, was quick to recognize their real power. Maurice Clissold slowly awoke to the fact that under his nom de plume he was famous. He had taken care not to affix his real name to that confession of faith; not to let all the world know that his was that inner life which a poet reveals half unconsciously, even when he writes about the shadows his fancy has created. In the story poem which made the chief portion of his volume Maurice had, in some wise, told the story of his own passion and his own disappointment. Pain and disillusion had given their bitter flavour to his verse; but happily for the poet's reputation it was just that bitter sweet, that sub-acid, which the lovers of sentimental poetry like. That common type of womanhood, fair and lovable, and only false under the pressure of circumstance, was here represented with undeniable vigour. The modern Helen, the woman whose passive beauty and sweetness are the source of tears and death, and whom the world forgives because she is mild and fair, here found a powerful limner. He had spared not a detail of that cruel portrait. It was something better than a miniature of that one girl who had jilted him. It was the universal image of weakly, selfish womanhood, yielding, unstable, caressing, dependent, and innately false. Side by side with this picture from life he had set the ideal woman, pure and perfect and true, lovely in face and form, but more lovely in mind and soul. Between these two he had placed his hero, wayward, mistaken, choosing the poison flower instead of the sweet thornless rose, led through evil ways to a tragical end, comforted by the angel woman only as chill death sealed his lips. Bitterness and sorrow were the dominant notes of the verse, but it was a pleasing bitter, and a melodious sadness. There was a run on Mudie's for A Life Picture and Other Poems by Clifford Hawthorne. The book was widely reviewed, but while some critics hailed the bard as that real poet for whom the age had been waiting, others dissected the pages with a merciless scalpel, and denounced the writer as a profligate and an infidel. The fugitive pieces, brief lyrics some of them, with the delicate finish of a cabinet picture, won almost universal favour. In a word, Maurice Clissold's first venture was a success. He was not unduly elated. He did not believe in himself as the poet for whom the expectant age had been on the lookout. He had measured himself against giants, and was pretty clear in his estimate of his own powers. This pleasant taste of the strong wine of success made him only more intent upon doing better. It stimulated ambition rather than satisfied it. Perhaps the adverse criticism did him most good, for it created just that spirit of opposition which is the best incentive to effort. Very happy was the bachelor poet's life in those days. He had lived just long enough to survive the pain of his first disappointment. It was a bitter memory still, but a memory which but rarely recurred to mar his peace. He had friends who understood him, 2 or 3 real friends, who with his publisher alone knew the secret of his authorship. He had an occupation he loved, just enough ambition to give a stimulus to life, and he had not a care. He had visited the Penwins in Eaton Square several times during the course of the season, but he had been careful not to go to that very pleasant house too often. Afternoon tea in Mrs. Penwin's drawing room, the smaller drawing room with its wealth of flowers, was a most delightful manner of wasting an hour or so. But Maurice felt somehow that it was an indulgence he must not give himself too often. He had a lurking fear of Viola. She was very fair and sweet and gentle, like the girl he had loved, and though he had as yet regarded her with only the most fraternal feeling, nay, a sentiment approaching indifference, he had an idea that there might be peril in too much friendliness. Dropping in one afternoon at the usual hour, he was pleased to see his own book on one of the gypsy tables. "Have you read this life picture which the critics have been abusing so vigorously?" he asked. "Yes. I saw it dreadfully cut up in the Saturday Review, so I thought it must be nice, and sent to the publishers for a copy," answered Madge. "I've had it down on my Moody's list ever so long, without effect. It's a wonderful book. Viola and I were up till 3 o'clock this morning reading it together. Neither of us could wait. From the moment we began with that picture of a London twilight, and the 2 girls and the young lawyer sitting in a balcony talking, we were riveted. It is all so easy, so lifelike, so full of vigor and freshness and color." "The author would be very much flattered if he could hear you," said Maurice. "The author? Oh, I'm afraid he must be rather a disagreeable person. He seems to have such a bad opinion of women." "Oh, Madge, his heroine is a noble creature!" cried Viola. "Yes, but the woman his hero loves best is worthless." "Well, I should like to know the author," said Viola. "I don't think Churchill would get on very well with him," said Madge. And that, to her mind, made an end of the question. The only people she sought were people after Churchill's own heart. This poet had a wildness in his ideas which the Squire of Penwyn would hardly approve. Among Mr. Clissold's literary acquaintance was a clever young dramatic author whose work was just beginning to be popular. One afternoon at the club, a rather bohemian institution for men of letters, in one of the streets off the Strand, this gentleman, Mr. Flittergilt, invited Maurice to assist at the first performance of his last comedietta at a small and popular theatre at hand. They dined together, and dropped in at the theatre just as the curtain was falling on a half-hour farce played while the house was filling. The piece of the evening came next. No Cards, an original comedy in 3 acts, which announcement was quite enough to convince Maurice that the motive was adapted from Scribe, and the comic underplot conveyed from a Palais Royal farce. "There's a new girl in my piece," said Mr. Flittergilt, on the tiptoe of expectation. "Such a pretty girl, and by no means a bad actress." "Where does she come from?" "Goodness knows. It's her first appearance in London." "Humph! Comes to the theatre in her brougham, I suppose, and has her dresses made by Worth." "Not the least in the world. She wore a shabby grey thing which I believe you call alpaca, at rehearsal this morning, and she ran into the theatre dripping like a naiad in a waterproof, if you can imagine a naiad in a waterproof, having failed to get a seat in a 2-penny omnibus." "That is the prologue," said Maurice, with a slight shoulder shrug. Perhaps Madge was right, and that he really had a bad opinion of women. He turned to the programme listlessly presently, and read the old names he knew so well, for this house was a favourite lounge of his. "Is the piece really original, Jack?" he inquired of his friend. "Well," said Mr. Flittergilt, pulling on a new glove, and making a wry face, perhaps at the tightness of the glove, perhaps at the awkwardness of the question, "I admit there was a germ in that last piece at the Vaudeville which I have ripened and expanded, you know. There always is a germ, you see, Maurice. It's only from the brains of a Jove that you get a full-grown Minerva at a rush." "I understand. This piece is a clever adaptation. Why, what's this?" It was a name in the programme which evoked that sudden question. "Celia Flower, Miss Justina Elgood." "Flittergilt," said Maurice solemnly, "I know that young woman, and I regret to inform you that, though really a superior girl in private life, she is a very poor actress. If the fortunes of your piece are entrusted to her, I am sorry for you." "If she acts as well to night as she did this morning at rehearsal, I shall be satisfied," replied Mr. Flittergilt. "But how did you come to know her?" Maurice told the story of those 2 days at Ebersham. "Poor child! When I last saw her she was bowed down with grief for my murdered friend. I daresay she has forgotten all about him by this time." "She doesn't look like a girl who would easily forget," said the dramatist. The curtain rose on one of those daintily furnished interiors which the modern stage realizes to such perfection. Flowers, birds, statuettes, pictures, a glimpse of sunlit garden on one side and an open piano on the other. A girl was seated on the central ottoman, looking over a photograph album. A young man was in a half recumbent position at her feet, looking up at her. The girl was Justina Elgood, the old Justina, and yet a new Justina, so wondrously had the overgrown girl of 17 improved in womanly beauty and grace. The dark blue eyes, with their depth of thought and tenderness of expression, were alone unchanged. Maurice could have recognized the girl anywhere by those eyes. The management had provided the costumes for the piece, and Justina, in her white silk dress, with its voluminous frills and flouncings, looked as elegant a young woman as one could desire to see offered up, Iphigenia-like, on the altar of loyalty at St. James's Palace, to be almost torn to pieces on a drawing-room day. Celia Flower is the heroine of the comedy, and this is her wedding morning, and this young man at her feet is a cousin and rejected lover. She is looking over the portraits of her friends, in order to determine which she shall preserve and which drop after marriage. Mr. Flittergilt's comedy goes on to show that Celia's intended union is altogether a mistake, that she really loves the rejected cousin, that he honestly loves her, that nothing but misery can result from the marriage of interest which has been planned by Celia's relatives. Celia is at first indifferent and frivolous, thinking more of her bridal toilette than of the bond which it symbolizes. Little by little she awakens to deeper thought and deeper feeling, and here, slender as Mr. Flittergilt's work is, there is scope for the highest art. Curiously different is the actress of to-day from the girl whose ineptitude the strolling company at Ebersham had despised. There is a brightness and spontaneity about her comedy, a simple, artless tenderness in her touches of sentiment, which show the untaught actress, the actress whose art has grown out of her own depth of feeling, whose acting is the outcome of a rich and thoughtful mind rather than the hard and dry result of tuition and study, or the mechanical art of imitation. Impulse and fancy give their bright, brief flashes of light and color to the interpretation, and the dramatist's creation lives and moves before the audience, not a mere mouthpiece for smart sayings or graceful bits of sentiment, but a being with a soul, an original absolute creation of an original mind. The audience are enchanted. Mr. Flittergilt is in fits of admiration of himself and the actress. "By Jove, that girl is as good as Nesbit, and my dialogue is equal to Sheridan's," he ejaculates when the first act is over, and the rashly enthusiastic, without waiting for the end, begin to clamour for the author. And Maurice, well, Maurice sits in a brown study, far back in the box, and unseen by the actors, astride upon his chair, his arms folded upon the back of it, his chin upon his folded arms, the image of intense contemplation. "By heaven, the girl is a genius," he says to himself. "I thought there was something noble about her, but I did not think 2 short years would work such a change as this." At the end of the piece Justina was received with what is the fashion to call an ovation. There were no bouquets thrown to her, for these floral offerings are generally prearranged by the friends and admirers of an actress, and Justina had neither friends nor admirers in all the great city to plan her triumph. She had conquered by the simple force of an art which was spontaneous and unstudied as the singing of a nightingale. Time and practice had made her mistress of the mechanism of her art, had familiarized her with the glare of the lights and the strange faces of the crowd, had made her as much at her ease on the stage as in her own room. The rest had come unawares. It had come with the ripening of her mind, come with the thoughtfulness and depth of feeling that had been the growth of that early disappointment, that first brief dream of love, with its sad, sudden ending. When the piece was over, and Justina and Mr. Flittergilt had enjoyed their triumph, and all the actors had been called for and applauded by a delighted audience, Maurice suddenly left the box. He had done nothing to help the applause, but had stood in his dark corner like a rock, while the little theatre shook with the plaudits of pit and gallery. "Come, I say, that's rather cool," the dramatist muttered to himself. "He might have said something civil, anyhow. I was just going to ask him if he'd like to go behind the scenes, too." The accomplished Flittergilt had contented himself with bowing from his box, and he was now in haste to betake himself to the green room, there to receive the congratulations of the company, and to render the usual meed of praise and thanks to the interpreters of his play. The green room at the Royal Albert Theatre was a very superior apartment to the green room at Ebersham. It was small, but bright and comfortable looking, with carpeted floor, looking glasses over chimney piece and console table, photographs and engraved portraits of popular actors and actresses upon the gaily papered walls, a cushioned divan all around the room, and nothing but the table and its appurtenances wanted to make the apartment resemble a billiard room in a pleasant unpretentious country house. Here, standing by the console table, and evidently quite at his ease, Mr. Flittergilt found his friend talking to the new actress. Mr. Clissold had penetrated to the sacred chamber somehow, without the dramatist's safe conduct. "How did you get here?" asked Flittergilt, annoyed. "Oh, I hardly know. The old man at the stage door didn't want to admit me. I'm afraid I said I was Miss Elgood's brother, or something of that kind. I was so desperately anxious to see her." He had been congratulating Justina on her developed talents. The girl's success had surprised herself more than anyone else. She had been applauded and praised by provincial critics of late, but she had not thought that a London audience was so easily conquered. The dark eyes shone with a new light, for success was very sweet. In the background stood a figure that Maurice had not observed till just now, when he made way for Mr. Flittergilt. This was Matthew Elgood, clad in the same greasy-looking frock-coat, or just such a coat as that which he had worn 2 years ago at Ebersham, but smartened by an expansive spotless shirt-front, which a side view revealed to be only frontage, and not an integral part of his shirt, and a purple satin cravat. "How do you do, Mr. Elgood? Are you engaged here too?" asked Maurice. "No, sir. There was no opening for a man of my standing. The pieces which are popular nowadays are too flimsy to afford an opening for an actor of weight, or else they are one-part pieces written for some mannerist of the hour. The genuine old legitimate school of acting, the school which was fostered in the good old provincial theatres, is nowhere nowadays. I bow to the inevitable stroke of time. I was born some 20 years too late. I ought to have been the compeer of Macready. Your daughter has been fortunate in making such a hit. Ay, sir, the modern stage is a fine field for a young woman with beauty and figure, and when that young woman's talents have been trained and fostered by a man who knows his art, she enters the arena with the assurance of success. There was a time when the malignant called my daughter a stick. There was a time when my daughter hated the profession. But my fostering care has wrought the change which surprises you to-night. A dormant genius has been awakened. I will not venture to say by a kindred genius, lest the remark should savour of egotism." "You are without occupation, then, in London, Mr. Elgood?" "Yes, Mr. Clissold, but I have my vocation. I am here as guardian and protector of my innocent child." "I told Miss Elgood 2 years ago that if ever she came to London and needed a friend, my best services should be at her disposal. But her success of to-night has made her independent of friendship." "I don't know about that, Mr. Clissold. You are a literary man, I understand, a friend of Mr. Flittergilt's, and you have doubtless some influence with dramatic critics. One can never have too much help of that kind. There is a malevolent spirit in the press which requires to be soothed and overcome by friendly influences. Beautiful, gifted as my daughter is, I feel by no means sure of the newspapers. Our unpretending domicile is at No. 27 Hudspeth Street, Bloomsbury, a lowly but a central locality. If you will favour us with a call, I shall be delighted. Our Sunday evenings are our own." "I shall lose no time in availing myself of your kind permission," cried Maurice; and then he added in a lower tone, for Mr. Elgood's ear only, "I hope your daughter has got over the grief which that dreadful event at Ebersham occasioned her." "She has recovered from the blow, sir, but she has not forgotten it. A curiously sensitive child, Mr. Clissold. Who could have supposed that so brief an acquaintance with your murdered friend could have produced so deep an impression upon that young mind? She was never the same girl afterwards. From that time she seemed to me to dwell apart from us all, in a world of her own. She became after a while more attentive to her professional duties, more anxious to excel, more interested in the characters she represented, and she began to surprise us all by touches of pathos which we had not expected from her. She engaged with Mr. Tilbury of the Theatre Royal, Westborough, for the juvenile lead about 6 months after your young friend's death, and has maintained a leading position in the provinces ever since. Sweet are the uses of adversity, which, like the toad, etc. Her genius seemed to have been called into being by sorrow. Good night, Mr. Clissold. I dare say Justina will be ready to go home by this time. If you can square any of the critics for us, you will discover that Matthew Elgood knows the meaning of the word gratitude." Maurice promised to do his best, and that evening at his club near the Strand used all the influence he had in Justina's favour. He found his task easy. The critics who had seen Mr. Flittergilt's new comedy were delighted with the new actress. Those who had been elsewhere assisting at the production of somebody else's new piece heard their brothers of the pen enthusiastic in their encomiums, and promised to look in at the Royal Albert Theatre on Monday. To-night was Saturday. Maurice promised himself that he would call in Hudspeth Street to-morrow evening. He had another engagement, but it was one that could be broken without much offence. And he was curious to see the successful actress at home. Was she much changed from the girl he had surprised on her knees by the clumsy old armchair, shedding passionate tears for James Penwyn's death? He had thought her half a child in those days, and the possibilities of fame whereof he had spoken so consolingly very far away. And behold, she was famous already, in a small way perhaps, but still famous. On Monday the newspapers would be full of her praises. She would be more immediately known to the world than he, the poet, had made himself yet. And she had already tasted the sweetness of applause coming straight from the hearts and hands of her audience, not filtered through the pens of critics and losing considerable sweetness in the process. The illimitable regions of Bloomsbury have room enough for almost every diversity of domicile, from the stately mansions of Russell Square to the lowly abode of the mechanic and the charwoman. Hudspeth Street is an old-fashioned, narrow street of respectable and substantial-looking houses, which must once have been occupied by the professional classes, or have served as the private dwellings of wealthy traders, but which now are for the most part let off in floors to the shabby genteel and struggling section of humanity, or to more prosperous mechanics who ply their trades in the sombre panelled rooms, with their tall mantel-boards and deep-set windows. The street lies between the oldest square of this wide district and a busy thoroughfare, where the costermongers have it all their own way after dark. But Hudspeth Street wears at all times a tranquil gloom, as if it had been forgotten somehow by the majority and left behind in the general march of progress. Other streets have burst out into stucco, and masked their aged walls with fronts of plaster, as ancient dowagers hide their wrinkles under Bloom de Ninon or Blanc de Rosati. But here the dingy old brick facades remain undisturbed, the old carved garlands still decorate the doorways, the old extinguishers still stand ready to quench torches that have gone to light the dark corridors of Hades. To Maurice Clissold on this summer evening, Sunday evening, with the sound of many church bells filling the air, Hudspeth Street seems a social study, a place worth half an hour's thought from a philosophical lounger, a place which must have its memories. Number 27 is cleaner and brighter of aspect than its immediate neighbours. A brass plate upon the door announces that Louis Charlevin, artist in buhl and marqueterie, occupies the ground floor. Another plate upon the doorpost bears the name of Miss Girdleston, teacher of music, and a third is inscribed with the legend Mrs. Mapes, furnished lodgings, and has furthermore a little hand pointing to a bell which Maurice rings. The door is opened by a young person who is evidently Mrs. Mapes' daughter. Her hair is too elaborate, her dress too smart, her manner too easy for a servant under Mrs. Mapes' dominion. She believes that Mr. Elgood is at home, and begs the visitor to step up to the second-floor front, not troubling herself to precede and announce him. Maurice obeys, and speeds with light footstep up the dingy old staircase. The house is clean and neat enough, but has not been painted for the last 30 years, he opines. He taps lightly at the door, and someone bids him enter. Mr. Elgood is lying on a sofa, smoking luxuriously, with a glass of cold punch on the little table at his elbow. The Sunday papers lie around him. He has been reading the records of Justina's success, and is revelling in the first fruits of prosperity. Justina is sitting by an open window, dressed in some pale lavender-hued gown which sets off the tall and graceful figure. Her head leans a little back against the chintz cushion of the high-backed chair, an open book lies on her lap. It falls as she rises to receive the visitor, and Maurice stoops to pick it up. His own poem! It gives him more pleasure, somehow, to find it in her hands than he derived from the praises of those two fashionable and accomplished women, Mrs. Penwyn and her sister. It touches him more deeply still to see that Justina's cheeks are wet with tears. "She has been crying over some foolish poetry, instead of thanking Providence for such criticism as this," said Mr. Elgood, slapping his hand upon the Sunday Times. End of chapter 28. End of volume 1. Volume 2, Chapters 1 and 2 of A Strange World by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1. A merrier hour was never wasted there. August came, a real August, with cloudless blue skies and scorching noontides and a brief storm now and then to clear the atmosphere. The yellow cornfields basked in the sun's hot rays, scarce stirred to a ripple by the light summer air. The broad Atlantic seemed placid as that great jasper seamen picture in their dreams of heaven. The pine trees stood up straight and dark and tall and solemn against a background of azure sky. Ocean's wide waste of waters brought no sense of coolness to the parched wayfarer, for all that vast expanse glowed like burnished gold beneath the splendor of the sun-god. The road across the purple moor glared whitily between its fringe of plantations, and the flower gardens at Penwyn Manor made patches of vivid color in the distance. The birthday of the heir had come and gone, with many bonfires, sky rockets, much rejoicing of tenants and peasantry, eating and drinking, bounties to the poor, speechifying, and general exultation. At 12 months old, Churchill Penwyn's heir, if not quite the paragon his parents and his aunt believed him, was fairly worth some amount of rejoicing. He was a sturdy, broad-shouldered little fellow, with chestnut locks caught straight across his wide, fair forehead, and large blue eyes, dark and sweet and truthful, a loving, generous-hearted little soul winning the love of all creatures. From the grave, thoughtful father who secretly worshipped him, to the kitten that rolled itself into a ball of soft white fur in his baby lap. The general rejoicings for tenants and cottagers, the public celebration, as it were, of the infant's first anniversary being happily over, with satisfaction to all, even to the Irish reapers, who were regaled with supper and unlimited whiskey punch in one of the big barns, Mrs. Penwyn turned her attention to more refined assemblies. Lady Cheshunt was at Penwyn, and had avowed herself actually charmed with the gathering of the vulgar herd. "My dear, they are positively refreshing in their absolute naivete," she exclaimed when she talked over the day's proceedings with Madge and Viola in Mrs. Penwyn's dressing-room. "To see the colours they wear, and the unsophisticated width of their boots and scantiness of their petticoats, and the way they perspire, and get ever so red in the face without seeming to mind it. And the primitive way they have of looking really happy. It is positively like turning over a new leaf in the book of life. And when one can see it all without any personal exertion, sitting under a dear old tree and drinking iced claret cup, how admirably your people make claret cup! It is intensely refreshing." "I hope you will often turn over new leaves then, dear Lady Cheshunt," Madge answered, smiling. "And on Thursday you are going to give a dinner party, and show me the genteel aborigines, the country people, benighted creatures who have no end of quarterings on their family shields, and never wear a decently cut gown, and drive horses that look as if they had been just taken from the plough. I don't know that our Cornish friends are quite so lost in the night of ages as you suppose them," said Madge, laughing. "Brunel has brought them within a day's journey of civilization, you know. They may have their gowns made in Bond Street without much trouble." "Ah, my love, these are people who go to London once in 3 years, I dare say. Why, to miss a single season in town is to fall behind one's age. One's ideas get mouldy and moss-grown. One's sleeves look as if they had been made in the time of George III. To keep abreast with the march of time one must be at one's post always. One might as well be the Sleeping Beauty at once and lose 100 years as skip the London season. I remember one year that I was out of health, and those tiresome doctors sent me to spend my spring and summer in Germany. When I came to London in the following March I felt like Rip Van Winkle. I hardly remembered the names of the ministry or the right use of asparagus tongs. However, sweet child, I shall be amused to see your county people." The county families assembled a day or two afterwards, and proved not unintelligent, as Lady Cheshunt confessed afterwards, though their talk was for the most part local or of field sports. The ladies talked chiefly of their neighbours. Not scandal by any means. That would have been most dangerous, for they could hardly have spoken of any one who was not related by cousinship or marriage with somebody present. But they talked of births and marriages, and deaths past or to come, of matrimonial engagements, of children, of all simple social domestic subjects, all which Lady Cheshunt listened to wonderingly. The flavour of it was to the last degree insipid to the metropolitan worldling. It was like eating whitebait without cayenne or lemon, whitebait that tasted only of frying pan and batter. The young ladies talked about curates, point lace, the penny readings of last winter, amateur concerts, new music, ever so old in London, and the school children; or, grouped round Viola, listened with awful interest to her descriptions of the season's dissipations, the balls and flower shows and races and regattas she had assisted at, the royal personages she had beheld, the various on dits current in London society about those royal personages, so fresh and sparkling, and if not true, at least possessing a richness of detail that seemed like truth. Viola was eminently popular among the younger branches of the county families. The sons played croquet and billiards with her, the daughters copied the style of her dresses, and chose their new books and music at her recommendation. Mrs. Penwyn was popular with all, matrons and maidens, elderly squires and undergraduates, rich and poor. She appealed to the noblest and widest feelings of human nature, and not to love her would have been to be indifferent to virtue and sweetness. This first dinner after the return to Penwyn Manor was more or less of a state banquet. The manor house put forth all its forces. The great silver gilt cups and salvers, and ponderous old wine coolers, and mighty venison dishes, a heavy load for a strong man, emerged from their customary retirement in shady groves of green baize. The buffet was set forth as a royal feast. The long dinner table resembled a dwarf forest of stephanotis and tremulous dewy-looking fern. The closed Venetians excluded the glow of a crimson sunset, yet admitted evening's refreshing breeze. The many tapers twinkled with a tender subdued radiance. The moon-like silver lamps on the sideboard and mantelpiece gave a tone of coolness to the room. The women, in their gauzy dresses, with family jewels glittering star-like upon white throats and fair round arms, or flashing from coils of darkest hair, completed the pleasant picture. Churchill Penwyn looked down the table with his quiet smile. "After all, conventional, commonplace as this sort of thing may be, it gives one an idea of power," he thought in his half-cynical way, "and is pleasant enough for the moment. Sardanapalus, with a nation of slaves under his heel, could only have enjoyed the same kind of sensation on a larger scale." 2. It was the hour when woods are cold. While the Squire of Penwyn surveyed his flower and fern bedecked board, and congratulated himself that he was a power in the land, his lodge-keeper, the woman with tawny skin, sun-browned almost to mahogany colour, dark brows and night-black eyes, sat at her doorstep watching the swiftly changing splendours of the west, where the sky was still glorious with the last radiance of the sunken sun. The crimson light glows on the brown skin, and gleams in the dusky eyes, as the woman sits with her face fronting westward. She has a curious fancy for out-of-door life, and is not often to be found inside the comfortable lodge. She prefers the doorstep to an armchair by the hearth, even in winter. Nay, she has been seen to sit at her threshold with a shawl over her head during a pitiless storm, watching the lightning with those bright bold eyes of hers. Her grandchild Elspeth has the same objection to imprisonment within four walls. She has no gates to open, and can roam where she lists. She avails herself of that privilege without stint, and wanders from dawn till sunset, and sometimes late into the starry night. She has resisted all Mrs. Penwyn's kind attempts to beguile her along the road to knowledge by the easy steps of the parish school. She will not sit among the rosy-cheeked Cornish children, or walk to church with the neatly clad procession from the Sunday school. She is more ignorant than the small toddlers of 3 or 4, can neither read nor write, hardly knows the use of a needle, and in the matter of scriptural and theological knowledge is a very heathen. If these people had not been the squire's protégés, they would have been dismissed from orderly Penwyn long ere now. They were out of harmony with their surroundings, they made a discordant note in the calm music of life at the manor. While all else was neatness, exquisite cleanliness, the lodge had a look of neglect, a slovenliness which struck the observer's eyes disagreeably. A curtain hanging awry at one end of the lattices, a tattered garment flying like a pennant from an open casement, a trailing branch of jessamine, a handleless jug standing on a window-sill, a muddy doorstep. Trifles like these annoyed Mrs. Penwyn, and she had more than once reproved the lodge-keeper for her untidiness. The woman had heard her quietly enough, had uttered no insolent word, and had curtsied low as the lady of the mansion passed on. But the dark face had been shadowed by a sullen frown, and no amendment had ever followed Mrs. Penwyn's remonstrances. "I really wish you would get rid of those people at the North Lodge," Madge said to Churchill one day, after having her patience peculiarly tried by the spectacle of a ragged blanket hanging to dry in the lodge garden. "They make our grounds look like some Irish squireens' place, where the lodge-keeper is allowed a patch of potatoes and a drying ground for the family linen at the park gates. If they are really objects of charity, it would be better to allow them a pension, and let them live where they like." "We will think about it, my love, when I have a little more time on my hands," answered Mr. Penwyn. He never said an absolute no to his wife, but a request which had to be thought about by him was rarely granted. Madge gave an impatient sigh. These people at the lodge exercised her patience severely. "Waiting till you have leisure seems absurd, Churchill," she said. "With your parliamentary work and all you have to see to here, there can be no such thing as spare time. Why not send these people away at once? They make the place look horribly untidy." "I'll remonstrate with them," replied Churchill. "And then they are such queer people," continued Madge. "That girl Elspeth is as ignorant as a South Sea Islander, and I dare say the grandmother is just as bad. They never go to church, setting such a shocking example to the villagers." "My love, there are many respectable people who never go to church. I rarely went myself in my bachelor days. I used to reserve Sunday morning for my arrears of correspondence." "Oh, Churchill!" cried Madge, with a shocked look. "My dearest love, you know I do not set up for exalted virtue." "Churchill!" she exclaimed tenderly, but still with that shocked look. She loved him so much better than herself that she would have liked heaven to be a certainty for him, even at the cost of a cycle in purgatory for her. "Come, dear, you know I have never pretended to be a good man. I do the best I can with my opportunities, and try to be as much use as I can in my generation." "But you call yourself a Christian, Churchill?" she asked solemnly. Their life had been so glad, so bright, so busy, so full of action and occupation, that they had seldom spoken of serious things. Never till this moment had Madge asked her husband that simple, solemn question. He turned from her with a clouded face, turned from her impatiently even, and walked to the other end of the room. "If there is one thing I hate more than another, Madge, it is theological argumentation," he said shortly. "There is no argument here, Churchill. A man is or is not a follower of Christ." "Then I am not," he said. She shrank away from him as if he had struck her, looked at him for a few moments with a pale, agonized face, and left him without a word. She could not trust herself to speak. The blow had been too sudden, too heavy. She went away to her own room, and shut herself in, and wept for him, and prayed for him. But she loved him not the less because by his own lips he stood confessed an infidel. That was how she interpreted his words of self-condemnation. She forgot that a man may believe in Christ, yet not follow him; believe like the devils, and like the devils tremble. Mrs. Penwyn never spoke to her husband of the people at the North Lodge after this. They were associated with a too painful memory. Churchill, however, did not forget to reprove the lodge-keeper's slovenliness, and his brief and stern remonstrance had some effect. The lodge was kept in better order, at least so far as its external appearance went. Within, it was still a disorderly den. The lodge-keeper's name was Rebecca, By this name at least she was known at Penwyn. Whether she possessed the distinction of a surname was a moot point. She had not condescended to communicate it to any one at the Manor. She had been at Penwyn nearly 2 years, and had not made a friend. Nay, not so much as an acquaintance who cared to pass the time of day as he went by her door. The peasantry secretly thought her a witch, a dim belief in witchcraft and wise women still lingering in nooks and corners of this remote romantic West, despite the printing press and the school board. The women servants were half disposed to share that superstition. Everybody avoided her. Unpopularity so obvious seemed a matter of supreme indifference to the woman who called herself Rebecca. Certain creature comforts were needful to her well-being, and these she had in abundance. The sun and the air were indispensable to her content. These she could enjoy unhindered. Her ruling vice was slothfulness, her master passion, love of ease. These she could indulge. She therefore enjoyed as near an approach to positive happiness as mere animal mankind can feel. Love of man or of God, the one divine spark which lights our clay, shone not here. She had a vague sense of kindred which made some kind of tie between her and her own flesh and blood, but she had never known what it was to love anything. She kept her grandchild Elspeth, gave her food and raiment and shelter. First, because what she gave cost her nothing, and secondly because Elspeth ran errands for her, carried a certain stone bottle to be filled and refilled at the little inn in Penwyn village, did whatever work there was to be done in the lodge, and saved her grandmother trouble generally. The delicious laziness of the lodge-keeper's days would have been less perfect without Elspeth's small services. Otherwise it would have given this woman little pain to know that Elspeth was shelterless and starving. She sat and watched the light fade yonder over the lake-like sea, and the heavy mists seal up the moorlands as the day died. Presently, sure that no one would come to the gates at this hour, she drew a short blackened clay pipe from her pocket, filled and lighted it, and began to smoke. Slowly, luxuriously, dreamily, if so mindless a being could dream. She emptied her pipe and filled again, and smoked on, happy while the moon showed silver pale in the opal sky. The opal faded to grey. The grey deepened to purple. The silver shield grew brighter while she sat there, and the low murmur of summer waves made a soothing music, soft, slow, dreamily monotonous. The brightening moon shone full upon that moorland track by which Maurice Clissold first came to Penwyn Manor. In making his road across the uplands, the squire had not followed this narrow track. The footpath still remained at some distance from the road. Turning her eyes lazily towards this path, Rebecca was startled by the sight of a figure approaching slowly in the moonlight, a man, broad-shouldered, stalwart, walking with that careless freedom of gait which betokens the habitual pedestrian, the wanderer who has tramped over many a hillside and traversed many a stony road, a nomad by instinct and habit. He came straight on without pause or uncertainty, came straight to the gate, and looked in at the woman sitting on the doorstep. "Ah," he said, "it was the straight tip Josh Collins gave me. Good evening, mother." The woman emptied the ashes of her pipe upon the doorstep before she answered this filial greeting. Then she looked up at the wanderer frowningly. "What brings you here?" "There's a heartless question," cried the man. "What brings a son to look after his blessed old mother? Do you allow nothing for family feeling?" "Not in you, Paul, or any of your breed. What brought you here?" "You'd better let me in first, and give me something to eat and drink. I don't care about looking through iron bars, like a wild beast in Wombwell's show." Rebecca hesitated, looked at her son doubtfully for a minute or so before she made up her mind to admit him, weighed the possibilities of the case, and then took her key and unlocked the gate. If it had been practicable to keep this returned prodigal outside without peril to herself, she would have done it, but she knew her son's disposition too well to trifle with feelings which were apt to express themselves with a savage freedom. "Come in," she said sulkily, "and eat your fill, and go your ways when you've eaten. It was an ill wind for me that blew you this way." "That's not overkind from a mother," responded the nomad, carelessly. "I've had work enough to find you since you gave us the slip at Westerham Fair." "You might have been content to lose me, considering the little store you ever set by me," retorted Rebecca bitterly.
Well, perhaps I might have brought myself to look at it in that light if I hadn't heard of you 2 or 3 months ago from a mate of mine in the broom trade, who happened to pass this way last summer and saw you here, squatting in the sun like a toad. He made a few inquiries about you, out of friendliness to me and the village yonder, and heard that you were living on the fat of the land, and had enough to spare. Living in service! You, that were brought up to something better than taking any man's wages, and eating the bread of dependence. So I put 2 and 2 together and thought perhaps you'd contrive to save a little bit of money by this time, and would help me with £1 or 2 if I looked you up. It would be hard lines if a mother refused help to her son." "You treated me so well when we were together that I ought to be very fond of you, no doubt," said Rebecca. "Come in and eat. I'll give you a meal and a night's lodging if you like, but I'll give you no more, and you'd better make yourself scarce soon after daybreak. My master is a magistrate and has no mercy on tramps." "Then how did he come to admit you into his service? You hadn't much of a character from your last place, I take it." "He had his reasons." "Aye, there's a reason for everything. I should like to know the reason of your getting such a berth as this, I must say." He followed his mother into the lodge. The room was furnished comfortably enough, but dirt and disorder ruled the scene. Of this, however, the wanderer's eye took little note as he briefly surveyed the chamber, dimly lighted by a single tallow candle burning in a brass candlestick on the mantelpiece. He flung himself into the high-backed Windsor armchair, drew it to the table, and sat there waiting for refreshment, his darkly bright eyes following Rebecca's movements as she took some dishes from a cupboard and set them on the board without any previous ceremony in the way of spreading a cloth or clearing the litter of faded cabbage leaves and the stale crust which encumbered one side of the table. The tramp devoured his meal ravenously, and said not a word till the cravings of hunger were satisfied. At the rate he ate this result was quickly attained, and he pushed away the empty dish with a satisfied sigh. "That's the first hearty feed I've had for a week," he said. "A snack of bread and cheese and a mug of beer at a roadside public has had to serve me for breakfast and dinner and supper, and a man of my stamina can't live on bread and cheese. And now, tell me all about yourself, mother, and how you came into this comfortable berth, plenty to eat and drink and nothing to do." "That's my business, Paul," answered the woman with a dogged air which meant resistance. "Come, you needn't make a secret of it. Do you suppose I haven't brains enough to find out for myself if you refuse to tell me? It isn't every day in the year that a fine gentleman and a lady take a gypsy fortune-teller into their service. Such things are not done without good reason. What sort of a chap is this Squire Penwyn?" "I've nothing to tell you about him," answered the woman with the same steady look. "Oh, you're as obstinate as ever, I see. All the winds that blow across the Atlantic haven't blown your sullen temper out of you. Very well, since you're so uncommunicative, suppose I tell you something about this precious master of yours. There are other people who know him, people who are not afraid to answer a civil question. His name is Penwyn, and he is the first cousin of that poor young fellow who was murdered at Ebersham, and by that young man's death he comes into this property. Rather a lucky thing for him, wasn't it, that his cousin was shot from behind a hedge? If such luck had happened to a chap of my quality, a rogue and vagabond bred and born, there'd have been people in the world malicious enough to say that I had a hand in the murder. But who could suspect a gentleman like Mr. Penwyn? No gentleman would shoot his cousin from behind a hedge, even though the cousin stood between him and ever so many thousands a year." "I don't know what you mean by your sneers," returned Rebecca. "Mr. Penwyn was over 200 miles away at the time." "Oh, you know all about him. You occupy a post of confidence here, I see. Pleasant for you. Shall I tell you something more about him? Shall I tell you that he has family plate worth thousands, solid old plate that has been in the family for more than a century, that his wife makes no more account of her diamonds than if they were dog roses she pulled out of the hedges to stick in her hair? That's what I call good luck, for they were both of 'em as poor as Job until that cousin was murdered. Hard for a chap like me to stand outside their gates and hear about their riches, and pass on, with empty stomach and blistered feet. pass on to wheedle a few pence out of a peasant wench, or steal a barn-door fowl. There's destiny for you."
He emptied the beer jug which had held a quart of good home brewed, took out his pipe, and began to smoke, his mother watching him uneasily all the time. Those two were alone in the lodge. The moonlight and balmy air had lured Elspeth far afield, wandering over the dewy moorland, singing her snatches of gypsy song, and happy in her own wild way. Happy, though she knew she would get a scolding with her supper by and by.
"They've got a party to-night, haven't they?" asked Paul. "Half a dozen fine carriages passed me an hour or so ago, before I struck out of the road into the footpath." "Yes, there's a dinner party."
The gypsy rose and went to the open window. The lighted windows of the manor house shone across the shadowy depth of park and shrubberies. Those dark eyes of his glittered curiously as he surveyed the scene.
"I should like to see them feasting and enjoying themselves," he said, moving towards the door. "You mustn't go near the house, you mustn't be seen about the place," cried Rebecca, following him hurriedly. "Mustn't I?" sneered the gypsy. "I never learnt the meaning of the word mustn't. I'll go and have a peep at your fine ladies and gentlemen, I'm not quite a fool, and I shan't let them see me, and then come back here for a night's rest. You needn't be frightened if I'm rather long. It'll amuse me to look on at the high jinks through some half-open window. There, don't look so anxious. I know how to keep myself dark."
End of Volume 2, Chapters 1 and 2. Volume 2, Chapters 3 and 4 of A Strange World by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. Now half to the setting moon have gone, and half to the rising day. The dinner party is over, the county families have retired to their several abodes. They are dispersed, like the soft summer mist which has melted from the moorland with the broadening light of the harvest moon. Madge, Viola, and Lady Cheshunt are assembled in Mrs. Penwyn's dressing-room, a long low room with a wide and deep bow window at one end, and 3 other old-fashioned windows with broad cushioned seats therein. A room made for lounging and pleasant idleness, and half-hours with the best authors. Every variety of the genus easy-chair is there, chintz-covered and blossoming with all the flowers of the garden, as they only bloom upon chintz, large, gorgeous, and unaffected by aphides or blight of any kind. There are tables here and there, gypsy tables, loaded with new books and other trumpery. There is a large duchesse dressing-table in one of the windows, and an antique ebony wardrobe with richly carved doors in a convenient recess. But baths and all the paraphernalia of the toilet are in a small chamber adjoining, this large apartment being rather a morning-room or boudoir than dressing-room proper. There are water-colour landscapes and little bits of genre on the walls, by famous modern masters. A portrait of Churchill Penwyn in crayon hangs over the velvet-coloured mantel-board. There are dwarf bookcases containing Madge's own particular library, the poets old and new, Scott, Bulwer, Dickens, Thackeray, Carlyle. Altogether the room has just those homely, lovable characteristics which make rooms dear to their owners. To-night the windows are all open to the soft summer air. The day has been oppressively warm, and the breath of night brings welcome refreshment to jaded humanity. Madge sits before her dressing-table, slowly unclasping her jewels as she talks. Her maid has been dismissed, Mrs. Penwyn being in no wise dependent on her Abigail's help, and the jewel-case with its dark velvet lining stands open on the wide marble slab. Lady Cheshunt lies back in the deepest and softest of the easy-chairs, fanning herself with a big black and gold fan, a large and splendid figure in amber satin and hereditary rose-point lace, which one of the queens of Spain had presented to the dowager's mother when her husband was ambassador at Madrid. She looks like a picture by Rubens, large and fair and full of colour. "Well, my love, all dinner parties are more or less heavy, but upon the whole your county people were better than I expected," remarked the dowager with her authoritative air. "I have seen duller parties in the home counties. Your people seem to enjoy themselves, and that is a point gained, however dull their talk of the births, marriages, and deaths of their belongings might be to nous autres. They have a placid belief that their conversation is entertaining, which is really the next best thing to being really amusing.
In a word, my dear Madge, I was not nearly so much bored as I expected to be. Those diamonds are positively lovely, child. Where did you get them?"
Madge had just taken her necklace, a string of large single stones, from her neck, and was laying it in its velvet nest.
"They are heirlooms, some of them at least," she answered, "and came to Churchill with the estate. They had been locked up in an old tin cash box at the county bank for a quarter of a century, I believe, and nobody seemed to know anything about them. They were described in the old squire's will as sundry jewels in a tin box at the bank. Churchill had the stones reset and bought a good many more to complete the set." "Well, my dear, they are worthy of a duchess. I hope you are careful of them." "I don't think it is in Madge's nature to be careful of anything now she is rich," said Viola. "She was thoughtful and saving enough when we lived with poor papa, and when it was such a hard struggle to keep out of debt. But now she has plenty of money she scatters it right and left, and is perpetually enjoying the luxury of giving. But I am not careless about my diamonds, Viola. Mills will come presently and carry off this box to the iron safe in the plate room." "I never believed much in plate rooms," said Lady Cheshunt. "A plate room with its iron door is a kind of invitation to burglars. It tells them where the riches of the house are concentrated. When I am in other people's houses I generally keep my jewel case on my dressing table, but I take care to have it labelled 'gloves,' and that it looks as little like a jewelry case as possible. I wouldn't trust it in anybody's plate room. There, child, you are yawning, I see, in spite of your efforts to conceal the operation. Come, Viola, your sister is tired after the mental strain she has undergone in pretending to be interested in all those people's innumerable relations."
The ladies kissed and parted with much affection, and Madge was left alone, to sit by her dressing table in a dreamy attitude, forgetful of the lateness of the hour. It was a sad thought which kept her musing there while the night deepened and the harvest moon sank lower in the placid sky. She thought that all was not well with the husband of her love. She could not forget that look and gesture of his when she had questioned him about his faith as a Christian; nothing fearing his answer to that solemn inquiry when she asked it. That darkening brow, those gloomy eyes turned upon her for a moment in anger or in pain, had haunted her ever since. Not a Christian! Her beloved, her idol, the dearer half of soul and heart and mind! Death assumed new terrors in the thought that in worlds beyond they two must be parted. "Rather let us endure a mutual purgation," she thought, with a wish that was half a prayer. "Let me bear half the burden of his sins." He had gone to church with her, he had assisted in the service with grave attention; nay, sometimes even with a touch of fervour, but he had never taken the sacrament. That had troubled her not a little; but when she had ventured to speak to him upon the subject he had replied with the common argument, "I do not feel my faith strong enough to share in so exalted a mystery." She had been content to accept this reason, believing that time would strengthen his faith in holy things. But now he had told her in hardest, plainest words that he had no right to the name of Christian. She sat brooding upon this bitter thought for some time, then rose, changed her dinner dress for a loose white muslin dressing gown, and went into her bedroom, which opened out of the dressing room. She had not once thought of those earthly jewels in the open box on the table, or even wondered why Mills had not come to fetch them; the truth being that, distracted by the abnormal gaiety which prevailed below stairs, where the servants regaled themselves with a festive supper after the patrician banquet, Miss Mills had forgotten her duties so far as to become, for the time being, unconscious of the existence of Mrs. Penwyn's diamonds. At this moment she was sleeping comfortably in her chamber in the upper story, and the diamonds were left to their fate. Lady Cheshunt was accustomed to late hours, and considered midnight the most agreeable part of her day, so on leaving Madge's dressing room she took Viola to her own apartment at the other end of the corridor, for another half hour or so of friendly chat, to which Viola, who was an inveterate gossip, had not the slightest objection. They talked over everybody's dress and appearance, the discussion generally ending in a verdict of "Guy or fright." They talked over Churchill, Viola praising him enthusiastically, Lady Cheshunt good-naturedly allowing that she had been mistaken in him. "He used to remind me of Mephistopheles, my dear," said the vivacious matron. "I don't mean that he had a hooked nose or diagonal eyebrows, or a cock's feather in his hat,
but he had a look of repressed power that almost frightened me. I fancied he was a man who could do anything, whether great or wicked, by the sovereign force of his intellect and will, but that was before his cousin died. Wealth has improved him wonderfully." At last a clock in the corridor struck 1. Viola gave a little scream of surprise, kissed her dear Lady Chestnut for the 20th time that night, and tripped away. She had gone half-way down the corridor when she stopped, startled by a sight that moved her to scream louder than she had done just now at the striking of the clock, had not some instinctive feeling of caution checked her. A man of the vagabond or burglar species, that very man who a few hours earlier had presented himself to Rebecca at the lodge, was in the act of leaving Mrs. Penwyn's dressing-room. His back was turned to Viola, he looked neither to the right nor the left, but crept along the corridor with stealthy yet rapid steps. Viola paused not a moment ere she pursued him. Her footfall hardly sounded on the carpeted floor, but the flutter of her dress startled the intruder. He looked at her, and then dashed onward to the head of the staircase, almost throwing himself down the shallow oak stairs, the flying figure in its airy white robe closely pursuing him. At the head of the stairs Viola gave the alarm with a cry which rang through the silent house. She was gaining upon the thief. At the bottom of the stairs she had him in her grasp, the two small hands clutching his greasy velveteen collar. He turned upon her with a fierce oath, would have struck her to the ground perhaps, and marred her delicate beauty forever with one blow of his iron fist, had not the billiard-room door opened suddenly and Mr. Penwyn appeared, Sir Lewis Dallas, a visitor staying in the house, at his elbow. "What is the matter? Who is this man?" cried Churchill, while he and Sir Lewis hastened to Viola's side and drew her away from the ruffian. "A thief! A burglar!" gasped the excited girl. "I saw him coming out of my sister's dressing-room. He has murdered her, perhaps. Oh, do go and see if she is safe, Churchill." "Hold him, Lewis!" cried Churchill, and ran upstairs without another word. Sir Lewis was tall and muscular, an athlete by nature and art. In his grip the marauder waited submissively enough till Churchill returned, breathless but relieved in his mind. Madge was safe. Madge did not even know that there was anything amiss. "Thanks, Lewis," he said quietly, taking the intruder from his friend's hand as coolly as if he had been some piece of lumber. "Go upstairs to your room, Vio, and sleep soundly for the rest of the night," added Churchill to his sister-in-law. "I'll compliment you on your prowess to-morrow morning." "I don't think I could go to bed," said Viola, shuddering. "There may be more burglars about the house. I feel as if it was swarming with them, like the beetles Mills talks about in the kitchen." "Nonsense, child. The fellow has no companions. Perhaps you'd be kind enough to see my sister as far as the end of the corridor, Lewis." "Oh, no," cried Viola quickly. "Indeed I'm not frightened. I don't want any escort," and she ran upstairs so fast that Sir Lewis lost his opportunity of saying something sweet at the end of the corridor. His devotion to the pretty Miss Bellingham was notorious, and Viola apprehended some soft speech, perhaps the gentle pressure of her hand, a fervid assurance that no peril should come near her while he watched beneath that roof. And the portionless daughter of Sir Nugent Bellingham was not wise enough in her generation to encourage this wealthy young baronet. "Now you, sir, go in there," said Churchill, pushing the gypsy into his study. "You needn't wait, Lewis. I can tackle this fellow single-handed." "No, I can't let you do that. He may have a knife about him." "If he has, I don't think he'll try it upon me. I brought this from my dressing-room just now." He pointed to the butt end of a revolver lurking in the breast pocket of his smoking coat. "Well, I'll smoke a cigar in the billiard-room while you hold your parley with him. I shall be within call." Sir Lewis retired to enjoy his cigar, and Churchill went into his study. He found that the burglar had availed himself of this momentary delay, and was beginning to unfasten the shutters. "What? You'd like to get out that way?" said the squire. "Not till you and I have had our talk together. Let go that shutter, if you please, while I light the lamp." He struck a wax match, and lighted a shaded reading lamp that stood on the table. "Now," he said calmly, "be good enough to sit down in that chair while I overhaul your pockets." "There's nothing in my pockets," growled Paul, prepared for his resistance. "Isn't there? Then you can't object to have them emptied. You'd better not be needlessly objective. I've an argument here that you'll hardly resist," showing the pistol, "and my friend who grappled you just now is ready to stand by me."
The man made no further resistance. Churchill turned out the greasy linings of his pockets, but produced nothing except loose shreds of tobacco and various scraps of rubbish. He felt inside the vagabond's loose shirt, thinking that he might have hidden his booty in his bosom, but with no result. A cunning smile curled the corners of the scoundrel's lips, a smile that told Churchill to persist in his search. "Come," he said, "you've some of my wife's diamonds about you. I saw the case open at half empty. You were not in that room for nothing. You shall strip to your skin, my man. But first, off with that neckerchief of yours." The man looked at him vengefully, eyed the pistol in his captor's hand, weighed the forces against him, and then slowly and sullenly untied the rusty black silk handkerchief which encircled his brawny throat, and threw it on the table. Something inside the handkerchief struck sharply on the wood. "I thought as much," said Churchill. He untwisted the greasy wisp of silk, whereupon his wife's collet necklace and the large single stone she wore in her ears fell upon the table. Churchill put the gems into his pocket without a word. "Is that all?" he asked. "Yes," the man answered with an oath. Churchill looked at him keenly. "You will go straight from here to jail," he said, "so concealment wouldn't serve you much. You are a gypsy, I think?" "I am." "What brought you here to-night?" "I came to see a relation." "Here, on these premises?" "At the lodge. The woman you've chosen for your lodge-keeper is my mother." "Rebecca Mason?" "Yes." Churchill took a turn or two up and down the room thoughtfully. "Since you've been so uncommonly kind to her, perhaps you'll strain a point in my favour," said the gypsy. "I shouldn't have tried to rob you if I hadn't been driven to it by starvation. It goes hard with a man when he has a wolf gnawing his vitals, and stands outside an open window and sees a lot of women with thousands of pounds on their neck, in the shape of blessed gems that do no more real good to anyone than the beads our women bedizen themselves with. And then he sees the old ivy roots are thick enough to serve for a ladder, and the windows upstairs left open and handy for him to walk inside. That's what I call temptation. Perhaps you were outside the good things of this world at some time of your life, and can feel for a poor wretch like me." "I have known poverty," answered Churchill, wondrously forbearing towards this vagrant, "and endured it." "Yes, but you hadn't to endure it for ever. Fortune was kind to you. It isn't often a man drops into such a berth as this by a fluke. You've got your property, and you may as well let me off easily for my mother's sake." "You don't suppose your mother is more to me than any other servant in my employ?" said Churchill, turning upon him sharply. "Yes, I do. You wouldn't go to the gypsy tents for a servant unless you had your reasons. What should have brought you to Ebersham to hunt for a lodge-keeper?" The mention of that fatal city startled Churchill. Seldom was that name uttered in his hearing. It was among things tabooed. "I'm sorry I can't oblige you by condoning a felony," he said in his most tranquil manner. "As a justice of the peace, any sentimentality on my part would be somewhat out of character. The utmost I can do for you is to get the case heard without delay. You may anticipate the privilege of being committed for trial to-morrow at noon, at the Petty Sessions." He left the room without another word, and locked the door on his prisoner. The lock was good and in excellent order, the door one of those ponderous portals only to be found in old manor houses and their like. But Mr. Penwyn seemed to have forgotten the window, which was only guarded on the inside. He had shut one side of a trap, ignoring the possibility of escape on the other. He looked into the billiard room before he went upstairs. Sir Lewis Dallas had finished his cigar and was slumbering peacefully, stretched at full length on one of the divans, like an uninterested member of the House of Commons. "He's nearly as well off there as in his room, so I won't interrupt his dreams," thought Churchill as he retired. That shriek of Viola's had awakened several of the household. Mills had heard it, and had descended half dressed to the corridor in time to meet Miss Bellingham on her way upstairs, and to hear the history of the gypsy's attempt from that young lady. Mills had taken the news back to the drowsy housemaids, had further communicated it to the startled footman, who looked out of his half-open door to ask what was the row. Thus, by the time the household began to be astir again between 5 and 6 next morning, everybody knew more or less about the attempted robbery. "What have they done with the robber?" asked the maids, and the odd man and boot cleaner, who alone among the masculine retainers condescended to rise at this early hour. "I think he must be shut up in master's study," answered one of the women whose duty it was to open the house,
"for the door's locked, and I couldn't get in." "Did you hear anybody inside?" asked the cook with keen interest. "Not a sound. He must be asleep, I suppose." "The hardened villain! To think that he can sleep with such a conscience as his, and the likelihood of being sent to Botany Bay in a week or two."
"Botany Bay has been done away with," said the odd man who read the newspapers. "They'll send him no further than Dartmoor." 4. Oh, heaven, that one might read the book of fate! Churchill Penwyn looked something the worse for that half-hour's excitement overnight when the Manor House party assembled at breakfast between 8 and 9 next morning. The days began early at Penwyn, and only Lady Cheshunt was guilty of that social malingering involved in a chronic headache which prevented her appearing on the dewy side of noon. Perhaps Mr. Penwyn's duties as host during the previous evening might have fatigued him a little. He had a weary look in that bright morning sunshine, a look of unrest, as of one who had slept but little in the night hours. Madge glanced at him every now and then with half-concealed anxiety. Every change, were it ever so slight, in that one beloved face was visible to her. "I hope last night's business has not worried you, love," she said tenderly, making some excuse for carrying him his breakfast cup with her own hands. "The diamonds are safe, and no doubt the man will be properly punished for his audacity." Churchill had told her all about the attempted robbery in his clear, passionless way, but not a word of that interview in the study between gentleman and vagabond. Madge, merciful to all innocent sufferers, had no sentimental compassion for this frustrated burglar, but desired that he should be duly punished for his crime. "I am not particularly worried, dear. It was rather an unpleasant ending to a pleasant evening, that is all." They were still seated at the breakfast table, and Sir Lewis Dallas was still listening with rapt attention to Viola's account of her feelings at the sight of the thief, when the butler, who had left the room a few minutes before in compliance with a whispered request from his subordinate, re-entered, solemn of aspect, and full of that self-importance common to the craft. "The man has been taken again, sir, and is in the village lock-up," he announced to his master. Churchill rose hastily. "Taken again? What do you mean? I left him locked up in my study at 2 o'clock this morning." "Yes, sir. But he unfastened the shutters and got out of the window, and would have got clean off, I daresay, if Tyrrell, the gamekeeper, and his son hadn't been about with a couple of dogs on the look-out for poachers. The dogs smelt him out just as he was getting over the fence in the pine wood, and the Tyrrells collared him and took him off to the lock-up then and there. He fought hard, Tyrrell says, and would have been almost a match for the two of 'em if it hadn't been for the dogs. They turned the scale," concluded the butler grandly. "Imagine the fellow so near getting off!" exclaimed Sir Lewis. "I wonder it didn't strike you that he would get out at the window, Penwyn. You locked the door and thought you had him safe. Something like the painter fellow who went in for the feline species and cut 2 holes in his studio door, a big one for his cat and a little one for her kitten, forgetting that the little cat could have got through the big cat's door. That's the way with you clever men, you're seldom up to trap in trifles." "Rather stupid of me, I confess," said Churchill, "but I suppose I was a little obfuscated by the whole business. One hasn't a burglar on one's hands every night in the week. However," he added slowly, "he's safe in the lock-up. That's the grand point, and I shall have the pleasure of assisting at his official examination at 12 o'clock." "Are the petty sessions on to-day?" asked Sir Lewis, warmly interested. "How jolly! You don't mean to say that you take any interest in that sort of twaddle," said Churchill. "Anything in the way of crime is interesting to me," replied the young man, "and to assist at the examination of the ruffian who frightened Miss Bellingham will be rapture. I only regret that the old hanging laws are repealed." "I don't feel quite so unmerciful as that," said Madge. "But I should like the man to be punished, if it were only as an example. It isn't nice to lose the sense of security in one's own house, to be afraid to open one's window after dark, and to feel that there may be a burglar lurking in every corner." "And to know that your burglar is your undeveloped assassin," added Sir Lewis. "I've no doubt that scoundrel would have tried to murder us both last night, if it hadn't been for my biceps and Churchill's revolver." The breakfast party slowly dispersed, some to the grounds, some to the billiard room. Every one had letters to write or some duty to perform, but no one felt in the queue for performance. Nor could anybody talk of anything except the burglar, Viola's courage, Churchill's coolness in the hour of peril, and carelessness in the matter of the shutters. Lady Cheshunt required to have bulletins carried to her periodically, while she sipped orange pekoe in the luxurious retirement of an Arabian bed. Thus the morning wore on till 11:30, at which time the carriage was ordered to convey Mrs. Penman, Miss Bellingham, and Sir Lewis Dallas to the village inn, attached whereto was the justice's room, where Mr. Penman and his brother magistrate or magistrates were to meet in solemn assembly. Viola and Sir Lewis were wanted as witnesses. Mrs. Penman went, ostensibly to take care of her sister, but really because she was acutely anxious to see the result of the morning's work. That look of secret care in her husband's face had disturbed her. Looks which for the world at large meant nothing had their language for her. She had studied every line of that face, knew its lights and shadows by heart. The day was lovely, another perfect August day. The shining faces of the reapers turned towards them as they drove past the golden fields, broad peasant faces, sun-browned and dewy with labour's honourable sweat. All earth was gay and glad. Madge Penman looked at this fair world sadly, heavy with a vague sense of secret care. The skylark sang his thrilling joy notes high up in the blue vault that arched these golden lands, and the note of rapture jarred upon the wife's ear. "I'm afraid we have been too happy, Churchill and I," she thought, and then recalled 2 lines of Hood's, full of deepest pathos. "For there is e'en a happiness that makes the heart afraid." They had been utterly happy only a little while ago, but since that confession of Churchill's the wife's heart had been burdened with a secret grief. And to-day she felt that hidden care keenly. Something in her husband's manner had suggested concealed anxieties, fears, cares which he could not or would not share with her. "If he did but know how loyal I could be to him," she thought, "he would hardly shrink from trusting me." Viola was full of excitement and quite ferociously disposed towards the burglar. "I suppose to-day's business is only a kind of rehearsal," she said gaily, "and that we shall have to give our evidence again at Bodmin Assizes. And some pert young barrister on the Western Circuit will browbeat me and try to make me contradict myself, and make fun of me, and ask if I had put my hair in papers, or had unplaited my chignon when I ran downstairs after the burglar." "I should like to see him do it," muttered Sir Lewis in a vengeful tone. They were in Penwyn village by this time, the old-fashioned straggling village, 2 rows of cottages scattered apart on the wide high road, a tiny Methodist chapel in a field, the pound, the lock-up, big enough for 1 culprit, and the village inn, attached to which there was the justice room, a long narrow upper chamber with a low ceiling. All the inhabitants of Penwyn had turned out to see the great folks. It was like an Irish crowd, children, old women, and young matrons with infants in their arms. The children had just turned out from the pretty Gothic schoolhouse which Mr. Penwyn had built for them. They bobbed deferentially as their patroness descended from her carriage, and a murmur of praise and love ran through the little crowd, sweetest chorus to a woman's ear. "We ought to be happy in this fair land," thought Madge, as her heart thrilled at the sight of her people. "It is like ingratitude to God to keep one secret care when he has blessed us so richly." End of Volume 2, Chapters 3 and 4. Volume 2, Chapters 5 and 6 of A Strange World, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. Qui peut sous le soleil tromper sa destinée? Churchill was waiting at the inn door to receive his wife. He had ridden across on his favourite horse Tarpan, a long-necked, raking bay over 16 hands and a great jumper, a horse with a tremendous stride, just such a brute as Lenore's lover might have bestridden in that awful night ride. "Is the man here, Churchill?" Madge asked anxiously. "Yes, love. There is nothing to be uneasy about," answered her husband, replying to her looks rather than to her words. "Yet you seem anxious, Churchill." "Only in my magisterial capacity. Tressilian is here. We shall commit this fellow in no time. It will only need a few words from Viola and Sir Lewis." Not a syllable about the diamond necklace had Mr. Penwyn said to his wife. He had replaced the gems in her dressing case while she slept peacefully in the adjoining room, and no one but himself and the burglar knew how far the attempted robbery had gone. They all went up the narrow little staircase, Mr. Penwyn leading his wife up the steep stairs, Viola and Sir Lewis following. The justice room was full of people, or at least that end of it devoted to the public. The other end of it was fenced off, and here at a table sat Mr. Tressilian, J.P., and his clerk, ready for action. "Look, Churchill," whispered Madge, as her husband put her hand through his arm and led her towards this end of the room. "There is the woman at the lodge. What can have brought her here?" Mr. Penwyn's glance followed his wife's for a moment. Yes, there stood Rebecca of the North Lodge, sullen, even threatening of aspect, or seeming so to the eye that looked at her now. What a horrible likeness she bore to that ruffian he had dealt with last night. Mr. Tressilian shook hands with the two ladies. He was a tall, stout man, with a florid countenance, who rode to hounds all the season, and devoted himself to the pleasures of the table for the rest of the year. It was something awful to the crowd to see him shake hands and smile and talk about the weather just like a common mortal, to see him pretend to be so good-natured, too, when it was his function, the very rule of his being, to inflict summary punishment upon his fellow-men, to have no compassion for pleasant social vices, and to be as hard on a drunkard as upon a thief. There was only one case to be heard this morning, and the thrilling interest of that one case held the spectators breathless. Women stood on tiptoe peering over the shoulders of the men, women who ought to have been at their wash-tubs, or baking homely satisfying pasties for the family supper. The ruffian was brought in closely guarded by a couple of rural policemen, and looked considerably the worse for last night's recapture. He had fought like a wildcat for his freedom, had given and taken a couple of black eyes, had furthermore received a formidable cut across his forehead, and had had his clothes torn in the scuffle. The two Tyrrells, father and son, also in a damaged condition, were there to relate proudly how they had pounced upon the offender just as he was clambering over a fence. They had told their story already so many times, in an informal manner, to curious friends and acquaintances, that they were prepared to give it with effect presently when they should be put upon oath. Mr. Tressilian, who went to work in a very slow and ponderous way, was still conferring with his clerk in a bass undertone which sounded like distant organ music, when Rebecca Mason pushed her way through the crowd and came to that privileged portion of the room where Mr. Penwyn and his wife were sitting. "I want to know if you're going to press this charge, Mr. Penwyn?" she asked quietly enough, but haughtily. "Of course he is," answered Madge, with a flash of anger. "Do you suppose we are going to overlook such an attempt? A man breaking into our house after midnight and frightening my sister nearly out of her wits? We should never feel secure at the Manor if this man were not made an example of. Pray, what interest have you in pleading for him?" "I'll tell you that by and by, ma'am. I did not ask the question of you, but of my master. Your master and I have but one thought in the matter." "Do you mean to prosecute that man, Mr. Penwyn?" asked Rebecca, looking steadfastly at the squire. Even while addressing Madge she had kept her eyes on Churchill's face. The brief dialogue had been carried on in an undertone, while Mr. Tressilian and the clerk were still muttering to each other. "The case is out of my hands. I have no power to prevent the man's committal." "Yes, you have," answered Rebecca doggedly. "You have power to do anything here. What is law or justice against a great landowner in a place like this? You are lord and master here. Why do you bother me about this burglar?" "He is my son." "I am sorry any servant of mine should be related to such a scoundrel." "I am not proud of the relationship," answered the lodge-keeper coolly. "Yet there are men capable of worse crimes than entering another man's house, criminals who wear smooth faces and fine broadcloth, and stand high in the world. I'd rather have that vagabond for my son than some of them." Churchill glanced at his wife as if to consult her feelings. But Madge, so tender and pitying to the destitute and afflicted, had an inflexible look just now. Rebecca was her particular antipathy, a blot upon the fair face of Penwyn Manor which she was most anxious to see removed. And now this Rebecca appeared in a new and still more disagreeable light as the mother of a burglar. It was hardly strange, therefore, that Mrs. Penwyn should be indisposed to see the law outraged in the cause of mercy. "I regret that my wish to serve you will not allow me to condone a felony on behalf of your son," said Churchill, with slow distinctness, and meeting that piercing gaze of the gypsy's with as steady a look in his own grey eyes. "The attempt was too daring to be overlooked. A man breaks into my house at midnight, naturally with some evil intent." Still not a word about the diamonds which he had recovered from the burglar's person.
"He did not break into your house," argued Rebecca. "You left your windows open, and he walked in. He had been drinking, I know, and hardly knew where he was going or what he was doing. If he had had his wits about him he wouldn't have allowed himself to be caught by a girl," she added contemptuously.
"He may have been drunk," said Churchill, with a thoughtful look, "but that hardly mends the matter. It isn't pleasant to have a drunken vagabond prowling about one's house. What do you say, my queen?" he asked, turning to Madge with a smile, but not quite the smile which was wont to brighten his face when he looked at her. "Will you exercise your prerogative of mercy? Shall I try what I can do to get this vagabond off with a few days in Penwyn lock-up instead of having him committed for trial?"
"I have no compassion for a man who lifted his hand against my sister," answered Madge warmly. "Sir Lewis told me all about it, Churchill. He saw that villain raise his clenched fist to strike Viola's face. He would have disfigured her for life, or killed her perhaps, if Sir Lewis had not caught his arm. So you suppose I am going to plead for such a scoundrel as that?" "Come, Mrs. Penwyn, you are a woman and a mother," pleaded Rebecca. "You ought to be merciful." "Not at the expense of society. Justice and order would indeed be outraged if the law were stretched in favour of such a ruffian as your son." "You're hard, lady," said the gypsy, "but I think I can say a word that will soften you. Let me speak to you in the next room," looking towards a half-open door that communicated with a small parlour adjoining. "Let me speak with you alone for 5 minutes. You'd better not say no, for his sake," she urged with a glance at Churchill. Mr. Penwyn rose suddenly with darkening brow and seized Madge by the arm, as if he would hold her away from the woman. "I will not suffer any communication between you and my wife," he exclaimed. "You have said your say and have been answered. I will do anything I can for you, grant anything you choose to ask for yourself," with emphasis, "but your son must take his chance. Tressilian, we are ready." "Lady, you'd better hear me," pleaded the gypsy. That plea weighed lightly enough with Madge Penwyn. She was watching her husband's face, and it was a look in that which alone influenced her decision. "I will hear you," she said to the gypsy. "Ask Mr. Tressilian to wait for a few minutes, Churchill." "Madge, what are you thinking of?" cried her husband. "She can have nothing to say that has not been said already. She has had her answer." "I will hear her, Churchill, and alone." That "I will" was accompanied by an imperious look not so often seen in Madge Penwyn's face; never before seen by him she looked at now. "As you will, love," he answered very quietly, and made way for her to pass into the adjoining room. Rebecca followed and shut the door between the two rooms. There was a faint stir, and then the low hum of the little crowd sank into silence. Every eye turned to that closed door, every mind was curious to know what those two women were saying on the other side of it. There was a pause of about 10 minutes. Churchill sat by the official table, silent and thoughtful. Mr. Tressilian fidgeted with the stationery and yawned once or twice. The ruffian stood in his place, dogged and imperturbable, looking as if he were the individual least concerned in the day's proceedings. At last the door opened and Madge appeared. She came slowly into the room, slowly and like a person who only walked steadily by an effort. So white and wan was the face turned appealingly towards Churchill that she looked like one newly risen from some sickness unto death. Churchill rose to go to her, but hesitatingly, as if he were doubtful whether to approach her, almost as if they had been strangers. "Churchill," she said faintly, looking at him with pathetic eyes, a gaze in which deepest love and despair were mingled. At that look and word he went to her, put his arm round her, and led her gently back to her seat. "You must get this man off, Churchill," she whispered faintly. "You must." He bent his head, but spoke not a word, only pressed her hand with a grip strong as pain or death.
And then he went to Mr. Tressilian, who was growing tired of the whole business, and was at all times plastic as wax in the hands of his brother magistrate, not being troubled with ideas of his own in a general way. Indeed, he had expended so much brain power in the endeavour to outmanoeuvre the manifold artifices of certain veteran dog foxes in the district that he could hardly be supposed to have much intellectual force left for the bench. "I find there has been a good deal of muddle in this business," said Churchill to him confidentially. "The man is the son of my lodge-keeper, and a decent hard-working fellow enough, it seems. He had been drinking, and strayed into the manor house in an obfuscated condition last night. My servants are most to blame for leaving the doors open, and Viola saw him, and was frightened, and made a good deal of unnecessary fuss. And then my keepers knocked the fellow about more than they need have done. So I really think that if you were to let him off with a day or two in the lock-up, or even a severe reprimand—" "Yes, yes, 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 yes," said Mr. Tressilian, keeping up a running fire of muttered affirmatives throughout Churchill's speech. "Certainly. Let the fellow off by all means, if he had no felonious intention, and Mrs. Penwyn wishes it. Ladies are so compassionate. Yes, 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 yes." Mr. Tressilian was thinking rather more about a certain 15-acre wheat-field now ready for the sickle than of the business in hand. Reapers were scarce in the land just now, and he was not clear in his mind about getting in that corn. So, instead of swearing in witnesses and holding a ceremonious examination, Mr. Tressilian disappointed the assembled audience by merely addressing a few sharpish words to the delinquent, and sending him about his business, with a warning never more to create trouble in that particular neighbourhood, lest it should be worse for him. The offender was further enjoined to be grateful to Mr. and Mrs. Penwyn for their kindness in not pressing the charge. And thus the business was over, and the court rose. The crowd dispersed slowly, grumbling not a little about justice's justice, and deeply disappointed at not having seen the strange offender committed for trial. "If it had been one of us," a man remarked to a neighbour, "we shouldn't have got off so easy." "No," growled another. "If it had been some poor devil had up for licking his wife, he'd have got it hot." All was over. Viola and Sir Lewis Dallas, who had been indulging in a little quiet flirtation by an open window, and not attending to the progress of events, were beyond measure surprised at the abrupt close of the proceedings, and not a little disappointed, for Viola had quite looked forward to appearing in the witness box at Bodmin Assize Court, and being cross-examined by an impertinent barrister, and then complimented upon her heroism by the judge, and perhaps cheered by the multitude. Nothing could be flatter than this ending. "It's just like Madge," exclaimed Viola. "She may make believe to be angry for half an hour or so, but that soft heart of hers is melted at the first piteous appeal. That horrid woman at the lodge has begged off her horrid son." Madge, whiter than summer lilies, did not look in a condition to be questioned just now. "See how ill she looks," said Viola to Sir Lewis. "They have worried her into a nervous state with their goings-on. Let us get her away." There was no need for Sir Lewis's intervention. Churchill led his wife out of the room. Erect, and facing the crowd firmly enough, both of them, but one pale as death. "Are you going to ride home, Churchill?" asked Madge, as her husband handed her into the carriage. "Yes, love. I may as well go back as I came on tarpan." "I had rather you came with us," she said, with an appealing look. "As you like, dear. Lewis, will you ride tarpan?" Sir Lewis looked at Viola, and then at his boots. It was an honour to ride tarpan, but hardly a pleasant thing to ride him without straps, and then Sir Lewis would have liked that homeward drive with Viola for his vis-a-vis. "By all means, if Mrs. Penwyn would rather you went back in the carriage," he said good-naturedly, but with a look at Viola which meant, "You know what a sacrifice I am making." That drive home was a very silent one. Viola was suffering from reaction after excitement, and leaned back with a listless air. Madge looked straight before her, with grave, fixed eyes, gazing into space. And still there was not a cloud in the blue bright sky, and the reapers standing amongst the tawny corn turned their swart faces towards the squire's carriage, and pulled their moistened forelocks, and thought what a fine thing it was for the gentry to be driving swiftly through the clear warm air, lolling back upon soft cushions, and with no more exertion than was involved in holding a silk umbrella.
But how white Madame Penwin looks," said one of the men, a native of the place, to his mate. "She don't look as if the good things of this life agreed with her. She looks paler and more tired like than you nor me."
6. This is more strange than such a murder is. They were in Madge's dressing room, that spacious many-windowed chamber with its closed Venetians, which was cool and shadowy even on a blazing August day like this. They were alone together, husband and wife, face to face, two white faces turned towards each other, blanched by passions stronger and deeper than it is man's common lot to suffer. They had come here straight from the carriage that brought them back to the Manor House, and they were alone for the first moment since Madge had heard Rebecca Mason's petition. "Churchill," she said slowly, with agonized eyes lifted to his face, "I know all that woman could tell. And she showed me." She stopped, shuddering, and clasped her hands before her face. Her husband stood like a rock and made no attempt to draw nearer to her. He stood aloof and waited. "I know all," she repeated with a passionate sob, "and I remember what I said when you asked me to be your wife. You were too poor. We were too poor. I could not marry you because of your poverty. It was my worldliness, my mercenary decision that influenced you, that urged you to. Oh, Churchill, half the fault was mine. God give me leave to bear half the burden of his anger." She flung herself upon her husband's shoulder and sobbed there, clinging to him more fondly than in their happiest hour, her arms clasping him round the neck, her face hidden upon his breast, with such love as only such a woman can feel. Love which, supreme in itself, rises above every lesser influence. "What? You touch me, Madge. You come to my arms still. You shed compassionate tears upon my breast. Then I am not wholly lost. Vile as I am, there is comfort still. My love, my fond one, fortune gave me nothing so sweet as you." "Oh, Churchill, why, why?" she sobbed. He understood the question involved in that one broken word, hardly audible for the sobs that shook his wife's frame. "Dearest, fate was hard upon me, and I wanted you," he said, with a calmness that chilled her soul. "A good man would have trusted in Providence, no doubt, and waited unrepiningly for life's blessings until he was grey and old, and went down to his grave without ever having known earthly bliss, taking with him some vague notion that he was to come into his estate somewhere else. I am not a good man. My passionate love and my scorn of poverty would not let me wait. I knew that, by one swift bold act, a wicked deed if you will, but not a cruel one, since every man must die once, I could win all I desired. Fortune had made two men's lots flagitiously unequal. I balanced them." "Oh, Churchill, it is awful to hear you speak like that. Surely you have repented. Surely all your life must be poisoned with regret." "Yes, I have felt the canker called remorse. I could surrender all good things that earth can give. Yes, let you go from these fond arms, beloved, if that which was done could be undone. And now you will loathe me, and we must part." "Part, Churchill? What, leave you, because you are the most miserable of men? No, dearest, I will cling to you, and hold by you to the end of life, come what will. If it was I who tempted you to sin, you shall not bear your burden alone." "Loathe you!" she cried passionately, looking up at him with streaming eyes. "No, Churchill. I cannot think of that hideous secret without horror. I cannot think of the sinner without pity. There is a love that is stronger than the world's favour, stronger than right, or peace, or honour, and such a love I have given you. My angel! My comforter! Would to God I had kept my soul spotless for your sake." "And for our child, Churchill, for our darling. Oh, dearest, if there can be pardon for such a sin as yours, and Christ spoke words of mercy and promise to the thief on the cross, let us strive for it, strive with tears and prayers and deepest penitence."
Oh, my love, believe in a God of mercy, the God who sent his Son to preach repentance to sinners. Love, let us kneel together to that offended God, let us sue for mercy, side by side." Her husband drew her closer to his breast, kissed the pale lips with unspeakable tenderness, looked into the true brave eyes which did not shrink from his gaze. "Even I, who have had you for my wife, did not know the divinity of a woman's love, until this miserable hour. My dearest, even to comfort you, I cannot add deliberate blasphemy to my sins. I cannot kneel or pray to a power in which my faith is of the weakest. Keep your gentle creed, dearest, adore your God of mercy. But I have hardened my heart against these things too long to find comfort in them now. My one glory, my one consolation is the thought that, lost as I am, I have not fallen too low for your love. You will love me, and hold me, knowing my sin, and let my one merit be that in this dark hour I have not lied to you. I have not striven to outweigh that woman's accusation by some fable which your love might accept. No, Churchill, you have trusted me, and you shall find me worthy of your trust," she answered bravely. "No act of mine shall ever betray you. And if you cannot pray, if God withholds the light of truth from you for a little while, my prayers shall ascend to him like ever burning incense. My intercession shall never cease, my faith shall never falter." He kissed her again without a word, too deeply moved for speech, and then turned away from her and paced the room to and fro while she went to her dressing table and looked wonderingly at the white wan face which had beamed so brightly on her guests last night. She looked at herself thoughtfully, remembering that henceforward she had a part to act, and a fatal secret to keep. No wan looks, no telltale pallor must betray the horrid truth. "Madge," said her husband presently, after 2 or 3 thoughtful turns up and down the room, "I have not one word to say to you in self-justification. I stand before you confessed, a sinner of the blackest dye. Yet you must not imagine that my whole life is of a colour with that one hideous act. It is not so. Till that hour my life had been blameless enough, more blameless perhaps than the career of one young man in 20 in our modern civilization. Temptation to vulgar sins never assailed me. I was guiltless till that fatal hour in which my evil genius whispered the suggestion of a prize worth the price of crime. Macbeth was a brave and honourable soldier, you know, when the fatal sisters met him on the heath, and hissed their promise into his ear; and in that moment guilty hope seized upon his soul, and already in thought he was a murderer. Dearest, I have never been a profligate, or cheat, or liar, or coward. I have concentrated the wickedness which other men spread over a lifetime of petty sins in one great offence." "And that shall be forgiven," cried Madge with a sublime air of conviction. "It shall, if you will but repent." "If to wish an act undone is repentance, I have repented for more than 2 years," he answered. "Hark, love! That is the luncheon bell. We must not alarm our friends by our absence. Or stay, I will go down to the dining room. You had better remain here and rest. Poor agonized head! Tender faithful heart! What bitter need of rest for both!" "No, dear, I will go down with you," Madge answered firmly. "But let me ask one question first, Churchill, and then I will never speak to you more of our secret. That hateful woman! You have pacified her for to day, but how long will she be satisfied? Is there any fear of a new danger?" "I can see none, dearest. The woman was satisfied with her lot, and would never have given me any trouble but for this unlucky accident of her son's attempt last night. I will get the man provided for and sent out of the country, where you shall never hear of him again. The woman is harmless enough, and cares little enough for her son; but that brute instinct of kindred which even savages feel made her fight for her cub." "Why did you bring her here, Churchill? Was that wise?" "I thought it best so. I thought it wise to have her at hand under my eye, where she could only assail me at close quarters, and where she was not likely to find confederates; where she could have all her desires gratified, and could have no motive for tormenting me." "It is best, perhaps," assented Madge; "but it is horrible to have her here." The Egyptians had a skeleton at their feasts, lest they should forget to make the most of their brief span of carnal pleasures. It is as well to be reminded of the poison in one's cup of life.
And now go to our guest, Churchill. Your face tells no tale. Say that I am coming almost immediately."
"My darling, I feel you are exacting too much from your fortitude."
"No, Churchill. I shall begin as I mean to go on. If I were to shut myself up, if I were to give myself time for thought to-day, just at first,
I should go mad."
He went half unwillingly. She stood for a few moments fixed to the spot where he had left her, as if lost in some awful dream, and then walked dizzily to the adjoining room, where she tried to wash the ashy pallor from her cheeks with cold spring water. She rearranged her hair, with hands that trembled despite her endeavor to be calm, changed her dress, fastened a scarlet coque in her dark hair, and went down to the dining room, looking a little wan and fatigued, but not less lovely than she was wont to look. What a mad world it seemed to her when she saw her guests assembled at the oval table, talking and laughing in that easy unreserved way which seems natural at the midday meal, when servants are banished and gentlemen perform the onerous office of carver at the loaded sideboard; when hungry people just returned from long rambles over hills and banks where the wild thyme grows, or from a desperate croquet match, or a gallop across the moorland, devour a heterogeneous meal of sirloin, Perigord pie, clotted cream, fruits, cutlets and pastry, and drink deeper draughts of that sparkling Devonian cider, better 100 times than champagne, than they would quite care to acknowledge if a reckoning were demanded of them. Everybody seemed especially noisy to-day. Talk, flirtation, laughter, made a Babel-like hubbub; and at the end of the table sat the Squire of Penwyn, calm, inscrutable, and no line upon the expansive forehead, with its scanty border of crisp brown hair, showed the brand of Cain. End of Volume 2, Chapters 5 and 6. Volume 2, Chapters 7 and 8 of A Strange World by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7. Ah, love! There is no better life than this. Justina had made a success at the Royal Albert Theatre. The newspapers were tolerably unanimous in their verdict. The more aesthetic and critical journals even gave her their approval, which was a kind of cachet. The public, always straightforward and single-minded in their expression of satisfaction, had no doubt about her. She was accepted at once as one of the most popular and promising young actresses of the day, natural yet artistic, free from all trick, unaffected, modest, yet with the impulsive boldness of a true artist, who forgets alike herself and her audience in the unalloyed delight of her art. A success so unqualified gave the girl extreme pleasure, and elevated Matthew Elgood to a region of bliss which he had never before attained. For the first time in his life he found himself supplied with ample means for the gratification of desires which, at their widest, came within a narrow limit. The manager of the Royal Albert Theatre had made haste to be liberal, lest other managers, ever on the watch for rising talent, should attempt to lure Justina to their boards by offers of larger reward. He sprang his terms at once from the weekly 3 guineas which Matthew had gladly accepted at the outset, to double that amount, and promised further increase if Miss Elgood's second part were as successful as the first. "With a very young actress one can never be sure of one's ground," he said diplomatically. "The part in No Cards just fits your daughter. I've no idea what she may be in the general run of business. I've seen so many promising first appearances lead to nothing." "My daughter has had experience and tuition from an experienced actor, sir," replied Matthew with dignity. "She has a perfect knowledge of her art, and the more you call upon her the better stuff you will get from her. Such a part as that in No Cards is a mere bagatelle for her. Fits her, indeed. It fits her too well, sir. Her genius has no room to expand in it." 6 guineas, by no means a large income in the eyes of a pater familias with a wife, and a servant or two, and a nest full of small children to provide for, to say nothing of the rent of the nest to pay, seemed wealth to Mr. Elgood, whose ideas of luxury were bounded by a Bloomsbury lodging, a hot dinner every day, and his glass of gin and water mixed with a liberal hand. He expanded himself in this new sunshine, passed his leisure in spelling through the daily papers, escorting his daughter to and from the theatre, and hanging about the green room where he told anecdotes of Macready, bragged of Justina's talents when she was out of the room, and made himself generally agreeable. That Bloomsbury lodging of Mr. Elgood's, though located in the shabbier quarter of the parish, seemed curiously near that highly respectable street where Maurice Clissold had his handsome first-floor chambers, so little account did Mr. Clissold make of the distance between the two domiciles. He was always dropping in at Mr. Elgood's, bringing Justina fresh flowers from the glades of Covent Garden, or a new book or some new music. She had improved her knowledge of that delightful art during the last 2 years, and now played and sang sweetly, with taste and expression that charmed the poet. Before Justina had been many weeks at the Albert Theatre, it became an established fact that Mr. Clissold was to drink tea with Miss Elgood every afternoon. The gentle temptations of the kettle-drum, which he had resisted so bravely in Eaton Square, beguiled him here in Bloomsbury, though the simple feast was held on a second floor with a French mechanic working sedulously at his trade below. Many an hour did Maurice Clissold waste in careless happy talk in that second-floor sitting-room, with its odour of stale tobacco, its shabby old-fashioned furniture, its all-pervading air of poverty and commonness. The room was glorified for him somehow as he sat by the sunny window sipping an infusion of congou and pekoe out of a blue delft teacup. One day it struck him suddenly that Justina ought to have prettier teacups, and a few days afterwards there arrived a set of curious old dragon china cups and saucers. He had not gone to a china shop like a rich man, and ordered the newest and choicest ware that Minton's factory had produced, but he had walked half over London and peered into all manner of obscure dens in the broker's shop line till he found something to please him. Old red and blue sprawling monsters of the crocodile species on thinnest opalescent porcelain, cups and saucers that had been hoarded and cherished by ancient housekeepers, only surrendered when all that life can cling to slipped from death's dull hand. The old fragile pottery pleased him beyond measure, and he carried the cups and saucers off to a cab, packed in a basket of paper shavings, and took them himself to Justina. "I don't suppose they are worth very much nowadays, when Oriental china is at a discount," he said, "and they cost me the merest trifle, but I thought you'd like them." Justina was enraptured. Those old cups and saucers were the first present she had ever received. The first actual gift bestowed out of regard for her pleasure which she could count in all her life, except the same donor's offerings of books and music. "How good of you!" she said more than once, and with a look worth 3 times as many words. Maurice laughed at her delight. "It was worth my perambulation of London to see you so pleased," he said. "What? Did you take so much trouble to get them?" "I walked a good long way. The only merit my offering has is that I took some pains to find it. I am not a rich man, you know, Justina." He called her by her Christian name always, with a certain brotherly freedom that was not unpleasant to either. "I am so glad of that!" she exclaimed naively. "Glad I am not rich? Why, that's scarcely friendly, Justina." "Isn't it? But if you were rich you wouldn't come to see us so often, perhaps. Rich people have such hosts of friends." "Yes, Croesus has generally a wideish circle. Not the best people, possibly, but plenty of them. But I don't think all the wealth of the Indies, the peacock throne of the Great Mogul, and so on, would make any difference in my desire to come here." "No, Justina. Were the chief of the Rothschilds to transfer his balance to my account to-morrow, I should drop in all the same for my afternoon refresher, as regularly as 5 o'clock struck." They had talked of literature and poetry, and fully discussed that new poet whose book Justina had wept over, but by no word had Maurice hinted at his identity with the writer. He liked to hear her speculate upon that unknown poet, wondering what he was like, setting up her ideal image of him. One day he made her describe what manner of man she imagined the author of a life picture, but she found it difficult to reduce her fancies to words. "I cannot compliment you on the clearness of your delineation," he said. "I haven't yet arrived at the faintest notion of your ideal poet. If you could compare him to any one we know, it might help me out. Is he like Mr. Flittergilt, the dramatist?" "Mr. Flittergilt!" she cried contemptuously. "Mr. Flittergilt, who is always making bad puns, and talking of his own successes, and telling us the clever remark he made yesterday. Not like Flittergilt. Has he any resemblance to me, for instance?" Justina laughed and shook her head. A very positive shake.
No, you are too light-hearted for a poet. You take life too easily. You seem too happy." "In your presence, Justina. You never see me in my normal condition," remonstrated Maurice, laughing. "No, I cannot fancy the author of that poem at all like you. He is a man who has suffered." Maurice sighed. "And you think I have never suffered?" "He must be a man who has loved a false and foolish woman, and who has been stung to the quick by remorse for his own weakness." "Ah, we are all of us weak once in our lives, and apt to be deceived, Justina. Happy the man who knows no second weakness, and is not twice deceived." He said this gravely enough for poet and thinker. Justina looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Now you seem quite a different person," she said. "I could almost fancy you capable of being a poet. I know there are glimpses of poetry in your talk sometimes." "When I talk to you, Justina. Some people have an influence that is almost inspiration. All manner of bright thoughts come to me when you and I are together." "That cannot be true," she said. "It is you who bring the bright thoughts to me. Consider how ignorant I am, and how much you know. All the great world of poetry, of which so many doors are barred against me. You read Goethe and Schiller. You go into that solemn temple where the Greek poets live in their strange old world. When you took me to the museum the other day, you pointed out all the statues and talked of them as familiarly as if they had been the statues of your own friends; while I, who have hardly a schoolgirl's knowledge of French, cannot even read that Alfred de Musset of whom you talk so much." "You know the language in which Shakespeare wrote. You have all that is noblest and grandest in human literature in your hand when you take up that calf-bound, closely printed, double-columned volume yonder, from the old Chiswick press. I think an English writer who never read anything beyond his Bible and his Shakespeare would have a nobler style than the man of widest reading, who had not those two books in his heart of hearts. Other poets are poets. That one man was the god of poetry. But we will read some of de Musset's poems together, Justina, and I will teach you something more than a schoolgirl's French." After this it became an established thing for Maurice and Justina to read together for an hour or so, just as it was an established thing for Maurice to drop in at tea time. He made his selections from de Musset discreetly, and then passed on to Victor Hugo, and thus that more valuable part of education which begins when a schoolgirl has been "finished" was not wanting to Justina. Never was a pupil brighter or more intelligent; never master more interested in his work. Matthew Elgood looked on, not unapprovingly. In the first place, he was a man who took life lightly, and always held to the gospel text about the day and the evil thereof. He had ascertained from good-natured Mr. Flittergilt that Maurice Clissold had an income of some hundreds per annum, and was moreover the scion of a good old family. About the good old family Matthew cared very little, but the income was an important consideration, and assured of that main fact, he saw no harm in the growing intimacy between Justina and Maurice. "It's on the cards for her to do better, of course," reflected Mr. Elgood. "Actresses have married into the peerage before to day, and no end of them have married bankers and heavy mercantile swells. But, after all, Justina isn't the kind of beauty to take the world by storm. And this success of hers may be only a flash in the pan. I haven't much confidence in the duration of this blessed new school of acting. These drawing-room comedies, with their howdy-do and won't-you-take-a-chair dialogue. The good old heavy 5-act drama will have its turn by and by, when the public is tired of this milk and water. And Justina has hardly physique enough for the 5-act drama. It might be a good thing to get her comfortably married, if I was quite clear about my own position." That was an all-important question. Justina, single and on the stage, meant, at a minimum, 6 guineas a week at Mr. Elgood's disposal. The girl handed her salary over to the paternal exchequer without a question, and was grateful for an occasional £1 or 2 towards the replenishment of her scanty wardrobe. Mr. Elgood lost no time in trying to arrive at Maurice's ideas upon the subject. "It's a hard thing for a man when he outlives his generation," he remarked plaintively one Sunday evening when Maurice had dropped in and found the comedian alone, Justina not having yet returned from evening service at St. Pancras. "Here am I, in the prime of life, with all my faculties in their full vigour, laid up in port, as useless a creature as if I were a sheer hulk, like poor Tom Bowling, actually dependent upon the industry of a girl. There's something degrading in the idea. If it were not for Justina, I'd accept an engagement for the heavies at the lowest slum in London, roar my vitals out in 3 pieces a night rather than eat the bread of dependence. But Justina won't have it. 'I want you to bring me home from the theatre of a night, father,' she says, and that's an argument I can't resist. The streets of London are no place for unprotected innocents after dark, and cabs are an expensive luxury. Yet it's a bitter thing to consider that if Justina were to marry, I should have to go to the workhouse." "Hardly if she married an honest man, Mr. Elgood," replied Maurice. "No honest man would take your daughter away from you without making some provision for your future." "Well, I have looked at it in that light," said Matthew reflectively, as if the question had thus dimly presented itself before him. "I think an honest man wouldn't feel it quite the right thing to take away my breadwinner, and leave me to spend my declining days in want and misery. Yet, as Shakespeare has it, age is unnecessary. Superfluous lags the veteran on the stage. To have done is to hang, quite out of fashion like a rusty nail in monumental mockery." "Be assured, Mr. Elgood, that if your daughter marries a man who really loves her, your age will not be uncared for." "I do not wish to be a burden upon my child," pursued the actor tearfully. His second tumbler of gin and water was nearly emptied by this time. £104 per annum, £2 a week secured to me, would give me all I ask of luxury. My lowly lodging, say in May's Court, St. Martin's Lane, or somewhere between Blackfriars Bridge and the Temple; my rasher or my bloater for breakfast, my beefsteak for dinner, and my modest glass of gin and water hot, to soothe the tired nerves of age. These, and an occasional ounce of tobacco, are all the old man craves." "Your desires are very modest, Mr. Elgood." "They are, my dear boy. I would bear the pang of severance from my sweet girl, if I saw her ascend to a loftier sphere, and keep my lowly place without repining. But I should like the £2 a week made as certain as the law of the land could make it." This was a pretty clear declaration of his views, and having thus expressed himself, Mr. Elgood allowed life to slip on pleasantly, enjoying his comfortable little 2 o'clock dinners and his afternoon glass of gin and water, and dozing in his easy chair, while Maurice and Justina read or talked, only waking at 5 o'clock, when the Dragon teacups made a cheerful clatter and Justina was prettily busy with the task of tea making. Even the old common lodging-house sitting-room began by and by to assume a brighter and more home-like air. A vase of choice flowers, a row of books neatly arranged on the old-fashioned sideboard, a Bohemian glass inkstand, clean muslin covers tacked over the faded chintz chair-backs, small embellishments by which a woman makes the best of the humblest materials. The Dragon china tea-service was set out on the chiffonnier top when not in use, and made the chief ornament of the room. Composition statuettes of Shakespeare and Dante, which Maurice had bought from an itinerant image-seller, adorned the chimney-piece, whence the landlady's shepherd and shepherdess were banished. In a scene so humble, in a circle so narrow, Maurice spent some of the happiest hours of his life. He remembered Cavendish Square sometimes with a pang, the shadowy drawing-room at twilight, the flower-screened balcony, so pleasant a spot to linger in when the lamps were lighted in the square below, and the long vista of Wigmore Street converged to a glittering point, and the moon rose above the gloomy roof of Cavendish House. Hours of happiness as unalloyed; dreams that were over; days that were gone. And he asked himself whether this second birth of joy was a delusion and a snare like the first. 8. Love is a thing to which we soon consent. Maurice Clissold had not forgotten that entry in the register of Seacombe Church, and one afternoon, when Matthew, Justina, and he were cosily seated at the clumsy old lodging-house table drinking tea, he took occasion to refer to his rambles in Cornwall, and his exploration of the little out-of-the-way market-town. "I should fancy you children of Thespis must have found life rather difficult at such a place as Seacombe," he said. "Dramatic art must be rather out of the line of those nonconformist miners. I saw 3 dissenting chapels in the small town, one of them the very building which was once the theatre." "Yes," said Mr. Elgood with a thoughtful look. "We had a bad time of it at Seacombe. My poor wife was ill, and if it hadn't been for the kindness of the people we lodged with, well, we might have had a closer acquaintance with starvation than any man cares to make. There's no such touchstone for the human heart as distress, and no man knows the goodness of his fellow men till he has sounded the lowest deep of misery." "You had a child christened at Seacombe, had you not, Mr. Elgood?" asked Maurice. The comedian looked up with a startled expression. "How did you know that?" he asked. "I was turning over the parish register looking for another entry, when I stumbled across the baptism of a child of yours, whose name was not Justina. I thought perhaps Justina was an assumed name, and that the infant christened at Seacombe was Miss Elgood, as the age seemed to correspond." "No," replied Matthew hurriedly. "That infant was an elder sister of Justina's. She died at 6 weeks old." "Why, father," exclaimed Justina, "you never told me that you lost a child at Seacombe. I did not even know I ever had a brother or sister. I thought I was your only child." "The only one to live beyond infancy, my dear. Why should I trouble you with the remembrance of past sorrows? We have had cares enough without raking up dead and gone griefs." "Was your wife a Cornish woman, Mr. Elgood?" asked Maurice. "No. She was born within the sound of Bow bells, poor soul. Her father was a bookbinder in Clerkenwell. She had a pretty voice and a wonderful ear for music, and someone told her she would do very well on the stage. Her home was dull and poor, and she felt she ought to earn her living somehow. So she began to act at a little amateur theatre near Coldbath Fields, and having a bright, pretty way with her, she got a good deal of notice, and was offered an engagement to play small singing parts at Sadler's Wells. I was a member of the stock company there at the time, and her pretty little face and her pretty little ways turned my stupid head somehow, and I told myself that 2 salaries thrown into one would go further than they would divided, never considering that managers would want to strike a bargain with us, lump us together on the cheap, when we were married, or that when 2 people are earning no salary it's harder for 2 to live than one. Well, we married, and lived a hard life afterwards. But I was true to my poor girl and fond of her to the last. And when hunger was staring us in the face we were not all unhappy." "Justina is like her mother, I suppose," said Maurice, "as she doesn't at all resemble you." "No," replied Matthew. "My wife was a pretty woman, but not in Justina's style." "What made you hit upon such an out-of-the-way name as Justina? Mind, I like the name very much, but it is a very uncommon one." Mr. Elgood looked puzzled. "I dare say it was a fancy of my wife's," he said, "but I really don't recollect anything about it." "I'll tell you why I asked the question," pursued Maurice. "While I was in Cornwall, staying at a farm called Borsal End, I came across the name." The comedian almost dropped his teacup. "Borsal End!" he exclaimed. "You were at Borsal End?" "Yes. You know the place, it seems. But that's hardly strange, since you lived so long at Seacombe. Did you know the Trevenards?" "No. I only know the farm from having it pointed out to me once when a friend gave me a drive across the moor in his dog-cart. A queer out-of-the-way place. What could have taken you there?" "It was something in the way of an adventure," replied Maurice, and then proceeded to relate his experience on that midsummer afternoon among the Cornish hills. He touched lightly upon his visit to Penwyn Manor House, knowing that this might be a painful subject for Justina; but she showed a warm interest in his story. "You saw his house," she said, "the old manor house he told me about that night at Ebersham. Oh, how like the memory of a dream it seems when I think of it! I should like so much to see that place." "You shall see it some day, Justina, if you will let me show it you," said Maurice, stumbling a little over the last part of the sentence. "It is strange that you should be twice associated with that remote corner of the land, once in your birth, a second time in poor James Penwyn's devotion to you." "It is very strange, sir," said the comedian solemnly, and then with his grand Shakespearean manner continued, "There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy." "It was at Borsal End I heard the name of Justina," said Maurice, going back to the subject most interesting to him. "There is an old picture there, a portrait of the present proprietor's grandmother, whose name was Justina." "Is the old grandmother living still?"
asked Matthew suddenly. What, blind old Mrs. Trevenard? Yes, she is still living. But you said you did not know the Trevenards. Only by repute. I heard people talk about them. Rather a curious family, I fancy. In some respects, answered Maurice, puzzled by the comedian's manner. It seemed as if he were affecting to know less about the family at Borsal End than he really knew. Yet why should he conceal so simple a circumstance as his acquaintance with the Trevenards? When Maurice and Justina were alone together for a short time next day, the girl questioned her companion about his visit to Penwyn Manor. "I want you to describe the old place," she said. "I cannot think of it without pain. Yet I like to hear of it. Please tell me all about it." Maurice obeyed, and gave a detailed description of the grave old mansion as he had seen it in that summer afternoon. "How happy he would have been there," said Justina. "How bright and fair that young life would have been. I am not thinking of my own loss," she said, as if in answer to an unspoken question of Maurice's. "I never forgot what you said about unequal marriages that evening at Ebersham, when you came in and found me in my grief and spoke some hard truths to me. I felt afterwards that you were wiser than I, that all you said was just and true. I should have been a basely selfish woman if I had taken advantage of his foolish impulsive offer, if I had let the caprice of the moment give colour to a life. But believe me, when I let myself love him I had no thought of his worldly wealth. It was his bright kind nature that drew me to him. No one had ever spoken to me as he spoke. No one had ever praised me before. It was a childish love I gave him, perhaps, but it was true love all the same." "I believe that, Justina. I believed it then when I saw you little more than a child, so faithfully sorry for my poor friend's fate. If I had known you better in those days I should not have called his love so foolish. I should never have opposed his boyish fancy. I look back now at my self-assertive wisdom, and it seems to me a greater folly than James Penwyn's unreasoning love." "You must not say that," remonstrated Justina gently. "All that you said was spoken well and wisely. And if Providence had spared him, and if he had married me, he would have been ashamed of his actress wife." "I doubt it, Justina. A man must be hard to please who could be ashamed of you." "I suppose it is very wicked of me," said Justina after a brief silence. "But I cannot help grudging those people their happiness in his house. It makes me angry when I think of that cousin, Mr. Churchill Penwyn, who gained so much by James's death. I remember his cold, calm face as I saw it at the inquest. There was no sorrow in it." "He could hardly be supposed to be sorry. He and James had seen very little of each other, and James's death lifted him at a bound from poverty to wealth." "Yes, I can never think of him without remembering that. He gained so much. The murderer with his brutal greed of gain little thought that he was helping another man to fortune, a man who in the evil wish may have shared his guilt." "You have no right to say that, Justina." "It is unjust, perhaps, but I cannot be temperate when I think of James Penwyn's murder. Nobody thought of interrogating the man who profited so much by his death. You were suspected because you were not at your inn that night, but no one asked where Mr. Churchill Penwyn spent the night of the murder." "There was no ground for suspecting him." "There was the one fact that he was the only gainer by the crime. He should have been made to prove himself innocent. And now he is happy, proud of his usurped position." "So far as one man can judge another man's life, Churchill Penwyn seems to me completely happy. His wife is a woman in 1,000, and devoted to him, but I shall have the pleasure of introducing you to her some day, perhaps, Justina." "Do not think of such a thing. I could never regard Churchill Penwyn as a friend. I hope never to see him again." Maurice Clissold saw that this feeling about James Penwyn's successor was deeply rooted, and he argued the question no further. He was too happy in Justina's society to dwell long upon discordant notes. They had so much to talk about, small as was the actual world in which they had mutual interest. Maurice had undertaken to show all the glories of London to the girl whose life hitherto had been spent in small provincial towns. Justina had ample leisure for sightseeing, for Mr. Flittergilt's original comedy proved an honest success, and there was no new piece yet in the rehearsal at the Royal Albert Theatre. Nor had Mr. Elgood, comedian, any prudish notions about the proprieties which might have hindered his daughter's enjoyment of picture galleries and museums, abbeys and parks. He did not care for sightseeing himself, for his love of art, he confessed honestly, was not strong enough to counterbalance certain gouty symptoms in his feet which made prolonged standing a fatigue to him. "Let me enjoy my pipe and my newspaper, and let Justina see the pictures and crockery," he said, with reference to the South Kensington Museum. So the two young people went about together as freely as if they had been brother and sister, and spent many a happy hour among the national art treasures, or in Hyde Park, in whose deserted alleys autumn's first leaves were falling. Mr. Clissold went less and less to his clubs, and became, as it were, a dead letter in the minds of his friends. One man suggested that Clissold must be writing a novel; another opined that Clissold had fallen in love. In the meanwhile Clissold was perfectly happy after his own fashion. Never had his mind been more serene; never had his verse flowed clearer in those quiet night hours which he gave to the Muses; never had the notes of his lyre rung out with a fuller melody. He was writing a poem to succeed The Life Picture, a romance in verse, calculated to be as popular with Mudie's subscribers as his first venture had been. He soared to no empyrean heights of metaphysical speculation, but in strong melodious verse, with honest force and passion, told his story of human joys and human sorrows, human loves and human losses. It pleased him to hear Justina praise The Life Picture, pleased him to think that he would be exalted in her eyes were she to know him as its author. But it pleased him still better to keep his secret, to hear her frank expression of opinion, and leave her free to form her ideal fancy of the poet. "The prize I seek to win must be won by myself alone," he thought. "My literary work is something outside myself. I will not be valued for that." One Sunday, that being Justina's only disengaged evening, Maurice persuaded Mr. Elgood to bring his daughter to dine with him in his bachelor quarters. "I want to show you my books," he said to Justina. "Collecting them has been my favorite amusement for the last 5 years, and I think it may interest you to see them." Justina was delighted at the idea. Mr. Elgood foresaw something special in the way of dinner, perhaps a bottle or two of champagne, so the invitation was accepted with pleasure. The September evenings were shortening by this time. They dined by lamplight, and the bachelor's room, with its dark crimson curtains and paper, its heterogeneous collection of pictures, prints, bronzes and china, looked its best in the mellow light of a pair of Carcel lamps. The inner room was lined from floor to ceiling with books, handsomely bound most of them; for Mr. Clissold devoted all his superfluous cash to books and bookbinding. To this study and sanctum the party adjourned for coffee and dessert, and while Mr. Elgood did ample justice to a bottle of old port, Maurice showed Justina his favorite authors, and expatiated on the beauty of wide margins. Innocent, happy hours; yes, every whit as happy as those days of delusion in Cavendish Square. And all this time there were all manner of distinguished people anxious to be introduced to Miss Elgood; Richmond and Greenwich dinners without number which she might have eaten had she been so minded; diamonds, broughams, sealskin jackets, pug dogs, all the glories of existence ready to be laid at her feet. End of Volume 2, Chapters 7 and 8. Volume 2, Chapters 9 and 10 of A Strange World, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 9. Sorrow augmenteth the malady. This happy easy-going life of Maurice Clissold's was suddenly disturbed by a letter from Martin Trevenard. Some time had elapsed without any communication from the young man when this letter arrived, but Maurice in his new happiness had been somewhat forgetful of his Cornish friend. He felt a touch of remorse as he read the letter. "Things have been going altogether wrong here," wrote Martin. "I don't mean in the way of worldly prosperity. We have had a first-rate harvest and a good year in all respects, but I am sorry to say my mother's health has been declining for some time. She has been unable to attend to the house, and things get out of gear without her. My father has grown moody and unhappy, and I'm afraid puts a dash of brandy into his cider oftener than is good for him. Muriel is much the same as usual, and the good old grandmother holds out bravely. It is my mother gives me most uneasiness. I feel convinced that she has something on her mind. I have sometimes thought that her trouble is in some way connected with poor Muriel. I only wish you were here. Your clearer mind might understand much that is dark to me. If it were not asking too much from your friendship, I would willingly beg you to come down here for a week or two. It would do me more good than I can express to see you." Maurice's answer to this appeal was prompt and brief. "Dear Martin, I shall be at Bourseland, all things going well, tomorrow night. Yours always, M.C." It was a hard thing for him to leave town just now. There was his new poem, which had all the charm and freshness of a composition recently begun. Little chance for him to continue his work at Borsel, with Martin always at his elbow and the family troubles and family secrets on his shoulders. And then there was Justina, all his new hopes and fancies which had grouped themselves around the young actress like the loves and graces round Venus in an allegorical ceiling by Lely or Kneller. But friendship with Maurice Clissold being something more than an aim, he felt that he could do no otherwise than hasten to his friend's relief. So he took his farewell cup of tea out of the dragon china, and departed by an early express next morning, after promising Justina to be away as brief a span as possible. Bourseland looked very much as when he had first seen it, save that the warm glow of summer had faded from the landscape, and that the old farmhouse had a gloomy look in the autumn dusk. Maurice had chartered a vehicle at Seacombe Station, and driven 5 miles across country, a wild moorland district made awful by a yawning open shaft here and there, marking the place of an abandoned mine. The glow of the great hall fire shining through the latticed windows was the only cheerful thing at Borsel. All the rest of the long rambling house was dark. Martin received his friend at the gate. "This is good of you, Clissold," he said as Maurice alighted. "I feel ashamed of my selfishness in asking you to come to such a dismal place as this, but it will do me a world of good to have you here. I've told my mother you were coming for a fortnight's ramble among the moors. It wouldn't do for her to know the truth." "Of course not. But as to Borsel being a dismal place, you know that I never found it so." "Ah, you have never lived here," said Martin with a sigh. "And then you've the family up at the Manor to enliven the neighbourhood for you. There's always plenty of cheerfulness there." "And how is Mr. Penwyn going on? Is he getting popular?" "He ought to be, for he has done a great deal for the neighbourhood. You'll hardly recognize the road between here and the Manor when you drive there. But I don't believe the squire will ever be as popular as Mrs. Penwyn. The people idolize her. But they seem to have a notion that whatever the squire does is done more for his own advantage than the welfare of his tenants. And yet, take him for all in all, there never was a more liberal landlord." Martin was carrying his friend's small portmanteau to the porch as he talked. Having deposited that burden, he ran back and told the driver to take his horse round to the stables, and to go round to the kitchen afterwards for his own supper. This hospitable duty performed, Martin opened the door and ushered Maurice into the family sitting-room. There sat the old grandmother in her accustomed corner, knitting the inevitable grey stocking which was always in progress under those swift fingers. There, in an armchair by the fire, propped up with pillows, sat the mistress of the homestead, sorely changed since Maurice had last seen her. The keen dark eyes had all their old brightness, nay, looked brighter from the pallor of the shrunken visage. The high cheek-bones, the square jaw were more sharply outlined than of old; and the hand which the invalid extended to Maurice, that honest hard-working hand, which had once been coarse and brown, was now white and thin. Michael Trevenard sat at the opposite side of the hearth with a pewter tankard, a newspaper, and a long clay pipe on the square oak table at his elbow. These idle autumn evenings were trying to the somewhat mindless farmer, to whom all the world of letters afforded no further solace than the county paper, or an occasional number of the Field. "I am sorry to see you looking so ill, Mrs. Trevenard," Maurice said kindly. "I've had a bad time of it this year, Mr. Clissold," she answered. "I had an attack of ague and low fever in the spring, and it left a cough that has stuck to me ever since." "I hope my coming here while you are an invalid will not be troublesome to you." "No," answered Mrs. Trevenard with a sigh. "I've got used to the notion of things being in a muddle, and neither Michael nor Martin seem to mind. So it doesn't much matter that the house is neglected. I've been obliged to take a second girl, and the two between them make more dirt than ever they clean up. Your old room's been got ready for you, Mr. Clissold.
At least I told Martha to clean it thoroughly, early this morning, and light a good fire this afternoon. So I suppose it's all right. But you might as well make up your mind that the wind was always to blow from one quarter as that a girl would do her duty when your eyes are off her. If I had a daughter now, a handy young woman to look after the house." She turned her head upon her pillow with a shuddering sigh. That thought was too bitter. "My dear Mrs. Trevenard," cried Maurice cheerfully, "I feel assured that the room will be, well, not so nice as you would have made it, perhaps, but quite clean and comfortable." He took his seat by the hearth and entered into a conversation with the master of the house, who seemed cheered by the visitor's arrival. "And pray what's doing up in London, Mr. Clissold?" Michael Trevenard asked, as if he took the keenest interest in metropolitan affairs. Maurice told him the latest stirring events, wars and rumors of wars, reviews, royal marriages in contemplation, to which the farmer listened with respectful attention, feeling these facts as remote from his life as if they had occurred in the East Indies. He, on his part, told Maurice all that had been stirring at Penwyn, amongst other matters that curious circumstance of the attempted burglary and Mr. Penwyn's lenity towards the offender. "I am rather surprised to hear that," said Maurice. "I should not have thought the squire a particularly easy-going person." "No, he can be stern enough at times," answered the farmer. "That business up at the justice room caused a good bit of talk. If it had been one of us, folks said, Squire Penwyn wouldn't have let go his grip like that. They couldn't understand why he should be so lenient just because the man was the son of his lodge-keeper. It would have seemed more natural for him to get rid of the whole lot altogether, for they're a set of vagabonds to be about a gentleman's place. That girl Elspeth who brought you here is always robbing the orchards and hen roosts about the neighbourhood. She's a regular pest to the farmers' wives." "That curious-looking woman is still at the lodge, then?" asked Maurice. "Yes, she's still there." "Perhaps it was Mrs. Penwyn who interceded for the son." "Well, it was a curious business altogether," answered the farmer. "Mrs. Penwyn and the woman has a talk together in a room to themselves, and then Mrs. Penwyn comes back to the justice room looking as white as a corpse, and says a few words to her husband, and on that he talks over Mr. Tressilian, and then Mr. Tressilian lets the vagabond off with a reprimand. Now why Mrs. Penwyn should intercede for the woman's son I can't understand, for it's well known, though Mrs. Penwyn's own maid having talked about it, that the squire's lady can't endure the woman, and is vexed with her husband for keeping such trash on his premises." "I dare say there's something more in it than any of us Cornish folks are likely to find out," said Mrs. Trevenard. "The Penwyns were always a secret underhanded lot, smooth on the outside, as fair as whitened sepulchres and as foul within." "Come, Bridget, you're prejudiced against them. You always have been, I think. It isn't fair to speak ill of those that have been good landlords to us." "Haven't we been good tenants? We're even there, I think." The maid-servant came in to lay the supper table, Mrs. Trevenard's watchful eyes following the girl's every movement. A good substantial supper had been prepared for the traveller, but the old air of comfort seemed to have deserted the homestead, Maurice thought. The sick wife, with that unmistakable prophetic look on her face, the forecast shadow of coming death, gave a melancholy air to the scene. The blind old grandmother, sitting apart in her corner, looked like a monument of age and affliction. The farmer himself had the heavy dullness of manner which betokens a too frequent indulgence in alcohol. Martin was spasmodically gay, as if determined to enjoy the society of his friend. But care had set its mark on the bright young face, and he was in no wise the Martin of 2 years ago. Maurice retired to his bedroom soon after supper, conducted by Martin. The apartment was unchanged in its dismal aspect. The dingy old furniture loomed darkly through the dusk, Martin's one candle making only an oasis of light in the desert of gloom. The memory of his first night at Borsal End was very present to Maurice Clissold as he seated himself by the hearth where the fire had burned black and dull. "Poor Muriel," he thought, "what a dreary chamber for youth and beauty to inhabit." And in a fatal hour the girl's first love dream came to illumine the gloom. Sweet delusive dream, bringing pain along with it and inextinguishable regret. Martin set down the candle on the dressing-table and poked the fire vehemently. "Poor mother's right," he said. Those girls never do anything properly now she isn't able to follow them about. I told Phoebe to be sure to have a bright fire to light up this cheerless old den, and she has left nothing but a mass of smouldering coal. Never mind the fire, Martin. Sit down like a good fellow and tell me all your troubles. Your poor mother looks very ill. So ill that the doctor gives us no hope of her ever getting better. Poor soul, she's going to leave us. Heaven only knows how soon. She's been a good faithful wife to father and a tender mother to me, and a good mistress and a faithful servant in all things, so far as I can tell. Yet I'm afraid there's something on her mind, something that weighs heavy. I've seen many a token of secret care since she's been ill and sitting quietly by the fire, thinking over her past life.
And you imagine that her trouble is in some way connected with your sister?
I don't see what else it can be. That's the only unhappiness we've ever had in our lives. All the rest has been plain sailing enough.
Have you questioned your mother about her anxieties? Asked Maurice.
Many times, but she has always put me off with some impatient answer. She has never denied that she has secret cares, but when I have begged her to trust me or my father she has turned from me peevishly. Neither of you can help me, she has told me. What is the use of talking of old sores when there's no healing them?
An unanswerable question, said Maurice.
You remember what you said to me about poor Muriel the day you left Borsel? Well, those words of yours made a deep impression upon me, not so much at the time as afterwards. I thought over all you had said, and it seemed to grow clear to me that there was something sadder about my poor sister's story than had ever come to my knowledge. She had not been quite fairly used, perhaps. Things had been hushed up and hidden for the honor of her family, and she had been the victim of the family respectability. My mother's one fault is pride in the respectability of the Trevenards. She doesn't want to be on a level with her superiors, or to be thought anything better than a yeoman's wife, but her strong point has been the family credit. There are no people in Cornwall more looked up to than the Trevenards. I can remember hearing her say that as soon as I can remember anything. And I believe she would make any sacrifice of her own happiness to maintain that position. It is just possible that she may have sacrificed the peace of others. I agree with you there, Martin. Whatever wrong has been done, great or small, has been done for the sake of the good old name. Now it struck me, continued Martin earnestly, that although my mother cannot be persuaded to confide in me or in my father, who has been a little dull of late, poor soul, she might bring herself to trust you. I know that she respects you as a clever man and a man of the world. You live remote from this little corner of the earth where the Trevenards are of importance. She would feel less pain, perhaps, in trusting you with a family secret than in telling it to her own kith and kin. You would go away carrying the secret with you, and if there were any wrong to be righted, as I fear there must be, you might right it without giving rise to scandal. This is what I have thought, foolishly perhaps. Indeed, no, Martin, I see no folly in your idea, and if I can persuade your mother to trust me, depend upon it I will. She knows you are a gentleman, and might be willing to trust in your honour where she would doubt any commoner person. We'll see what can be done, answered Maurice hopefully. Your poor sister lives apart from you all, I suppose, in the old way? Yes, replied the young man, and I fear it's a bad way. Her wits seem further astray than ever. When I meet her now in the hazel copse where she is so fond of wandering, she looks scared and runs away from me. She sings to herself sometimes of an evening, as she sits by the fire in grandmother's room. I hear her now and then, as I pass the window, singing some old song in her sad, sweet voice, just as she used to sing me to sleep years ago. But I think she hardly ever opens her lips to speak.
Does she ever see her mother?
That's the saddest part of all. For the last year my mother hasn't dared go near her. Muriel took to screaming at the sight of her, as if she was going into a fit. So since then mother and she have hardly ever met. It's hard to think of the dying mother so near her only daughter, and yet completely separated from her. It's a sad story altogether, Martin, said Maurice, and a heavy burden for your young life. If I can do anything to lighten it, be sure of my uttermost help. I am very glad you sent for me. I am very glad you trust me.
On this the two young men shook hands and parted for the night, Martin much cheered by his friend's coming. No intrusion disturbed the traveller's rest. He slept soundly after his long journey, and awoke to hear farmyard cocks crowing in the sunshine, and to remember that he was more than 200 miles away from Justina. 10. But oh, the thorns we stand upon! Mr. Clissold spent the morning sauntering about the farm and lounging in one of the hillside meadows with Martin. The young man was depressed by the sense of approaching calamity, and the thought of parting with his mother, who had been more tender to him than to anyone else in the world, was a bitter grief not to be put aside. But he did his best to keep his sorrow to himself and to be an agreeable companion to his friend, while Maurice on his side tried to beguile Martin to forgetfulness by cheery talk of that wide, busy world in which the young Cornishman longed to take his place. "I shall have my liberty soon enough," said Martin, with a sigh. "I could not leave Borsel during my mother's lifetime, for I knew it would grieve her if I deserted the old homestead. But when she is gone the tie will be broken. Father can rub on well enough without me, if I find him an honest bailiff to take my place. He can afford to sit down and rest now, and take things easily, for he's a rich man though he and mother always make a secret of it. And I can run down here once or twice a year to see how things are going on. Yes, I shall certainly go to London after my poor mother's death. Borsel would be hateful to me without her. And if you can get me into a merchant's office I would try my hand at commerce. I am pretty quick at figures. I'll do my best to start you fairly, dear boy, though I have not much influence in the commercial world. I think a year or two in London would do you good, and perhaps reconcile you to your country life afterwards. A little London goes a long way with some people. And now I think I'll walk over to Penwyn and see how the squire and his wife are getting on. I shall be back at Borsel by tea-time. Will you come with me, Martin? I should like it of all things, but my mother sets her face against any intercourse between the two families. She doesn't even like my father to go to the audit dinner. And just now when she's so ill I don't care to do anything that can vex her. So I'll loaf about at home while you go up yonder. So be it, then, Martin. I think you're quite right. The walk across the moorland was delightful in the late September weather, the fresh breeze blowing off the land, and the Atlantic's mighty waves breaking silver-crested upon the rugged shore. If Justina were but here, thought Maurice, with a longing for that one companion in whose presence he had found perfect contentment, the companion who always understood and always sympathized, who laughed at his smallest jokelet, for whom his loftiest flight never soared too high. He thought of Justina, mewed up in her Bloomsbury parlour, while he was gazing on that wide ocean, breathing this ethereal air, and he felt as if there were selfishness in his enjoyment of the scene without her. Will the day ever come when she and I shall be one, and visit earth's fairest scenes together? He wondered. Has she forgotten her romantic attachment to my poor friend, and can she give me a whole heart? I think she likes me. I have sometimes ventured to tell myself that she loves me. Yet there is that old memory. She can never give me a love as pure and perfect as that early passion, the first fruits of her innocent, girlish heart, pure as those vernal offerings which the Romans gave their gods. He looked back to that summer day at Ebersham when he had seen the overgrown, shabbily clad girl sitting in the meadow, with wild flowers in her lap, lifting up her pale young face and looking up at him with her melancholy eyes which had beheld so little of earth's brightness. Nothing fairer than such a meadow on a summer afternoon. I did not know that was my fate, he said to himself, remembering his critical philosophical consideration of the group. Thinking of Justina shortened that moorland walk, the subject being in a manner inexhaustible. Just that one subject, which in the mind of a lover has no beginning, middle, or end. By and by the pedestrian struck into one of Squire Penwyn's new roads, and admired the young trees in the squire's plantations, and the thickets of rhododendron planted here and there among the stems of Norwegian and Scotch firs. A keeper's or forester's lodge here and there, built of grey stone, gave an air of occupation to the landscape. The neatly kept garden, full of autumn's gaudy flowers, a group of rustic children standing at gaze to watch the traveller. These plantations wonderfully improved the approach to Penwyn Manor House. They gave an indication of residential estate, as it were, and added importance to the country seat of the Penwins, the manor house of days gone by having an isolated mansion set in a wild and barren landscape. Nowadays the traveller surveyed these well-kept plantations on either side of a wide high road, and knew that a lord of the soil dwelt near. Maurice entered the manor house grounds by the north lodge. He might have chosen a shorter way, but he had a fancy for taking another look at the woman who had first admitted him to Penwyn, and who had become notorious since then on account of her son's wrong-doing. The iron gate was shut, but the woman was near at hand, ready to admit visitors. She was sitting on her doorstep, basking in the afternoon sunshine. She no longer wore the close white cap in which Maurice had first seen her. To-day her dark hair, with its streaks of grey, was brushed smoothly from her swarthy forehead, and a scarlet handkerchief was tied loosely across her head. That bit of scarlet had a curious effect upon Maurice Clissold's memory. 2 years ago he had vaguely fancied the face familiar. To-day brought back the memory of time and place, the very moment and spot where he had first seen it. Yes, he recalled the low-water meadows, the tow-path, the old red-tiled roofs and pointed gables of Ebersham, the solemn towers of the cathedral, the crook-backed willows on the bank, and youth and careless pleasure personified in James Penwyn. This lodge-keeper was no other than that gypsy who had prophesied evil about Maurice Clissold's friend. A slight thing, perhaps, and matter for ridicule, that dark saying about the severed line of life on James Penwyn's palm. But circumstances had given a fatal force to the soothsayer's words. "What?" said Maurice, looking at the woman earnestly as she unlocked the gate. "You and I have met before, my good woman, and far away from here." She stared at him with a stolid look. "I remember your coming here 2 years ago," she said. "That was the first and last time I ever saw you till to-day." "Oh, no, it was not the first time. Have you forgotten Ebersham, and your fortune-telling days, when you told my friend Mr. Penwyn's fortune, and talked about a cut across his hand? He was murdered the following day. I should think that event must have impressed the circumstance upon your mind." "I don't know what you're talking about," Rebecca Mason answered doggedly. "I never saw you till you came here. I was never at any place called Ebersham." "I cannot gainsay so positive an assertion from a lady," said Maurice ironically, "but all I can say is, that there is someone about in the world who bears a most extraordinary likeness to you. I hope the fact may never get you into trouble." He passed on towards the house, sorely perplexed by the presence of this woman at Mr. Penwyn's gates. He had no shadow of doubt as to her identity. She was the very woman he had seen plying her gypsy trade at Ebersham. That woman, and no other. And what could have brought her here? Through what influence, by what pretence had she wormed her way into a respectable household, and acquired so much power that her vagabond son might attempt a burglary with impunity? The question was a puzzling one, and worried Maurice not a little. He remembered what Mrs. Trevenard had said about there being something in the background, something false and underhanded in the squire's life. Only the suggestion of a prejudiced woman, of course; but such suggestions make their impression even upon the clearest mind. He remembered Justina's prejudice against the man who had been so great a gainer by James Penwyn's death. Heaven help Churchill Penwyn, he thought. It's not a pleasant thing to succeed to a murdered man's heritage. Let him walk ever so straight, there will be watchful eyes that will see crookedness in all his ways. It's a curious business about that gypsy woman, though," he went on after a pause. "Does Mr. Penwyn know who she is, I wonder? Or has she deceived him as to her character, and traded upon his benevolence? Although he is not much liked here, he has done a good deal that indicates a benevolent mind, and kindly intentions towards his dependents. He may have given that woman her post out of pure charity. I'll try if I can get to the bottom of the business." He drew near the house. Everywhere he saw improvement. Everywhere the indication of an all-pervading taste which had turned all things to beauty. The gardens, whose half-neglected air he remembered, were now in most perfect order. Additions had been made to the house, not important in their character, but in a manner completing the harmony of the picture. and over all there was a wealth of colour and varied light and shadow which would have made most country mansions seem dull and commonplace in comparison with this one. It is Mrs. Penwyn's taste, no doubt, which has made the place so charming, Maurice thought. Happy man to have such a wife. I will think no ill of him for her sake. The aspect of the house impressed Maurice as suggestive of happy domestic life. Grandeur was not the character of the mansion, home-like prettiness rather, a gracious, smiling air which seemed to welcome the stranger. Maurice entered by an Elizabethan porch, which had been added to the old lobby entrance at one end of the house. The lobby had been transformed into the prettiest little armoury imaginable, the dark and shining oak walls decorated with weapons and shields of the Middle Ages, all Old English. This armoury opened into a corridor with a row of doors on either side, a corridor which led straight to the hall, now the favourite family sitting-room, and provided with what was known as the ladies' billiard table. The billiard-room proper was an apartment at the other end of the house, with an open Gothic roof, and lighted from the top, a room which Churchill had added to the family mansion. Here, in the spacious old hall, Maurice found the family and guests assembled after luncheon. Lady Cheshunt enthroned in a luxurious armchair drawn close to the bright wood fire, which pleasantly warmed the autumnal atmosphere. Viola Bellingham deeply engaged in the consideration of whether to play for the white or the red, her own ball having been sent into a most uncomfortable corner by her antagonist, Sir Lewis Dallas. Mrs. Penwyn seated on a sofa by the sunniest window, with the infant heir on her knees, a sturdy fair-haired youngster in a dark blue velvet frock, trying his utmost to demolish a set of Indian chessmen which the indulgent mother had produced for his amusement. Churchill, seated near, glancing from an open quarterly to that pleasing picture of mother and child. 2 or 3 young ladies and a couple of middle-aged gentlemen engaged in watching the billiard players. And finally, Sir Lewis Dallas engaged in watching Viola. No brighter picture of English home life could be imagined. Churchill threw down his quarterly and rose to offer the unexpected guest a hearty welcome, which Madge as heartily seconded. "This time, of course, you have come to stay with us," said Mr. Penwyn. "You are too good. No, I have put up at my old quarters at Borsall End. But I dare say I shall give you quite enough of my society. I walked over to spend an hour or two, and perhaps ask for a cup of tea for Mrs. Penwyn." "You'll stop to dinner, surely?" "Not this evening, tempting as such an invitation is. I promised Martin Trevenard that I would go back before dark." "You and that young Martin are fast friends, it seems." "Yes, he is a capital young fellow, and I am really attached to him," answered Maurice somewhat absently. He was looking at Mrs. Penwyn, surprised, nay, shocked, by the change which her beauty had suffered since he had last seen the proud handsome face only a few months ago. There was the old brightness in her smile, the same grand carriage of the nobly formed head, but her face had aged somehow. The eyes seemed to have grown larger, the once perfect oval of the cheek had sharpened to a less lovely outline. The clear dark complexion had lost its carnation glow and that warm golden tinge which had reminded Maurice of one of de Musset's Andalusian beauties, had faded to an ivory pallor. Madge was as kind as ever, and seemed no less gay. Yet Maurice fancied there was a change even in the tone of her voice. It had lost its old glad ring. The stranger was presented to the guests of the house. The younger ladies received him with something akin to enthusiasm, there being only one eligible young man at Penwyn Manor, and he being hopelessly entangled in the fair Viola's silken net. Lady Cheshunt asked if Mr. Clissold had come straight from London, and on being answered in the affirmative, ordered him to sit down by her immediately, and tell her all the news of the metropolis, about that dreadful murder in the Bow Road, and about the American comedian who had been making people laugh at the Royal Bouffonnerie Theatre, and about the new French novel, which the Saturday Review said was so shocking that no respectable woman ought to look at it, and which Lady Cheshunt was dying to read. Maurice stayed for afternoon tea, which was served in the hall, Viola officiating at a Sutherland table in the broad recess that had once been the chief entrance. "So you have abandoned your ancient office, Mrs. Penwyn," said Maurice, as he carried the lady of the manor her cup. "Madge has not been very strong lately, and has been obliged to avoid even small fatigues," answered Churchill, who was standing near his wife's chair. "There is a cloud on the horizon," thought Maurice as he set out on his homeward walk. Not any bigger than a man's hand, perhaps, but the cloud is there. End of Volume 2, Chapters 9 and 10. Volume 2, Chapter 11, Part 1 of A Strange World by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. Lost to her place in name. Part 1. Having come to Borcelin to perform a certain duty, Maurice Clissold gave himself up heart and soul to the task in hand. Pleasant as it might have been to him to spend the greater part of his time in the agreeable society of Mrs. Penwyn and her guests, playing croquet on sunny afternoons or joining in a match of billiards in the old hall, meeting the best people to be met in that part of the world, and living that smooth, smiling life in which care seems to have no part. Pleasant as this might have been, he gave it up without a sigh, and spent his days and nights strolling about the farm, or sitting by the hearth where the sick woman's presence maintained an unchanging gloom. Every day showed the swift progress of disease. The malady which had made its first approaches with insidious slowness was now advancing upon the sufferer with appalling rapidity. Every day the hectic of the dying woman's cheek took a more feverish brightness, the glassy eye a more awful light. Maurice felt that there was no time to be lost. His eyes, less accustomed to the aspect of the invalid than the eyes of kindred who had seen her daily throughout the progress of decline, clearly perceived that the end was not far off. Whatever secrets were hidden in that proud heart must be speedily revealed, or would remain buried there till the end of time. Yet how was he, almost a stranger, to win confidence which had been refused to a son? He tried his uttermost to conciliate Mrs. Trevenard by small attentions. He adjusted the window curtain so as to temper the light for those weary eyes. He arranged the invalid's pillow as tenderly as Martin could have done. He read to her, sometimes reading passages of Scripture which she herself selected, and which were frequently of an awful and denunciatory character, the cry of prophets and holy men against the iniquities of their age. Those portions of Holy Writ which he himself chose were of a widely different tone. He read all that is most consoling, most tender in the Gospel. The words he chose were verily messengers of peace. And even that stubborn heart was touched. The woman who had prided herself on her own righteousness felt that she was a sinner. One afternoon, when Maurice and Mrs. Trevenard were alone by the fireside, Martin and his father being both at Seacombe Market, and old Mrs. Trevenard being confined to her room, with a sharp attack of rheumatism, the invalid appeared struck by the young man's kindness in remaining with her. "I should be dull company for you at the best of times," she said, "and it's worse for you now that I'm so ill. Why don't you go for a ride or a drive and enjoy the country, instead of sitting in this dismal room with me?" "I am very glad to keep you company, Mrs. Trevenard," he answered kindly. "You must find time heavy on market days when there's no one here." "Yes, the hours seem very long. I make one of the girls sit here at her needlework. But that's almost worse than loneliness, to hear the click, click, click of the needle, and see the girl sitting there with no more sense in her than a statue, or not so much, for a statue does no harm. And then one gets thinking of the past, and the things we have done which we ought not to have done, and the things left undone which we ought to have done. It's a dreary thought. When I was well and strong and able to bustle about the house, I used to think I had done my duty in that state of life to which it had pleased God to call me. I knew that I had never spared myself or given myself up to the lusts of the flesh, such as eating and drinking and slothfulness. The hardest crust or the poorest bit of the joint was always good enough for me. I was always the first up of a morning, summer and winter, and my hands were never idle. But since I've been ill and sitting here all day, I've come to think myself a sinner. That's a hard thought, Mr. Clissold, after a life of care and labour." "Perhaps it is the best thought any of us can have," he answered. "The natural conclusion of every Christian who considers how far his highest endeavours fall short of his Master's divine example. Remember the story of the publican." And then he read that sublimely simple record of the two men who went up into the temple to pray. He had hardly finished when Mrs. Trevenard burst into tears, the first he had ever seen her shed. The sight shocked him, and yet inspired hope. "I have been like the Pharisee.
I have trusted in my own righteousness," she said at last, drying her tears.
"Dear Mrs. Trevenard," Maurice began earnestly, "there are few of us altogether blameless. There are few lives in which some wrong has not been done to others, some mistake which, perhaps, has gone far to wreck the happiness of others. The uttermost we can do, the uttermost God will demand from us, is repentance and atonement, such poor atonement, at least, as we may be able to offer for the wrong we have done. But it is a bitter thing to outstand God's hour and hold by our wrong doing; to appear before Him as obstinate sinners who know their sin, yet cleave to it." The words moved her, for she turned her face away from him and buried it on her pillow. He could see the feeble frame shaken by stifled sobs. "If you have wronged anyone, and seek to atone for that wrong now in this 11th hour," said Maurice. Mrs. Trevenard turned quickly round, interrupting him. "11th hour," she repeated. "Then they have all made up their minds that I am to die?" "Indeed, no. Your husband and son and all about you most earnestly desire your recovery. But you have been so long suffering from this trying disease without improvement that a natural fear has arisen." "They are right," she said, with a gloomy look. "I feel that my doom is upon me." "It will not shorten your days or lessen your chances of recovery if you prepare for the worst, Mrs. Trevenard," said Maurice, determined to push the question to its ultimate issue. "Many a man defers making his will from a dim notion that to make it is to bring death nearer to him; and then some day death approaches him unawares and his wishes remain unfulfilled. We must all die; so why should we not live prepared for death?" "I thought I was prepared," replied Mrs. Trevenard, "because I have clung to the Scriptures." "The Gospel imposes certain duties upon us, and if those duties are unfulfilled our holding by the Bible will avail us very little. It isn't reading the Bible, but living according to its teaching, that will make us Christians." "You talk to me boldly," said the sick woman, "as if you knew I was a sinner." "I know nothing about you, Mrs. Trevenard, except that you seem to have been a good wife and a good mother." At that word mother, Bridget Trevenard winced, as if an old wound had been touched. "But I believe that you have some heavy burden on your mind," continued Maurice, "and that you will know neither rest nor peace until that load has been lightened." "You are a shrewd judge," said Mrs. Trevenard bitterly. "And pray, how came you to think this of me?" "The conviction has grown out of various circumstances, which I need not trouble you with. I am a student of mankind, Mrs. Trevenard, a close observer by habit. Pray do not suppose that I have watched you or played the spy at your fireside. Be assured that I have no feeling but friendship towards you, that my sympathy is ready for your sorrows; and if you can be induced to trust me—" "If I could trust you," repeated Mrs. Trevenard. "If there was any one on earth I dared trust, in whose honest friendship I could believe, in whose word I dare confide the honour of a most unhappy household, Heaven knows I would turn to him gladly enough. My husband is weak and helpless, a man who would blab a bitter secret to every acquaintance he has, who would look to others to drag him out of every difficulty and make his troubled town talk. My son is hot-headed and impulsive, would take trouble too deeply to heart, and would be betrayed into some act of folly before I was cold in my grave. No, there are none of my household I dare trust." "Trust me, Mrs. Trevenard." She looked at him earnestly with her melancholy eyes, looked as if she would fain have pierced the secrets of his heart. "You are a man of the world," she said, "and therefore might be able to give help and counsel in a difficult matter. You are a gentleman, and therefore would not betray a family secret. But what reason can you have for interesting yourself in my affairs? Why should you take any trouble about me or mine?" "First, because I am honestly attached to your son; and secondly, because I felt a profound interest in your afflicted daughter." At that word the mother started up from her reclining position and looked at the speaker fixedly. "Muriel!" she exclaimed. "I did not know you had ever seen her." "I have seen her and spoken to her. I met her one evening in the copse at the bottom of the garden, and talked to her." "What did she talk about?" "You and her child." This was a random shot, but it hit the mark.
Great Heaven! She spoke to you of that? A secret of years gone by, which it has been the business of my life to hide, which I have thought of through many a wakeful night upon my weary pillow. And she told you, a stranger? I spoke to her about you, but at the word mother she shrank from me with a look of horror. Do not speak to me of my mother, she cried. What has she done with my child? That speech made a profound impression upon me, as you can imagine. The remembrance of that speech emboldens me to ask for your confidence to-day." "I saved that unhappy girl's good name," said Mrs. Trevenard. "There you doubtless did a mother's duty. But was it the maintenance of her character which occasioned the loss of her reason?" "I don't know. It is a miserable story from first to last. But since you know so much, I may as well trust you with the rest. And if, when you have heard all, you think there has been a wrong done that needs redress, you will perhaps help me to bring about that redress. Be assured of my uttermost help if you will but trust me fully." "You shall hear all," said Mrs. Trevenard decisively. She took a little of some cooling drink which always stood ready for her on the table by her easy chair, and then began the story of a family sorrow. "You have seen Muriel," she said, "and you have perceived in her wasted countenance some faint traces of former beauty. At 18 years of age she was a noble creature. She had a face which pleased and attracted every one who saw her. Her schoolmistress wrote me letters about the admiration she had excited on the breaking up day, when the gentry whose daughters attended the school met to witness the distribution of prizes. I was weak enough to shed tears of joy over those letters, weak enough to be proud of gifts which were destined to become a snare of the evil one. Muriel was clever as well as beautiful. She was always at the top of her class, always the winner of prizes. Her father and I used to read her letters again and again, and I think we both worked all the harder, looked forward to the day when Muriel would marry some gentleman farmer and would require a handsome portion. We were quite content with our own position as simple working people, but we had given Muriel the education of a lady, and we counted upon her marrying above her station. After all, she's a Trevenard, her father used to say, and the Trevenards come of as good a stock as any in Cornwall, not even barring the Penwins. Well, the time came for Muriel to come home for good. She had not spent much of her holidays at home, for there'd almost always been some of her favourite fellow pupils that wanted her company, and when she was invited to stay at gentlefolks' houses I didn't like to say no, and her father said it was a good thing for her to make friends among the gentry. So most of her holiday time had been spent out visiting, in spite of old Mrs. Trevenard, who was always grumbling about it, and saying that no good ever came of people forgetting their position. But now the time had come for Muriel to take her place beside the family hearth and share our plain, quiet life. The mother paused with a bitter sigh, vividly recalling that bygone day, and her daughter's vanished beauty, the fair young face which had smiled at her from the other side of the hearth, the happy girlish laugh, the glad young voice, the atmosphere of youth and brightness which Muriel's return had brought to the grave old homestead. Her grandmother had declared that Muriel would be dull and discontented at home, that we had made a great mistake in having her educated and brought up among her superiors in station, spoiling her by putting false notions in her head, and a good deal more of the same kind. But there was no discontent about Muriel when she came among us. She took her place as naturally as possible, wanted to help me with the dairy, or about the house, or to do anything she could to make herself useful. But I was too proud of her beauty and her cleverness to allow that. "No, Muriel," I said, "you've been educated as a lady, and you shall not be the less a lady because you've come home. Your life here may be very dull, there's no help for that, but it shall be the life of a lady. You may play the piano, and read your books, and do fancy work, and no one shall ever call upon you to soil your fingers in dairy work or housework." So when she found I was determined, she gave way and lived like a lady. Her father bought her a piano, which still stands in the best parlour. He gave her money to buy all the books she wanted. Indeed, there's nothing she could have asked of him that he would have denied her, he was so proud and fond of his only daughter.
"She brought you happiness, then, in the beginning?" said Maurice.
"Yes. There couldn't have been a better girl than Muriel was for the first year after she left school. She was always the same sweet, smiling creature, full of life, never finding the old house dull, amusing herself day after day with her books and piano, roaming about the fields and along the beach for hours together, sometimes alone, sometimes with her little brother to keep her company."
"She was very fond of her brother, I understand."
"Yes, she doted upon Martin. She taught him to read and write and cipher, and used to tell him fairy tales of an evening, between the lights, sitting in a low chair by the hearth. She sang him to sleep many a night. In fact, she took all the trouble of him off my hands. She and her grandmother got on very well together, too, and the old lady having nothing to do, Muriel and she were often companions. Mrs. Trevenard was not blind at that time, but her sight was weak, and she was glad to get Muriel to read to her. Altogether, our home seemed brighter and happier after Muriel came back to us. Perhaps we were not humble enough, or thankful enough for our happiness. Anyhow, trouble soon came."
"How did the evil begin?"
"As it almost always does. It stole upon us unawares, like a thief in the night. The Squire's eldest son, Captain Penwyn, came home on leave, before going on foreign service with his regiment, and spent a good deal of his leisure time fly fishing in the streams about here. It was splendid summer weather, and we weren't surprised at his being about the place so much, especially as folks said that he and his father didn't get on well together. Now and again he would come in on a warm afternoon and take a draught of milk, and sit and talk for half an hour or so. He was a perfect gentleman, or had the seeming of one. He was grave and thoughtful in his ways, yet full of kindness and pleasantness. He was just the last kind of man that any father and mother would have thought of shutting their door against. His manner to Muriel was as respectful as if she had been the greatest lady in the land, but he and she naturally found a good deal to say to each other, she having been educated as a lady and being able to understand and appreciate all he said."
Mrs. Trevenard paused. She was approaching the painful part of her story, and had need to nerve herself for the effort.
"Heaven knows, I had neither fear nor thought of fear at the time our sorrow came upon us. I had complete confidence in Muriel. If I had seen her surrounded by a score of admirers I should have felt no anxiety. She was a Trevenard, and the Trevenards had always been noted for beauty and pride. No female of the Trevenard family had ever been known to lower herself, or to forfeit her good name. And she came of as good a race on her mother's side. The last thing I should have thought of was that my daughter would degrade herself by listening to a dishonorable proposal. Well, time went on, and one day Muriel brought me a letter she had received from her late schoolmistress, asking her to go and stay at the school for a week or two at Michaelmas. The school was just outside Seacombe, a handsome house, standing in its own gardens, and there were very few of the pupils that were not gentlemen's daughters, or at any rate daughters of the richest farmers in the neighbourhood. Altogether, Miss Barlow's school stood very high in people's estimation, and I felt flattered by Miss Barlow's asking my daughter to visit her, now that Muriel's schooling days were over, and there was no more money to be expected from us."
Again a pause and a sigh, and a few minutes of thoughtful silence before Mrs. Trevenard resumed.
"Muriel was very much excited about the invitation. I remember the bright flush upon her cheeks as she showed me the letter, and her curious half breathless way when she asked if I would let her go, and if I thought her father would consent to her going. 'Why, you're very anxious to run away from us, Muriel,' I said. 'But that's only to be expected. Borsal End must be dull for you.' 'No, indeed, mother,' she answered quickly. 'Borsal End is a dear old place, and I've been very happy here. But I should like to accept Miss Barlow's invitation.'
'You consented, I suppose?'
'Yes. It wouldn't have been easy for us to refuse anything she asked at that time. And I think both her father and I were proud of her being made a friend of by such a superior person as Miss Barlow. So one sunny morning, at the beginning of the Michaelmas holidays, my husband drove Muriel over to Seacombe in the trap and left her with Miss Barlow. She was to stay a fortnight, and her father was to fetch her at the end of the visit. But before the fortnight was over we had a letter from Muriel, asking to be allowed to extend her visit to 3 weeks, and saying that her father needn't trouble about fetching her, as Miss Barlow would arrange for sending her home. This wounded Michael a little, being so proud of his daughter. I thought my girl would have been glad to see her father after a fortnight's separation, he said. She always used to be glad when I went over to see her on market days, and if I missed a week she used to call me unkind, and tell me how she had fretted at not seeing me. But I suppose things are changed now she's a young woman.
Did she come back at the time promised?
No, it was 2 or 3 days over the 3 weeks when she returned. She came in a hired fly from Seacombe, and I had never seen her look more beautiful or more a lady than she looked when she stepped out of the carriage in front of the porch. Ah, I thought to myself, she looks as if she was born to hold a high position in the county. And I thought of Captain Penwyn, and what a match he would be for her. I did not think he was a bit too good for her. There's no knowing what may happen, I said to myself. Well, from this time forward she had a strange fitful way with her, sometimes all brightness and happiness, sometimes low-spirited. Her grandmother noticed the change, and said it was the consequence of over-education. You've reared up your child to have all kinds of wishes and fancies that you can't understand or satisfy, she said, and have made her unfit for her home. I wouldn't believe this. Yet, as the time went on, I could see clearly enough that Muriel was not happy.
Again a heavy sigh and a brief pause.
Captain Penwyn left Cornwall about this time to join his regiment in Canada, and after he had gone I observed that Muriel's low spirits, which had been fitful before, became continual. She evidently struggled with her grief, tried to amuse herself with her books and piano, tried to interest herself in little Martin, but it was no use. I have often gone into the best parlor where she sat and found her in tears. I have asked her the cause of her despondency, but she always put me off with some answer. She had been reading a book that affected her, or she had been playing a piece of music which always made her cry, and I noticed that at this time she rarely played any music that was not melancholy. If she began anything bright and gay, she always broke down in it, and her father sometimes asked her what had become of all her lively tunes. All at once it struck me that perhaps she had grown attached to Captain Penwyn, little as they had seen of each other, and that she was fretting at his absence. Yet I thought this would be too foolish for our Muriel. Or perhaps she had been wounded by his indifference to her. A girl accustomed to so much admiration as she had received might expect to make conquests. I used to puzzle myself about the cause of her sadness for hours together as I went about the house, but in all my thoughts of Muriel I never imagined anything near the horrible truth. She stopped, clasped her hands before her face, and then went on hurriedly. One night, when Muriel was sitting by this hearth, with her brother in her arms singing to him, she broke down suddenly, and began to sob hysterically. Her father was frightened out of his wits, and came fussing about her in a way to make her worse, but I put my arm round her and led her to her own room. When we were together there she flung herself upon my breast, and then the awful truth came out. A child was to be born in this house, a child whose birth must be hidden, whose father's name was never to be spoken.
Did she tell you all the truth?
She told me nothing. There was a secret, she said. A secret she had solemnly sworn to keep, come what might. She asked me to trust her, to believe in her honor, in spite of all that seemed to condemn her. She asked me to send her away somewhere, to some quiet corner of the earth where no one need know her name or anything about her. But I told her there was no corner of the earth so secret that slander and shame would not follow her, and no hiding place so safe as her father's house. If you were to go away it would set people talking, I said.
There may have been a secret marriage, suggested Maurice.
I asked her that question, but she refused to answer. I cannot believe that she would have kept back the truth from me, her mother, in that hour of agony. I asked her if George Penwyn was the villain who had brought this misery upon us, but this question also she refused to answer. She had made a promise that sealed her lips, she said. I must think the worst of her if I could not trust her."
"Would it not have been better and wiser to believe in your daughter's honour even in the face of circumstances that seemed to condemn?" asked Maurice, with a touch of reproach.
"Who can be wise when they see all they have most loved and honoured suddenly snatched away from them? The discovery of my daughter's dishonour was more bitter to me than her sudden death would have been. When I left her that night, my prayer was that she might die, and her sorrow and her blighted name go down unknown to the grave. A wicked prayer, you think, no doubt; but you have never passed through such an agony as I felt that night. I lay awake thinking what was to be done. I had no doubt in my own mind that George Penwyn was the man who had slain my daughter's soul. There was no one else I could suspect. When I rose at daybreak next morning I had my plan, in some measure, settled."
Maurice listened breathlessly. He felt that he was on the threshold of the household mystery, the sacrifice that had been made to the family's good name.
"Whenever any of us were ill, old Mrs. Trevenard used to doctor us. She has all kinds of recipes for medicines to cure small ailments. It was only when a case was very bad that we sent for a doctor. Now, my first precaution was to remove Muriel to the room above her grandmother's, a room cut off from the rest of the house, as you know, and to place her under old Mrs. Trevenard's care, in such a manner that the house servant we had only one then had no chance of approaching her. To do this, of course, I had to tell Mrs. Trevenard the secret. You may suppose that went hard with me, but the old lady behaved well throughout my trouble, and never spoke a reproachful word of Muriel. 'Let her come to me, poor lamb,' she said. 'I'll stand by her, come what may.' So we moved Muriel to that out-of-the-way room, and I told her father that she was ill with a slight attack of low fever, and that I thought it wisest to place her in her grandmother's care. He was very anxious and fidgety about her, and a dreadful gloom seemed to fall upon the house. I know that I went about my daily work with a heart that was ready to break."
"It must have been a hard time indeed," said Maurice compassionately. End of Volume 2, Chapter 11, Part 1. Volume 2, Chapter 11, Part 2 of A Strange World by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. Lost to her place in name. Part 2.
It was so hard as to try my faith in God's goodness. My heart rebelled against His decrees. But just when my despair was deepest, Providence seemed to come to my help in a most unlooked-for manner. It was winter at this time, near the end of winter, and very severe weather. The moors were covered with snow, and no one came near Borsel from one week's end to another. One evening, about dusk, I was leaving the dairy, which is detached from the house, and crossing the yard to go back to the kitchen, when I saw a man and woman looking over the yard gate, the snow beating down upon them, two as miserable objects as you could see. My heart was hardened against others by my own grief, so I called to them to go away. I had nothing to give them. 'If we go away from here, it will be to a certain death,' answered the man. 'As you are a Christian, give us a night's shelter. We left Seacombe early this morning to walk to Penwyn Manor, having a letter recommending us to the squire's charity, but the walk was longer and more difficult than we knew, and here we are at dark, just half-way on our journey. I don't ask much from you, only enough to save us from perishing. A night's lodging in one of your empty barns.' This was an appeal I could not resist. There was room enough to have sheltered 20 such wanderers. So I took these two up to a hayloft that was seldom used, and gave them a truss of old hay for a bed, and I carried them a loaf and a jug of milk with my own hands. I don't know what put it into my head to wait upon them myself, instead of sending the servant to them, but I think it pleased me to do this humble office, knowing how low my daughter had fallen, and feeling as if there were some kind of atonement in my humility. These people were not common wanderers. I soon discovered that they were very different from the tramps who came prowling about the place in summer, begging or stealing whenever they had a chance. The woman was a pretty-looking, gentle creature, who seemed deeply grateful for small kindnesses. She had not long recovered from a serious illness, the husband told me, and her delicate looks confirmed his statement. The man spoke well, if not exactly like a gentleman, and his clothes, though worn almost to rags, were not the clothes of a working man. I fancied that he was a lawyer's clerk, or perhaps, from his fluency of speech, a broken-down Methodist parson.
"He spoke like a man accustomed to speaking in public, then, I conclude," said Maurice.
"Yes, that was the impression he gave me," replied Mrs. Trevenard. "I went back to the house after having made them tolerably comfortable in the loft," she continued, "and all that night I lay awake thinking about these two people. They seemed to have dropped from the skies, somehow, so suddenly and unexpectedly had they come upon me in the winter dusk. And it came into my head, in that weary night, that they were instruments of Providence sent to help me in my trouble. I had no clear thought of what they would do for me; but I felt that since I should be compelled to trust someone by and by, with some part of our fatal secret, it would be easier and better to trust waifs and strays like these, who might wander away and carry their knowledge with them, than anybody else. Neighbor or friend I dared not trust. My sole hope lay among strangers."
"Did none of the farm people know of these wanderers' arrival?" asked Maurice.
"No. The men were at their supper when I took these people to the loft. It was a loft over an empty stable, and was only used at odd times for a surplus supply of fodder. I knew it was safe enough as a hiding place so long as the people kept tolerably quiet. I had warned them against making their presence known, as my husband was a hard man, Heaven forgive me for so great a falsehood, and might object to their being about the place. Well, the snow came down thicker than ever next morning, and to try and find a path across the moor would have been madness. Those most accustomed to the country round would have been helpless in such weather. So I took the people in the loft a warm, comfortable breakfast of coffee and bread and bacon, and I told them that they might stay till the weather changed.
They were grateful, I suppose.
They thanked and blessed me with tears. I was ashamed to receive their thanks, knowing my selfish thought had been only of my own trouble, and how little I had cared for their distress. The man told me that his name was Eden, and that he was a broken-down gentleman. I think he said he had been in the army and had wealthy relations, but they had discarded him, and after trying to earn his living by the use of his talents, he had fallen into extreme poverty. He and his wife had come to Cornwall, having heard that living was cheap in the west of England. I gathered from him that he had tried to pick up a living by teaching, but had failed, and was at last compelled to leave his lodgings, and in his extremity had determined to appeal to Squire Penwyn, whom he had heard of as a wealthy man. For that purpose he had rashly attempted to walk across the moor, the snow having held off for a little with his weakly wife. "Heaven help you if you had found your way to the old squire," I told him. "He's not the man to do much for you." I told them both that they might stay until the weather was better, or stay till Mrs. Eden had picked up her strength by means of rest and good plain food, provided they kept themselves quiet in the loft; and they blessed me again as if I had been their good angel.
It was a welcome boon, no doubt.
In the course of that day it came out that Mrs. Eden had not long before lost her first baby, and that she had fretted for it a good deal. This confirmed my idea that these people were instruments sent me by Providence, and I laid my plans and arranged everything clearly in my own mind. A fortnight went by, and the snow began to melt in the valleys, and our men had hard work to keep the place from being flooded. Michael was out all day helping to cut drains to carry the water off the stackyard. As the weather brightened, Mr. Eden seemed to get uneasy in his mind. "You'll be wanting to get rid of us, ma'am," he said. "The wayfarers must resume their journey through the wilderness of life." But I told him he could stay till the weather was milder, on account of his sickly wife. I was not ready for them to leave yet awhile.
"And in all this time no one discovered them?" asked Maurice.
"No. That part of the premises lies out of every one's way. You may go and look at it to-morrow, if you like, and see what a deserted corner it is. They had a fright once or twice, heard the men's voices near, but no one ever approached the loft. I took care to pay my visits to them at meal times when there was no one about to see me. I always kept my dairy under lock and key, and I used to put the supplies for my pensioners in the dairy. It was easy to carry things from the dairy to the loft without being observed. I fed them well, gave them a few old books to read, and gave Mrs. Eden working materials and a piece of calico to make underclothes for herself and a useful gown or two into the bargain. I had ample stores of all kinds hoarded up, and it was easy enough for me to be charitable. Your pensioners did not grow tired of their retreat. Far from it. They had suffered too much from actual want not to be thankful for food and shelter which cost them nothing. Mr. Eden told me that he had never been happier than in that loft. I had contrived to take them over blankets and a few old cushions to sit upon, and many other comforts by degrees. Mrs. Eden's health had wonderfully improved. One day, after she had been talking to me of the child she had lost, I asked her if she could love and cherish a motherless infant confided to her care. She said she could indeed, with all her heart, and her whole face softened at the thought. It was a kind and gentle face at all times. I asked her no further questions upon the subject, but I felt full confidence in her. A week after that I took her a new-born babe in the dead of the night, a sweet little lily-faced creature dressed in the baby clothes my own fingers had stitched for my own first-born child, Muriel. Heaven knows what I suffered that night when I laid the innocent lamb in Mrs. Eden's arms. She only half wakened, and scared by the suddenness of my coming. I had meant to tell her that the infant was the child of one of my servants, but when the time came I could not utter the lie. I told her only that the child was motherless, and that I confided it to her care from that hour, and that on consideration of Mr. Eden and herself taking the babe into their keeping and bringing it up as their own, I would give them a good sum of money to start them in a respectable way of life. But before I did they must pledge themselves never again to appear at Bourselend, or anywhere in the neighbourhood of Bourselend, and never to make any application to me on account of the child. From the hour they left Bourselend the child would belong wholly to them, and there would be no link to connect it with me. I said all this hurriedly that night, but I repeated it again next day in a formal manner, and made them take a solemn oath upon my Bible, binding them to perform their part of the bond.
Did they stay long at Borsel after the child's birth?
Only 5 days, for I dreaded lest the baby's crying should be heard by anyone about the place. Mrs. Eden took great care of the helpless little thing, and kept it wonderfully quiet, but the fear of its crying haunted me day and night. I was always fancying I heard it. I used to start up from my pillow in the dead of the night with the sound of that child's crying in my ears, and used to wonder my husband was not awakened by it, although it would not have been possible for the sound to reach our bedroom if the child had cried its loudest. But though I knew this, the sound haunted me all the same, and I determined that the Edens should start directly it was reasonably safe for the infant to be moved. The weather was now mild and dry, the mornings were light soon after 6 o'clock.
How did you get them away secretly?
That was my great difficulty. There was no possibility of going away in any vehicle. They must go on foot and make their way back to Seacombe. At Seacombe they would take the train and get out of the county. After thinking it over a long time, I decided that the safest thing would be for them to leave at 6:30 o'clock in the morning, when the men would be all in the fields. I knew exactly what was going forward upon the farm, and could make my plans accordingly. It would be easy for me to take care that the maid-servant was safely employed indoors, and could see nothing of Mr. and Mrs. Eden's departure.
Did you give these people much money?
All that I possessed in the world, my secret savings of years. Good as my husband is, and well-to-do though we were from the beginning, it had pleased me to save a little money that was quite my own, to dispose of as I pleased, unquestioned by Michael. I had wronged no one in saving this money, it was all the result of small economies and of self-denial. My husband had given me a £5 note for a new gown, and I put the money away, and turned my last silk gown instead of buying a new one, or I had reared a brood of choice poultry and sold them to a neighbouring farmer. The money was honestly come by, and it amounted to over £200 in notes and gold. I gave it to the Edens in a lump. Now remember that this is to start you in life, I said to them, finally, and that on consideration of this you take the responsibility of this child's maintenance henceforward, and that she shall be called by your name, and as you thrive she shall thrive. This they pledged themselves to most solemnly. Mrs. Eden seemed honestly attached to the desolate baby already, and I had no fear that it would be unkindly treated. Desperate as my necessities were, I do not think I could have entrusted that helpless infant to any one of whose kindness I had not felt confident.
Was the child christened when it left Morsel End? Asked Maurice. He had a reason for thinking this question of considerable importance.
No. I might have baptized it myself had it been in danger of death. But the child was well enough and seemed in a fair way to live. I told Mr. and Mrs. Eden to have it christened as soon as they had left Cornwall and settled themselves in a new neighbourhood.
Did you tell them what name to call the infant?
No. It was to be their child henceforward. It was their business to choose its name.
They got safely away, I suppose?
Yes, they left secretly and safely, just as I had planned. I shall never forget that grey morning in the chilly spring weather and the last glimpse I had of those two wanderers, the woman with the child nestled to her breast, wrapped in my Muriel's blue cloak, the cloak it had been such pleasure to me to quilt when I was a young woman.
Mrs. Trevenard sighed bitterly.
I can remember sitting in this room at work at the beginning of my married life, she said dreamily, thinking what a grand thing it was to be married and the mistress of a large house and a prosperous farm. I look back upon my life now, 39 years of wedded life, and think how heavily the care of it weighs against the happiness, and what a life of toil it has been. Heaping up riches, and ye not know who shall gather them.
Did you never hear any more of Mr. and Mrs. Eden or the child? Asked Maurice, most anxious to hear all that was to be told by lips that must ere long be silent.
From that day to this, not a word. They have kept their promise. Whether they prospered or failed, I know not. They were neither of them past the prime of life, and there seemed to me no reason why they should not get on pretty well in some small trade, such as I advised them to try, beginning humbly with a part of their little capital. Heaven knows what may have become of them. The child may be dead years ago, taking that quiet rest which will soon be mine. Or she may be living. She may have grown up beautiful, good, and clever, such a grandchild as you would be proud to own. I should never be proud of a nameless child, answered Mrs. Trevenard gloomily.
The child you banished may not have been without a name. Forgive me if I speak plainly. Far be it from me to reproach you. I offer you sympathy and help if help be possible. But I think you acted precipitately throughout this sad business. What if there were a secret marriage between your daughter and Captain Penwyn? Such a marriage might easily have taken place during the 3 weeks that your daughter was away from home, ostensibly on a visit to her late schoolmistress. Did you never question that lady?
It was not possible for me to do so. Miss Barlow retired from business very soon after Muriel's visit, and her school passed into the hands of strangers. She went abroad to live, and I could never find out where to communicate with her. But even if I had known where to address her, I should have feared to write lest my letter should compromise Muriel. My one all-absorbing desire was to hide the disgrace that Providence had been pleased to inflict upon our family, doubtless as a chastisement for our pride.
What effect upon your daughter had the loss of her child?
Ah, that was terrible. After the baby's birth, Muriel had a fever. It arose from no want of care or good nursing, for old Mrs. Trevenard nursed her with unceasing devotion, and there couldn't be a more skilful nurse than my mother-in-law. But Muriel missed the child, and the loss of it preyed upon her mind. And then, in her feverish delirium, she fancied I had taken the baby away and murdered it. We had a fearful time with her, old Mrs. Trevenard and I, while that delusion lasted, but by care we brought her through it all, As the fever passed off, she grew more reasonable, and understood that I had sent away the child to save her good name. But she was different in her manner to me from what she had been. She never kissed me or asked me to kiss her, or seemed to care to have me near her. I could see that my only daughter was estranged from me forever. She clung to her grandmother, and it was as much as I could do by and by to get her to come downstairs and sit among us. I was very anxious to do this, if it was only to pacify her father, for he had been anxious and fidgety all the time she was away from us, and after the Edens had taken the baby away, I had been obliged to call in a doctor from Seacombe just to satisfy Michael. The doctor listened to all that Mrs. Trevenard told him about Muriel, and just echoed what she said, and did neither good nor harm by his coming." "And your daughter resumed her place in the family?" "She came among us and sat by the fire reading, or sometimes singing to little Martin, but she seemed in all things like the ghost of her former self, and it was heart-breaking to see her poor pale face. She would sit with her melancholy eyes fixed on the burning logs for half an hour at a time, lost in thought. You may judge how I felt towards the wretch who had worked this evil, when I saw his victim sitting there joyless and hopeless, she who might have been so bright and glad but for him. Her father was dreadfully cut up by the change in Muriel. He would hang over her sometimes, calling her his poor faded child, and asking her what he could do to make her happy and to bring the roses back to her cheeks. And sometimes, to please him, she would brighten up a little, and pretend to be her old glad self. But anyone could see how hollow her smile was. I never said my prayers night or morning without praying God to avenge my daughter's great wrongs, and it never seemed to me that such a prayer was sinful." "Did your daughter ask you what had become of her child?" "I saved her the pain of asking that question. As soon as the reason returned after the fever, I told her that the child was in safe hands with kind people, and would be well cared for, and that she need give herself no anxiety about its fate. 'Let that dark interval in your life be forgotten, Muriel,' I said, 'and may God forgive you as freely as I do now.' She made no answer, except to bow her head gently, as if in assent." "How was it that her mind gave way after this recovery?" "I am coming to that presently. That was the heaviest blow of all. Just when I was beginning to hope time would work her cure, just when I fancied I could see a glimmer of the old smile brightening her pale face now and then, the blow fell. We were sitting round this hearth one evening, Muriel and her grandmother and little Martin and I, when Michael came in looking very much agitated. We asked him what was the matter. 'The saddest thing I ever heard of for many a year,' he answered. 'Well, we've all got our troubles. There's been bad news for the squire up at Penwyn.' Muriel started up with a faint cry, but I caught hold of her, and squeezed her hand tight, to warn her against saying anything that might betray her. 'Dreadful news,' Michael went on. 'Captain George, the eldest son, the one we know so well, has been murdered by the savages. Lord only knows what those red devils did to him. Scalped him, they say, tied him to a tree, and tortured him.' Muriel gave one long piercing scream and dropped upon the stone floor. We lifted her up and carried her to bed, and the doctor was sent for post haste. I was sore afraid she would let out her secret in her father's hearing or the doctor's, when she came round out of that death-like swoon; but I need not have feared. Her mind was quite gone, and all her talk was mere disjointed raving. From that day to this she has been the helpless, hopeless creature you have seen her. We have kept her out of a madhouse by keeping her close, under old Mrs. Trevenard's care. We have done all we could think of to soften the misery of her state, but she has never, for the briefest interval, recovered her reason. And now I have told you all, Mr. Clissold, without reserve, confessing the wrong I have done as freely as when I acknowledge my sins to my God." The sick woman sank back upon the pillows, pale to the lips. That indomitable strength of will which had been ever the distinguishing mark of her character had sustained her throughout this prolonged effort; and deeply as he compassionated the sufferer's state, Maurice felt that it was vital to obtain from her at once, and without delay, all the information she could give him. "I am grateful to you for having honoured me with your confidence, Mrs. Trevenard," he said kindly,
And now that you have so fully trusted me, receive once more my solemn promise to do all that may lie in my power to obtain justice for your daughter and your daughter's child. I am inclined to think that Captain Penwyn may have been less base than you believe him, and that his unhappy death alone may have prevented his making some atonement, or revealing the fact of a secret marriage between himself and your daughter. I can hardly think that a girl brought up as your daughter was brought up could be so easy a victim as you imagine her to have been. My endeavour shall be to ascertain the truth upon this point of marriage or no marriage. A young London clergyman, a friend of mine, has told me many a curious fact connected with private marriages, stray leaves of family history, and I see no reason why this Captain Penwyn, who impressed you as an honourable and a well-meaning man, should not have contracted such a union with your daughter." "God grant that it was so!" ejaculated Mrs. Trevenard. "I should go down to my grave with an easier mind if I could believe George Penwyn something less of a villain than I have considered him for the last 20 years. When I heard of his dreadful death in the Canadian forest, I said to myself, 'The Almighty Avenger of all wrongs has heard my prayer.'" "It shall be my endeavour to find your granddaughter," said Maurice. "I have a curious fancy upon that point, but perhaps a foolish fancy, and therefore hardly worth speaking about." "Pray tell me what it is." "It is really too foolish, and might only mislead you. All I ask is that you will give me any detail which may help me in my attempt to discover the girl you entrusted to Mr. and Mrs. Eden. What kind of man was this Mr. Eden, for instance?" The sound of wheels rolling towards the door prevented this question being answered. In another moment the dog-cart drew up before the porch, father and son alighted and came into the room, bringing a gust of fresh moorland air along with them. The opportunity of obtaining further detail from Mrs. Trevenard was gone for the time being, and it might be long before Maurice again found himself alone with her, or found her inclined to speak. He heartily wished that the attractions of Seacombe Market, or of the homely hostelry where the farmers eat their substantial 2 o'clock dinner, had detained Michael Trevenard and his son just a little longer. The invalid was more cheerful that evening than she had been for a long time, and something of the old air of domestic comfort seemed to return to the homestead parlour as Maurice and the family sat at tea. Both her husband and son noticed the improvement. "You must be rare good company," said the farmer, "for Bridget looks ever so much brighter for spending the afternoon with you. Cheer up, old lady, we may cheat the doctors after all," he added, bending over his wife affectionately as he handed her a cup of tea, the only refreshment she now enjoyed. "The doctors may have their own way about me, Michael," answered Mrs. Trevenard, "if I can only go down to my grave with my mind pretty easy." Her son drew his chair beside hers after tea, and sat with his hand in hers, clinging to her with melancholy fondness, sadly expectant of the coming day when there would be nothing on this earth more distant from him than that motherly hand. Maurice Clissold had pledged himself to spend the next day at Penwyn, where there was to be a cottagers' flower show in which Mrs. Penwyn and Miss Bellingham were deeply interested. It was the squire's wife who had organized the annual exhibition, and stimulated the love of floriculture in the peasant mind by the offers of various useful and attractive prizes: a silver watch, a handsome rosewood tea-caddy, a delft dinner service, a copper tea-kettle; prizes which were dear to the tastes of the competing floriculturists, and which were eagerly competed for. The most gigantic yellow roses, the longest and greenest cucumbers, the finest bunches of grapes, the most mathematically correct dahlias were produced within a 10-mile radius of Penwyn; and by this simple means the cottage gardens and flower-pots and latticed casements which Mrs. Penwyn beheld in her walks and drives were things of beauty and a perennial source of joy. The show was held in a vast circular marquee erected in the grounds of the manor house. Lady Cheshunt was one of the lady adjudicators, and sat in state, gorgeously attired in a tea-leaf coloured silk, fearfully and wonderfully made by a Regent Street dressmaker, who tyrannized over her customers, and seemed to gratify a malicious disposition by inflicting hideous combinations of form and colour upon her too submissive patronesses. "I really can't say I think it pretty, dear Lady Cheshunt," said Madge, when her friend asked her opinion of this tea-leaf coloured abomination. "No more do I, my love," replied the dowager calmly, "but it's strikingly ugly. All your county people will be blazing in what they call pretty colours. This dirty greenish brown is chic." After the cottage flower show came a German tea for the gentlefolks, and croquet, and archery, and the usual amount of indiscriminate flirtation which accompanies these sports. Maurice found himself amongst pleasant, sunshiny people, and almost enjoyed himself, which seemed in somewise treason against Justina. But even in those piny glades, while the click of the croquet balls was sounding to an accompaniment of silvery laughter, his fancy went back to the Bloomsbury parlour, and the happy hours he had wasted there, and he longed to sit in his old corner reading Victor Hugo, or sipping tea out of the dragon china. It was late when he drove back to Borsel in Michael Trevenard's dog-cart, which had been placed at his disposal for the day. When he came down to breakfast next morning, Mrs. Trevenard's chair was empty. This startled him, for ill as she was, she had been rigidly regular in her habits, coming downstairs at 8 o'clock every morning, and only retiring when the rest of the family went to bed. On questioning Mr. Trevenard, he heard that the invalid was much weaker this morning. She had not been able to rise. "It's a bad sign when Bridget gives way," added Michael despondently. "She's not one to knock under while she has strength to bear up against her weakness." The next day and the next the chair remained empty. Maurice hung about the farm, hardly knowing what to do with himself in this time of trouble, yet nowise willing to desert his post. On the third day he was summoned to Mrs. Trevenard's room. Phoebe, the housemaid, came in quest of him to an old orchard, where he was fond of smoking his cigar. "Missus is very bad, sir, and I believe she's asked to see you," said the girl, breathless. Maurice hurried to the house and to Mrs. Trevenard's room. Husband and son were standing near the bed, and the dying woman lay with her hand clasped in Martin's, her eyes looking with a strangely eager expression towards the door. At the sight of Maurice her wan face brightened ever so little, and she gave a faint choking cry. "Want tell you something," she gasped half inarticulately. He went close to the bed and leaned over her. "Dear Mrs. Trevenard, I am listening." "A Bible gave family Bible." That was all. She spoke no more after this, and before nightfall the windows were darkened at Borsel End, and the careful housewife had gone to that land where there is no thought of sordid things. End of Volume 2, Chapter 11. Volume 2, Chapters 12 and 13 of A Strange World by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12. Thou hast all seasons for thine own, O Death. What was it that Mrs. Trevenard would have told when death sealed her lips forever? This was the question which Maurice Clissold asked himself many a time in those dismal days at Borsel End, when the house was darkened, while he and Martin sat together in friendly silence full of sympathy, and for the most part alone, Mr. Trevenard preferring the solitude of the best parlour in this day of affliction. What was that circumstance or detail which she would have told him, and what clue to the mystery was he to discover from those two words, family Bible, the only words that he had been able clearly to gather from the dying woman's disjointed speech? He suffered Martin to give full sway to his grief, staunch in friendship, prompt with sympathy, but never attempting to strangle sorrow with set speeches of consolation. And then one evening when Michael Trevenard had gone to bed, worn out with grief, and when Martin was more composed and resigned than he had been since his mother's death, Maurice approached the subject which absorbed all his thoughts just now. He had told Martin that Mrs. Trevenard had given him her confidence, but he had also told him that the circumstances she had confided to him must remain a profound secret. "She has entrusted me with a hidden page of your family history, Martin," he said. "If ever I can set right the wrong that has been done, not by your mother, she may have been mistaken in her course of action, but she has deliberately wronged no one. You shall know all. But if I fail, the secret must remain a secret to the end of my life." "How good you are!" cried Martin. "Can I ever be grateful enough for your interest in our troubles?" "My dear Martin, there is less cause for gratitude than you imagine. I have a reason of my own for being eager in this matter, a foolish reason perhaps, and most certainly a selfish one. So let there be no talk of gratitude on your part." This evening, finding Martin in a more comfortable frame of mind, Maurice deemed it safe to question him. "You heard what your poor mother said to me on her deathbed," he began.
Every word. She was wandering, I think, poor dear soul."
"I hardly think that, Martin. There was so much expression in her face as she looked at me, and she seemed so eager to tell me something. I feel sure that there was some additional circumstance, some previously forgotten detail of the story she had told me which she wanted to communicate in that last hour. Something relating to a family Bible. Will you let me see your family Bible, Martin?" "Certainly. It is kept where all the world can see it. All the world of Borsal End, at least. It is on the side table in the best parlor. My poor father was reading it this afternoon. I'll go and get it." Martin took one of the candles and went into the next room, whence he speedily returned carrying a substantial folio bound in brown leather. This was the family Bible, a goodly volume profusely garnished with old-fashioned woodcuts, and printed in a large fat-faced type on thick ribbed paper mellowed to a yellowish hue by the passage of years. On the fly-leaf were recorded the births, marriages, and deaths of the Trevenards for the last 150 years, but beyond this plain straightforward catalogue the page held nothing. There was the first inscription, in ink of a faded brownish hue, recording the marriage of Stephen Trevenard of Treworgy with Justina Penrose of St. Austell, July 14, 1773, a marriage from which the Borsal End branch of the Trevenards had arisen; and the last entry in Michael Trevenard's sprawling penmanship recording the death of Bridget, the beloved wife, etc., etc. Maurice read every line of that family catalogue. Muriel's birth, Martin's, but there was nothing here to suggest the faintest clue to Mrs. Trevenard's dying words. Then carefully and leaf by leaf he went through the volume, looking for any stray document which might lurk between the pages. Here he found a withered flower, with its faint ghost-like odor of departed sweetness; there a scrap of sacred poetry copied in a girlish hand; such a pretty, graceful penmanship which he surmised to be Muriel's. Yes, here was one half sheet of note-paper, with an extract from Milton's hymn signed "Muriel Trevenard, Christmas, 1851. "May I keep this scrap of paper, Martin?" he asked. It struck him that it might at some future time be well for him to possess a specimen of Muriel Trevenard's writing, ready to be compared with any other document. "By all means," answered Martin. "Poor girl! She used to be so fond of poetry. Many a quaint old Scottish ballad has she repeated to me, learned out of some old books my father had picked up for her at a stall in Seacombe Market." Beyond those loose leaves of manuscript poetry and those stray flowerets, Maurice's most careful search could discover nothing between the pages of the family Bible. He began to think that Martin was right, and that those last words of Mrs. Trevenard were but the meaningless babble of a mind astray, with no more significance than Falstaff's dying talk of fair green fields familiar to his boyhood, or ever he had learned to find pleasure in midnight carouses or the company of Mistress Tearsheet. "By the by," said Martin suddenly, while his friend sat with his arms folded on the sacred volume, deep in thought, "there's a Bible somewhere that belonged to my great-grandmother, a Bible I can just remember when I was a little chap, before Muriel's wits went astray, a Bible with queer old pictures in it, which I was very fond of looking at. Not a big folio like this, but a thick, dumpy volume, bound in black leather with a brass clasp. My mother generally used it when she read the Scriptures of a Sunday evening, and it was called Mother's Bible." "Was there anything written in it?" asked Maurice. "Yes, there was writing upon the first page, I believe." "How long is it since you saw that Bible, Martin?" "How long?" echoed Martin meditatively. "Oh, ever so many years. Why, I don't remember having seen that book since I was quite a little lad." "Did you ever see it after your sister's mind went wrong?" "That's asking too much. I can't remember so closely as that. And yet, on reflection, I don't think I ever did see it after Muriel's long illness. I was sent to Helston Grammar School just at that time, and I certainly don't remember ever having seen that Bible after I went to school. However, I dare say it's somewhere about the house. Nothing is ever lost at Borsal. That Bible is among my poor mother's stores, most likely. She was always a great hand for keeping old things." "I should like very much to see it if you could find it for me by and by, Martin." By and by meant when that solemn presence of the dead which set its seal upon all things at Borsal had been removed from the old farmhouse. "I'll look for it among mother's books next week," said Martin. There are a good many books upon the old walnut wood chest of drawers in her bedroom. Maurice stayed at Borsal all through that dismal week, though he received a very kind letter from Mrs. Penwyn, begging him to take up his abode at the Manor House for the rest of his stay in Cornwall. He felt that it would be a hard thing to leave Martin in the house of gloom, and he knew that his presence there was some kind of comfort, even to Michael Trevenard, who had given way to complete despondency since his wife's death. The look of the place was so strange to him without Bridget, he complained. For 39 years she had been the chief person in that house, the prop and stay of all things, the axis upon which the wheel of life turned. The farmer knew that he owed her the maintenance and increase of his fortune. It was Bridget's help, Bridget's indefatigable spirit, guiding and sustaining him, which had made him rich enough to buy Borsal, had the squire been disposed to sell it. She had taught him to hoard his money, she had held him back from all share in the boisterous pleasures of his class. But she had kept his table liberally, provided assiduously for all his creature comforts, and in a drowsy, monotonous way had made life very easy to him. He looked round him now, and seeing her vacant chair, wondered what he was to do with the remnant of his days. The silent horror of the house stupefied him. He went in and out of the rooms in a purposeless manner. He looked into the kitchen where the two girls sat stitching away at their black gowns, and looking forward to the funeral as a ceremonial in which it was rather a grand thing to be concerned. He went into old Mrs. Trevenard's bedroom, to which apartment the old lady was still confined by that chronic rheumatic gout which at times crippled her. Here he sat himself down by the fireside, drearily, with his elbows on his knees, looking at the fire, silent for most of the time, and shaking his head despondently when his mother essayed some feeble attempt at consolation, some scriptural phrase, which had been aired at all the deaths in the family for the last 60 years.
"I never thought that she would have gone before me," crooned the old lady. "But the Lord's ways are wonderful, and is past finding out. It's a sad thing to think that Muriel can't follow to-morrow. It will be the first time in our family that a daughter has been absent at her mother's funeral."
"Ah, poor Muriel," said the father hopelessly.
"That trouble seems harder to bear now. It would have comforted me in my loss if I had had a daughter to take my dead wife's place. Someone to look after the servants and pour my tea out of a morning. Someone to sit opposite me at table, and help me off with my coat when I came in of a wet evening."
"There's Martin," said old Mrs. Trevenard. "He ought to be a comfort to you."
"Martin's a good fellow, but he can't be what a daughter might have been. A daughter would put her arms round my neck, and cling to me, and shed her tears upon my breast; and in trying to comfort her I should almost forget my own sorrow. A daughter could fill her mother's empty place in the house, which Martin can never do. He'll be wanting to run away from home fast enough, you'll see, now his mother's gone. She had a great deal more influence over him than I ever had. Who hadn't she influence over, I wonder? Why, the very cowboys thought more of her than of me. Ah, she was a wonderful woman."
"Yes, Michael," answered his mother with a sigh.
"She was a good and faithful servant, and in such the Lord is well pleased. She never missed morning and afternoon service, let the weather be what it might on Sundays. She read her Bible diligently, and she did her duty to the best of her knowledge. If ever she was mistaken—" "She was never mistaken," interrupted the widower testily. "Bridget was always right. When Martin bought those Kerry cows, and I scolded him for buying such small, mean-looking cattle, Bridget stood by him and said she'd warrant they were good milch cows. And so they were. I never knew Bridget out of her reckoning."
The grandmother sighed. She had been thinking of something wide apart from the sordid cares of farm or homestead. Maurice attended the funeral, which took place on a chilly September afternoon, when autumn's biting blasts swept across the broad moorland and over the quiet valleys, and stripped the yellowing leaves from the orchard trees. The leaves were falling earlier than usual this year, after the long droughts and the heat of the summer. There were 3 mourning coaches, in the first of which Michael Trevenard and his son sat in solemn state. The second was occupied by Maurice, the doctor, and a neighboring farmer; the third by 3 other farmers, long-standing acquaintances of the Bourseland family. These people and their households had constituted Mrs. Trevenard's world. It was for the maintenance of her respectability in their eyes she had toiled and striven. To be deemed wealthy and honourable and upright above all other women of her class had been her desire, and she had been gratified. They followed her to the little churchyard on the brown hillside, discoursing of her virtues as they went, and declaring her the paragon of wives. They laid her in the family grave of the Trevenards, and left her there just as the sun declined, and an air of evening solitude crept over the scene. And then they went back to Bourseland, where the blinds were all drawn up, and the house had put on a factitious aspect of cheerfulness. The table was plenteously spread with sirloin and chine, fowls and ham, decanters of port and sherry, shining tea-tray and silver teapot, all the best things in the house brought out to do honour to Mrs. Trevenard's obsequies. The 4 farmers and the doctor sat down to this feast with appetites sharpened by the autumn breezes, and poor Michael took his place at the head of the table, and did his best to perform the duties of hospitality; and the funeral guests enjoyed themselves not a little during the next hour or so, though they studiously preserved the solemnity of their countenances, and threw in a sigh now and then, midway between fowl and ham, or murmured some pious commonplace upon the brevity of life, as they held their plates for a second slice of beef. "Ah," said the fattest and wealthiest of the farmers, "she was a respectable woman. There's not her equal within 20 miles of Seacombe." And this was the praise for which Mrs. Trevenard had toiled. This was the highest honour she had ever desired. 13. Fire that is closest kept burns most of all. Maurice did not leave Bourseland for some days after the funeral. He saw how Martin clung to him in this dark hour, when the sense of bereavement was still a new and strange pain to the young heart, and anxious though he was to return to his library and Justina, he lingered, loath to leave, since departure might seem unkind. When he told Martin that he had literary work to do, that young man, being aware that his friend was some manner of author, though not in the least suspecting him to be capable of poetry, Martin argued that it was just as easy to write at Bourseland as in London, easier indeed, since there was so small a chance of interruption. "I've heard you say that the great beauty of your trade is that it requires no plant, except a ream of paper and a bundle of pens," said Martin. "Did I say that? Ah, I forgot one important item. The library of the British Museum, some millions of books, more or less. I may not want to refer to them very often, perhaps, but I like to have them at my elbow." "The book you're writing is something prodigiously learned, then, I conclude," said Martin. "Not at all, but it is nice to be able to verify a quotation. But I'll tell you what I'll do with you, Martin. I'll stop at Borsel a week, if you'll promise to go to London with me when I leave. You told me that your poor mother's death would set you free." "So it will by and by, but not just yet. It would be unkind to leave father while his grief is fresh. He's so completely down." "Upon my word, Martin, I'm afraid you're right," answered Maurice. "But remember, you must come to me directly you feel at liberty to leave Borsel. Come to me and share my home, just as you would if I were your elder brother." Martin employed the day after the funeral in looking over his dead mother's hoards, a painful task, but not a difficult one. Bridget Trevenard's possessions had been kept with the most perfect neatness, every scrap of lace or ribbon folded and laid in its place; all the old-fashioned trinkets of her girlhood treasured in their various boxes; the desk and work-box of her school-days in perfect order. Strange that these trifles should be so much less perishable than their owner. But, despite his careful examination of his mother's drawers and boxes, Martin failed to find the object of his search, that old family Bible with the clasps which he had described to Maurice. The book was nowhere to be found. Martin distributed his mother's clothes, the best to old Mrs. Trevenard, to do what she liked with, the rest to the 2 handmaidens, both tolerably faithful after their manner, and honestly regretful of a mistress who, though sharp and exacting, had been just in her dealings with them, and careful of their comfort. The trinkets and work-box and desk and little collection of gift-books, chiefly of a devotional character, Martin Trevenard put away under lock and key in the old bureau opposite his mother's bed. He kept them for Muriel with the faint idea that some day the light of reason might return, if only in some small measure, to that clouded brain. "No one else has so good a right to them," he said to himself, as he put away these homely treasures, "and no one else shall have them while I live." "I suppose my dear mother must have given that Bible away," he said to Maurice, after describing his unsuccessful search. "And yet it was hardly like her to give away an old family Bible. She was the one who set so much store by old things, and above all by her religious books." At that moment there flashed across Maurice's recollection one hitherto forgotten word in the dying woman's broken sentence. "Gave family Bible." That word "gave" confirmed Martin's idea. The Bible had been given away; but to whom? And why did it concern Maurice, in his endeavour to right the wrongs of the past, to know that fact? Why, indeed, unless the Bible had been given to Mr. and Mrs. Eden, the people who took Muriel's infant? He went over in his notebook the story which Bridget Trevenard had told him. He had been careful to write down all the facts, recording every detail as closely as possible a few hours after he received that story of the past from the invalid's lips. Going over it carefully in the silence of his own room on the second night after the funeral, he came to this passage: "I made them take a solemn oath upon my Bible, binding them to perform their part of the bond." It was clear, then, that Mrs. Trevenard had carried her Bible to the loft, that the oath had been sworn upon her own Bible. Was it not likely that on so solemn an occasion as her parting with these people who were to carry the last of her race, the nameless child she discarded, away with them, she, a woman of deep religious convictions, might have given them her Bible, the most sacred gift she could bestow, symbol of good faith between them? Now, if this Bible had been given, and the name of Martin's great-grandmother Justina Trevenard was written in it, the fact would add one more link to that chain of evidence which Maurice Clissold had been putting together lately. It had entered into his mind that Justina Elgood was Muriel's daughter, the child given into the keeping of strangers, perhaps too bitter thought, the child of shame. The facts in support of this notion were not many, would have made very little impression perhaps in a court of justice; yet, though he struggled against a notion which appeared to his sober reason absurd and groundless, his fancy was taken captive, and dwelt upon the idea with a tormenting persistence. In the first place, he was a poet, and there seemed to him a curious fatality in all the circumstances connected with his presence at Borsal End. He had gone there by the merest accident, guided by that will-o'-the-wisp of a child, tramping miles across a barren moor, intruding himself on an unwilling hostess. Then, on the very first night of his habitation beneath that lonely roof, he had been visited by one who, if not a wanderer from the shadow world, was at least a ghost of the past, one who had outlived life's joys and hopes, almost its cares and sorrows. This appearance of Muriel's had at once awakened his interest in her. But for this midnight visit and the chance meeting in the hazel copse, he might have come and gone a dozen times without being aware of Muriel Trevenard's existence. This idea of destiny was, of course, a mere fanciful reason. To-night, in the silence, having gone over every word of Mrs. Trevenard's story in his notebook, he placed on record those other circumstances which had impressed him in relation to this question. 1. The fact that Justina Elgood was said to have been born at Seacombe, a curiously out-of-the-way corner of the earth. 2. Her age exactly corresponded with the age of Muriel's daughter, were she living. 3. The particularly uncommon name of Justina, a family name of the Trevenards. 4. The description of the man who had called himself Eden, a fluent speaker, a man who seemed accustomed to public speaking. 5. Matthew Elgood had lost an infant daughter at Seacombe. The fact stood recorded in the register. These Edens had also lost a child. Very little certainly all this when set down formally upon paper, but the idea floating in Maurice's mind seemed to have a stronger foundation than these meagre facts. Whence the fancy came he knew not, yet it seemed to him that for a long time he had been sceptical as to Justina's relationship to Matthew Elgood. There was so evident a superiority in the daughter to the supposed father. They were creatures of a different clay. It is just as if some clumsy delf pitcher were to pretend to be made of the same paste as Justina's dragon china tea service, he said to himself. He remembered how reticent Mr. Elgood had always been upon the subject of the past; how the little that he had even told had been told somewhat reluctantly, extorted in a manner by Maurice's questioning. He remembered Mr. Elgood's startled look when he, Maurice, had spoken for the first time of Borsall End. "I daresay after all the fancy is groundless," he said to himself, as he closed his pocket book, "and that the circumstances which have impressed me so strongly could be explained in quite a different manner. A provincial actor's wandering life may bring him to any corner of the earth, and the name Justina may have been chosen out of some novel of the day by Mrs. Elgood. But since I have promised to do my uttermost to see Muriel Trevenard righted, I am bound to sift this matter thoroughly. And again it would be hard if I were not allowed to investigate the pedigree of the woman I hope to win for my wife. The worst or the best that I can learn of my darling's parentage will make no difference in my love for her true self." For 3 or 4 days after the funeral Maurice gave himself up almost entirely to friendship, and spent his time strolling about the farm with Martin, philosophizing, consoling, talking hopefully of the future, when the young man was to come to London and carve out some kind of career for himself. But the last 2 days of his stay in Cornwall Mr. Clissold had apportioned to his own business; one day for a farewell visit to Penwyn Manor, another day for Seacombe, where he had certain inquiries and researches to make. He had arranged to leave Borsall the morning after his visit to the Manor House, and to spend the following night at a hotel in Seacombe. This would give him the whole of the day and evening in that somewhat melancholy town. He had written to Mrs. Penwyn, gratefully acknowledging her kind invitation to make the Manor House his headquarters, and explaining that his friendship for Martin obliged him to decline her hospitality. But in his heart of hearts there was another reason why he did not care to stay at Penwyn Manor or increase his intimacy with Churchill Penwyn. Justina had expressed her antipathy to that gentleman, and Maurice felt as if it were in some manner treasonable to cultivate the friendship of any man whom Justina disliked. That large madness, love, is a conglomeration of small follies. Courtesy, however, demanded that he should pay his respects to the Penwyn family before leaving Cornwall, and he had a lurking curiosity about that household, a somewhat morbid interest, perhaps, with which Justina's vague suspicions, far as they were from any thought of his own, may have had something to do. That change in Madge Penwyn, hardly to be described yet to his eye, very palpable, had puzzled him not a little. Was it possible that the husband and wife so devoted to each other a little while ago had undergone some change of feeling? That one or the other had looked back upon the sunlit path of love, and perceived that the rose bloom was fading from life's garden? No, Maurice could not for a moment believe in any lessening of Madge Penwyn's love of her husband, or Churchill's devotion to her. He had seen that little look across the crowd, which the poet has sung of, the look of utter trust and sympathy which passes between a husband and wife now and then in some busy hour of the day, amidst some friendly circle, a sudden interchange of thought or feeling, stolen from the throng. And in Madge's case he had seen a look of devotion curiously pathetic, love fraught with pity, a look of deepest melancholy. This dwelt in his memory and influenced his thoughts of Churchill Penwyn and his wife. There was some hitch, some dissonant interval in the harmony of their lives. Yet what the jarring notes could be it was hard for the student of humanity to discover. No life could seem outwardly more perfect. Churchill's position was of all positions most enviable. Just sufficient wealth for all the joys of life, an estate large enough to give him importance in his neighbourhood without the weighty responsibility of a large landowner, ambition gratified by his parliamentary success, the fairest wife that man could desire to adorn his home. And yet there were shadows on the face of husband and wife that denoted a secret trouble. In this house which held all things, the skeleton was not wanting. Can there be any ground for Justina's suspicion? Maurice asked himself. And is a clear conscience the one thing missing in Churchill Penwyn's sum of happiness? End of Volume 2, Chapters 12 and 13. Volume 2, Chapters 14 and 15 of A Strange World by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 14. For there's no safety in the realm for me. It was a dull autumnal afternoon when Maurice paid his final visit to the Manor House. That brilliant summer, which had lasted in all its heat and glory to the end of August, and even extended to September, had vanished all at once, and had given place to a bleak and early autumn. Stormy winds by night and dull grey skies by day had prevailed of late. Sad stories of disaster at sea filled many a column in the newspapers, to the relief of editors, who must needs have had recourse to gigantic gooseberries or revivified the sea serpent but for these catastrophes. Even the manor house had a gloomy look under this leaden sky. Pyramids of scarlet geraniums, thickets of many-coloured dahlias lent their gaudy hues to the scene, but the lack of sunlight made all dull. The gilded vane pointed persistently northeast. Gardeners and underlings had laboured in vain to keep the paths and lawns clear of dead leaves. Down they came in a crackling shower with every gust, emblems of decay and death. Maurice Clissold, sensitive as the poet must ever be to external influences, felt depressed by the altered aspect of the place. Within, however, all was mirth and brightness. There was the usual family group in the hall, where a mighty wood fire blazed in the antique grate with its massive ironwork, and 2 burnished brazen globes on iron standards, golden orbs that reflected the ruddy glow of the fire. The billiard players were at work. A party of young ladies playing pool industriously under the leadership of Mr. Tressilian, J.P., who was in great force in feminine circles where there was not much strain upon a man's intellect. Lady Cheshunt was in her pet chair by the fire, her complexion guarded by a tapestry banner-screen, deeply absorbed in that very French novel the iniquity whereof she had seen denounced by the critical journals. Viola Bellingham was working a point lace at a little table by the central window, and listening with rather a listless air to Sir Lewis Dallas's discourse. Neither Madge nor her husband was present. Lady Cheshunt closed her novel with a faint sigh, leaving a finger between the pages. Mr. Clissold was not so interesting as the last and worst of French novelists, yet she felt called upon to be civil to him. "How is Mrs. Penwyn?" he asked, when he had shaken hands with and duly informed himself as to the health of the distinguished dowager. "The poor child is not very well," replied her ladyship. "East wind, I suppose. I don't think we were created for a world in which the wind is perpetually in the east. On such a day as this I always wish myself in the torrid zone, the centre of Africa, anywhere where one could feel the sun. To look at that grey sky and those falling leaves is enough to give one the horrors. It's as bad as reading Young's Night Thoughts, or staying at a country house with goody people who insist upon reading one of Blair's sermons aloud on a wet Sunday afternoon." "I hope it is nothing serious," said Maurice, meaning Mrs. Penwyn's indisposition. "Oh dear no, not in the least. She is only a little out of spirits, and has been spending the morning in her own room with the baby. I dare say she will come down presently. I think she worked a little too hard last season, giving dinners to all the people Mr. Penwyn wanted to conciliate, and going everywhere he wished. She would make an admirable cabinet minister's wife, I tell her, so devoted and self-sacrificing. And I suppose, at the rate Mr. Penwyn is going on, he is sure to be in the cabinet sooner or later. A very wonderful man, so serious and self-contained. A man who never wasted a minute of his life, I should think." Madge entered at this moment, a little paler than in the days of old, but very beautiful. Her flowing grey silk dress, with broad sash and gimps and fringes of richest violet, became her admirably. Not a jewel or ornament, except the single amethyst stud which fastened her plain linen collar, and the triple band of diamonds on her wedding finger. The plenteous dark hair wound coronet fashion round the small head. A woman for a new Velasquez to paint, just as she stood before Maurice to-day in the soft grey light. "I am so sorry to hear you have been ill," he said as they shook hands. "But you must not be sorry, for I was not really ill. I was a little tired, perhaps a little idle, too, and I wanted a morning alone with my boy." "What have you done with Churchill, Lady Cheshunt?" with a little anxious look round the room, empty for her, lacking that one occupant. "What have I done with him?" ejaculated the dowager. "Do you suppose your husband is a man to be kept indoors by any fascinations of mine? I should as soon expect to see Brutus or Cassius or any of those dreadful Shakespearean persons in togas playing the tame cat. I asked your husband to read aloud to us, thinking that might please him. Most men are proud of their elocution.
But you should have seen his look of quiet contempt. I am so sorry I am too busy to allow myself the pleasure of amusing you, he said, and then went off to superintend some new plantation of Norwegian firs. Wonderful man!" "You have come to spend the rest of the day with us, of course, Mr. Clissold?" said Madge, with that pleasant, cordial manner which was one of her charms, and in nowise out of harmony with her somewhat queenly bearing. Who more delightful than a queenly woman when she desires to please? "I shall be only too happy, if I may, and if you will excuse my appearing at dinner in a frock coat. I reserve this day for my visit here. It is my last day but one in the West." "I am so sorry," said Madge. "Well, since we have you for so short a time we must do our best to amuse you. Perhaps," with a happy thought, "you would like to go and see Churchill's new plantation. We might go for a drive and join him." Maurice understood the wife's desire to be near her husband, a new proof of that love which had an element of pathos in its quiet intensity. "I should like it of all things," he answered. "But are you sure you have lunched? It was between 3 and 4 in the afternoon." "Quite sure. I joined Mr. Trevenord at his early dinner." "Clara, Laura, which of you will come for a drive?" asked Madge indiscriminately of the pool players. "I know it would be useless to ask you, dear Lady Cheshunt." "My love, I would as soon drive across the Neva in a sledge for pleasure. I never stir from my fireside except to go out to dinner when the wind's in the east. Setting aside the discomfort, I can't see why one should make a horror of oneself by exposing one's complexion to be rasped as the bakers rasp their rolls." The pool players were too deeply involved in their game to care about leaving it, unless dear Mrs. Penwyn particularly wished them to go out. "Let me come, Madge," said Viola, "and let us take Nugent. You won't mind, will you, Mr. Clissold?"
"Do you think that I am such a barbarian as to object to that small individual's society?" asked Maurice. "He shall sit on my knee and pull my beard as hard as he likes." Sir Lewis Dallas asked to be allowed to join the party, so the sociable was ordered, and Mrs. Penwyn and her sister retired to put on their hats. "She is not looking well," said Maurice. "No, she is not," answered Lady Cheshunt, with more earnestness than was common to that somewhat frivolous dowager. "She has never been quite the same since that burglar business." "Indeed! The alarm caused her a great shock, I suppose." "Well, she knew nothing about the attempt until it was all over, but I suppose the worry and excitement afterwards were too much for her. The man turned out to be a son of the lodge keeper, and the woman came whining to Mrs. Penwyn to get him let off easily, and Madge, who is the most tender-hearted creature in the world, persuaded Churchill to use his influence with that good-natured Mr. Tresillian, whom he can wind round his finger," in a whisper, "and the man got off. It was particularly good of Mrs. Penwyn, for I know she detests that lodge woman." "Really?" said Maurice, affecting ignorance. "Then I wonder Mr. Penwyn keeps her on his premises, now that he knows her son to be such a dangerous character." "Yes. It's just one of those absurd things men do for the sake of having their own way. I've talked to Mr. Penwyn about it myself ever so many times. 'Why do you annoy your poor wife by keeping a horrid creature like that?' I have asked him. 'Suppose I know your horrid creature to be deserving of protection and shelter, Lady Cheshunt, should I not be unmanly if I were to sacrifice her to a foolish prejudice of Madge's?' he retorts. So both Madge and I have left off talking about the creature. But I must say that it always makes me feel uncomfortable to see her squatting on the threshold in the sunshine, like an overgrown toad." "Perhaps I could tell Mr. Penwyn something about his protégée's antecedents that would make him change his opinion." "Then pray do. But is it anything very dreadful? Murder, or anything of that kind?" asked Lady Cheshunt, with a scared look. "You make me feel as if we were all going to have our throats cut." "It is nothing very dreadful, perhaps hardly enough to cause any change in Mr. Penwyn's opinion. I remember that woman plying her trade as a gypsy fortune-teller at Ebersham the day before my poor friend James Penwyn was murdered. She in a manner, by the merest accident, of course, foretold James' early death." "Dear me! What an extraordinary thing! And you find her, 2 years afterwards, in Churchill Penwyn's service? That is very curious." The whirly-gig of time brings many curious things to pass, Lady Cheshunt. But here are the ladies." They went to the porch, where the sociable was waiting for them with a pair of fine bays, impatient to be gone. It was not an inviting day for open-air excursions, but just one of those grey afternoons which have a kind of poetry, a sentiment all their own. The sombre expanse of moorland, dun colour against the grey, had a fine effect. They took a longish drive, made a circuit, and came round to the new plantation, where Churchill was superintending the work, seated on his favourite tarpan, an animal which had of late shown himself unmanageable by any one except his master, and had been the cause of more than one groom's retirement from a service which was in every other respect admirable. Churchill seemed to have a peculiar fancy for the somewhat ill-conditioned brute, though he did not often ride him, on account of Mrs. Penwyn's apprehensions. "My dear love, he will never throw me," Churchill said, in answer to his wife's request that Tarpan should be disposed of. "If I were not thoroughly convinced of that, I would part with him. The brute understands me, and I understand him, which neither of those fellows did. And I like his pace and action better than those of any other horse in the stable. Nothing revives me like a gallop on Tarpan." Wonderful to see the influence of Madge Penwyn's presence on her husband, as Maurice saw it to-day. The moody brow relaxed its contemplative frown, the thoughtful eye brightened, while a gentle pressure of the hand and a fondly whispered greeting welcomed the wife. "This is an unexpected pleasure, Madge," he said. "I did not think you would drive to-day." "I wanted to show Mr. Clissold your new plantation, Churchill." They all alighted, and Churchill showed them his newly planted groves, the graceful feathery Norwegian saplings, a shipload of them brought from Norway for his special benefit, rhododendrons planted in between, and here and there a mountain ash or a copper beech to give colour and variety. While they were walking in the plantation, Maurice and Churchill side by side, the former seized the opportunity of speaking of the gypsy woman whose presence at Penwyn Manor was a perplexity to him. It might possibly be an impertinence on his part to call in question Mr. Penwyn's domestic arrangements, but Maurice felt that there were circumstances in this case which fully justified a breach of manners. "Do you know that I have made a curious discovery about a person in your employment, Mr. Penwyn?" he began. "Indeed? And pray who and what is the person?" asked Churchill, with the slightest possible change of manner from cordiality to reserve. "Your lodge-keeper," replied Maurice, and then he proceeded to relate the circumstances of his first meeting with Rebecca Mason. Mr. Penwyn received the information with supreme indifference. "Curious," he said carelessly, "but I have long since discovered that life is made up of curious coincidences, and I have lost the faculty of astonishment. Multitudinous as the inhabitants of this globe are, we seem to be perpetually moving in circles, and knocking our heads against some one or other connected with our past lives. If I had wronged a man in Otaheite 20 years ago, it would not in the least surprise me to meet him at Seacombe Corn Exchange to-morrow. With regard to the woman Mason, I found her in circumstances of extreme distress, and offered her a home. It was one of those rare occasions on which I have indulged in the luxury of doing good," with an ironical laugh. "I knew when I did this that Rebecca had gypsy blood in her veins and had led a roving life, but I had reason to believe her an honest woman then, and I have never found any cause for thinking her otherwise since. And this being so, I have made up my mind to keep her, in spite of the vulgar prejudice against her tawny skin, in spite even of my wife's dislike." "You are not alarmed by the idea of her relationship to a burglar?" "No. First and foremost, I am not prepared to admit that the man is a burglar; and secondly, if he be, I am as well able to defend the Manor House from him as from any other member of his profession." "Except that he would have the advantage of his mother's lodge as a base of operations, and his mother's knowledge of your domestic arrangements," remonstrated Maurice, determined to push the question. "I have told you that I know Rebecca to be an honest woman, whatever the son may be. Come, Mr. Clissold, we may as well drop this subject. You are not likely to influence me upon a point which I have maintained against the wish of my wife." "So be it," said Maurice, closing the discussion with the conviction that there was some hidden link between the gypsy and the Squire of Penwyn, some influence stronger than philanthropy which secured the wanderer's home. The fact that it should be so, that there should be some secret alliance between the woman who had foretold James Penwyn's death and the man who had been so large a gainer by that early death, impressed him strangely. He was thoughtful and silent throughout the homeward drive, so thoughtful and silent as to arouse Madge Penman's curiosity. "I can hardly compliment you upon being the most amusing of companions, Mr. Clissold," she said, with a forced smile, as they approached the Manor House. "There was a time when your conversation used to be amusing enough to enliven the dullest drive, but to-day you have been the image of gloom." "Black care sits behind us all at odd times, Mrs. Penman," he answered gravely. "Be assured I must have cause for serious thought when the charm of your presence does not put me in spirits." "Thanks for the compliment, but you talk rather too much like a Greek oracle," retorted Madge lightly, but with an uneasy look which did not escape Maurice's observation. "There is a cloud hanging over this house," he said to himself, "a trouble in which husband and wife share. But it can be no such dark secret as Justina's suspicions point to, or Mrs. Penman would know nothing about it. No husband would reveal such guilt as that to his wife." 15. For thou wert still the poor man's stay. Dinner at Penman Manor went off gaily enough. Lady Cheshunt, inspirited by various light wines, a good deal of maraschino in the ice pudding, and a glass of curaçao as a corrective afterwards, was a host in herself, and talked loud enough, fast enough, recklessly enough to keep the dullest dinner party going. Mr. Penman was always an excellent host, starting fresh subjects of conversation with such admirable tact that no one knew who changed the current of ideas when interest was just beginning to flag; never taking the lion's share of the talk or drifting into monologue; listening to everyone, encouraging the timid, sustaining the weak, and proving himself a living encyclopedia whenever dates, names, or facts were wanted. The gentlemen left the dining room about 10 minutes after the ladies had quitted it, to the delight of Sir Lewis Dallas, and the secret disgust of Mr. Tresillian, who liked to prose about stable and kennel for an hour or so over his claret. The assembly being merely a household party, people scattered themselves in a free and easy manner through the rooms, the ivory balls clicking in hall and billiard room as usual, a little group of ladies round the piano, trying that sweet bit of Schumann's, chiefly remarkable for syncopation, and little jerky chords meandering up and down the piano, and demanding no small skill in the executant. Maurice found himself in the deep embrasure of one of the hall windows talking literature with Miss Bellingham, who evidently preferred his society to that of the devoted Sir Lewis. A good opportunity to find out a little more about George Penman, thought Maurice. Miss Bellingham must be acquainted with all the traditions of the house. If I could but discover what manner of man this Captain Penman was, I should be better able to arrive at a just conclusion about his relations with Muriel Trevenard. A little later, when they were talking of libraries and book collecting, Viola said, "There were hardly 50 books altogether at Penman, I think, when my brother-in-law came into the property. The library here is entirely Churchill's collection. The old squire and his predecessors must have been strangely deficient of literary taste. Even the few good books there were had most of them belonged to Captain Penman, the poor young man who was killed in Canada." "Ah, poor fellow! I heard of his sad fate from the housekeeper here when I came to see the Manor House last summer. A tragical end like that gives a melancholy interest to a man's history, however commonplace it may be in other respects. I suppose you have heard a good deal of gossip about this George Penman?" "Yes, our old housekeeper is fond of talking about him. He seems to have been a favourite with people, especially with cottagers and small tenants on the estate. I have heard old people regret that he never came to his own, even in my presence, though the speech was hardly civil to my brother-in-law. I know that by some of the people we are looked upon as intruders on Captain Penman's account. He seems to have been constantly doing kindnesses." "And you have never heard anything against his character, that he was dissipated, wild, as the world calls it?" "Never so much as a word. On the contrary, Mrs. Darvis has often told me that he was particularly steady, that he was never known to take too much wine or anything of that kind. In fact, she talks as if he had been a paragon." "Ah," thought Maurice, "these paragons are sometimes viler at bottom than your open profligate. Few men ever knew the human heart better than he who gave us Charles and Joseph Surface." "I have an inward conviction that Captain Penman must have been nice," said Viola. "Indeed? On what is that conviction based?" "On various grounds. First, there are the praises of people who cannot flatter, since there is nothing to be gained by speaking well of the dead. Secondly, there is that shelf full of books with George Penman's name in them,
All nice books, the choice of a man of refinement and good feeling. Thirdly, there is his portrait, and I like his face. Are those reasons strong enough, do you think?" "Quite, for a woman. His portrait? Ah, by the by, I should like to have another look at that." "Come and see it at once, then," replied Viola, good naturedly. "It is in the little study yonder, the old squire's room. The books are there, too." The study was a little room off the hall. Maurice remembered it well, though he had never entered it since Mrs. Darvis showed him George Penwyn's portrait on his first visit to the Manor House. Viola took a candle from the mantel-shelf and led the way to the study, a room which was still used for business interviews with stewards or tenants, a second door opening into a passage communicating with the offices, and obscure backways by which such inferior beings were admitted to the squire's presence. Maurice took the candle from Miss Bellingham's hand and held it up before the picture over the mantelpiece. His grip tightened on the bronze candlestick, and his breath came stronger and quicker as he looked, but he never said a word. That picture was to him stronger confirmation of his idea about Justina's parentage than all the circumstantial evidence in the world. There, in those pictured lineaments, he saw the very lines of Justina's face, lines modified in her countenance, it is true, and softened to feminine beauty, but characteristics too striking to be mistaken even by a casual observer. "Strange that the likeness did not occur to me when I saw that picture first," he thought. "But at that time I had only looked at Justina with the eye of indifference. I did not know her face by heart as I do now. And I remember that even then the picture struck me as like someone I knew. Memory only failed to recall the individual." Those dark blue eyes, with their somewhat melancholy expression, were so like the eyes he had seen looking at him mournfully only 3 weeks ago, when Justina bade him good bye. The eyes which he faintly remembered looking up at him for the first time in the Buttercup meadow near Abersham. He put down the candle without a word. "I hope you have stared long enough at that picture," said Viola, laughing. "You appear to find it remarkably interesting." "It is a very interesting portrait — to me." "Why to you in particular?" "Because it resembles someone very dear to me." "Oh, I understand," said Viola, gently. "Your poor friend, James Penwyn." Maurice did not attempt to set her right. "Now let us look at the books," he said, going to the secrétaire, the upper shelves of which held about 30 volumes, all well bound. They were Valpy's Shakespeare, Wordsworth, Coleridge, Byron, Shelley, Keats, Hood, and a few other volumes, chiefly Oxford classics, which Mr. Penwyn had brought from the University; not by any means the books of a man wanting in refinement or culture. That they had been well read was evident to Maurice on looking into some of the volumes. Many a verse underlined in pencil marked the reader's appreciation. In a volume of Byron, containing Manfred and some of the minor poems, Maurice found a penciled note here and there, in a woman's hand, which he recognized as Muriel Trevenard's. Words of praise or of criticism, but in all cases denoting a cultivated mind and a sound judgment. A girl who could write thus was hardly likely to have been fooled by the first seducer who came across her path. "I wonder who wrote in that book," said Viola. "George Penwyn had no sister, and his mother died while he was very young. Perhaps those notes were written by Miss Morgrave, the young lady his father wanted him to marry." "I should hardly have thought they were on intimate terms enough for that kind of thing." "True. One must be very sure of a person's friendship before one can venture to scribble one's opinions in their books," returned Viola. An hour later Maurice left the Manor House. He was glad to be alone and free to think over the day's work. The idea which had hitherto seemed little better than a baseless fancy, the filmy weaving of his own romantic dreams, was now conviction. He held it as a certain fact that Justina was George Penwyn's daughter, and that it must be his work to discover the missing link in Muriel Trevenard's story, and the nature of that fatal union which had ended in shattered wits and a broken heart. "God grant that I may find evidence to confirm my own belief in the girl's purity and the man's honour," he said to himself, as he drove the dog-cart back to Borsall End. "If the popular idea of George Penwyn is correct, he must have been too good a man to play so base a part as that of a betrayer, too kind to leave his victim to face the storm of parental wrath unprotected.
But he was in his father's power, and it is possible that he might have had recourse to a secret marriage rather than forfeit the old man's favour and the Penwyn estate. Yet, if this were the case, it is strange that he should have left England without endeavouring to secure his wife's safety, that he should have made no provision for his child's birth, an event the possibility of which he ought to have foreseen. This was a puzzling point. Indeed, the whole story was involved in mystery. Either George Penwyn must have deceived everybody who knew him as to his moral character, or he must have acted honestly towards Muriel. "There is only one person I can think of as likely to know the truth of the story," Maurice said to himself, "and that person is Miss Barlow, the schoolmistress at Seacombe. My first endeavour must be to find Miss Barlow if she is still an inhabitant of this lower world." He had a good deal to do in Seacombe, yet was anxious with a lover's foolish yearning to get back to London. So he got Martin to drive him over to the quiet old market town early next morning, and took care to put up at the oldest inn in the place, a rambling old house with a quadrangular yard, a relic of the good old coaching days. There is no better place than an old inn in which to learn the traditions of a town, Maurice told himself. I dare say I shall find some ancient waiter here who remembers everything that has happened at Seacombe for the last 50 years. End of chapters 14 and 15. Volume 2, Chapters 16 and 17 of A Strange World by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 16. I found him garrulously given. The oldest inn in Seacombe was the New London Inn, built upon the site of a still more ancient hostelry, but itself nearly 200 years old. The quadrangular yard in which the coaches were wont to stand was now embellished with a glazed roof, and served for the assembling of farmers on market days. Here was held the corn exchange, and samples of grain were exhibited and bargains made, amidst a lively hubbub, while the odour of roast beef and pastry pervaded the atmosphere. Here Maurice and Martin parted, the former telling his friend that he had business to transact in Seacombe, the young Cornishman bidding his companion a reluctant farewell. As soon as the dog-cart had driven off, Maurice strolled into the bar, called for soda and sherry, and surveyed his ground. On the other side of the shining counter a comfortable-looking elderly matron, in a black silk gown and a cap with rose-coloured ribbons, was engaged in conversation with a stalwart grey-coated farmer who had been admitted to the privileged sanctorum within. The landlady evidently, thought Maurice. He sipped his sherry and soda, and asked if he could be accommodated with an airy bedroom. "Certainly, sir. You'd like a room on the first floor, perhaps, overlooking the street? Chambermaid, show number 10. "I won't trouble you to look at the room, thank you, ma'am. I've no doubt it's all that's comfortable." "There's not much fear about that, sir. I look after my bedrooms myself, and always have done so for the last 30 years. I go into every room in the house every morning, after the chambermaids have done their sweeping and dusting, and that's neither more nor less than a housekeeper's duty, in my opinion." "Just so, ma'am. It's a pity that kind of housekeeping should ever go out of fashion." "It is indeed, sir. You intend staying for some days at Seacombe, perhaps? There are a good many objects of interest in the neighbourhood." "I am sorry to say that I shall have to leave to-morrow." "Well, good morning, Mrs. Chadwick," said the farmer, having drained his glass and wiped his lips with a flaming orange handkerchief. Mrs. Chadwick opened the half door of the bar for him to go out, and then, holding it open politely, invited Mr. Clissold to enter. "You may as well sit down, sir, and take your soda and sherry," she said, nothing averse from a little gossip with the stranger. "I shall be very glad to do so," answered Maurice. "The fact is, I want a little friendly chat with someone who knows Seacombe, and I dare say you know pretty well as much as anyone else about the town and its inhabitants." The landlady smiled as with inward satisfaction. "It's my native town, sir. I was born here, and brought up here, and educated here, and I could count the months I've spent away from Seacombe on my fingers. It isn't everybody can say as much." "You were educated at Seacombe," said Maurice. "Then perhaps you may remember Miss Barlow's school for young ladies." "Yes, sir. I remember Miss Barlow well, but her school flourished after my schooling days, and it was above my father's station. No Seacombe tradespeople ever went to Miss Barlow's. Their money might be good enough for most people, but Miss Barlow wouldn't have it.
She set her face against anything under a rich farmer's daughter. She had a good deal of pride, stuck-upishness some people went so far as to call it, had Miss Barlow, and a very pretty show she used to make with her young ladies at the parish church in the west gallery on the left of the organ."
"Do you happen to remember the daughter of Mr. Trevenard of Worsel End?"
"Remember Miss Trevenard? I should think I did. She was about the prettiest girl I ever saw, and the Seacombe gentlemen would go out of their way to get a look at her. I've seen them hanging about the church to watch Miss Barlow's young ladies come out and heard them whisper, 'That's the belle of the school. That's Trevenard's daughter.' I thought she'd have made a rare good match when she left school. But she never married, and I believe she went a little queer in her head, or was bedridden, or some affliction of that kind, while she was quite young. I haven't heard anybody mention her name for the last 20 years. Not her own father, even, though he dines here every market day. That was young Mr. Trevenard drove you here, wasn't it? I just caught a glimpse of him in the hall."
"Yes. Martin and I are great friends."
"A very nice young man he is, too, and nice looking, but not a patch upon his sister."
"Do you know what became of Miss Barlow when she left Seacombe?"
"Well, I've heard say that she went to the Continent to cultivate music. She had a fine finger for the piano, and took a good deal of pride in her playing, and after she'd lived abroad some years, studying in a conservatory, I suppose they teach 'em that way on account of the climate, I heard that she came back to England and settled somewhere near London, and gave lessons to the nobility and gentry, and stood very high in that way. She had made a nice little fortune at Seacombe before she retired, so she had no call to work unless she liked. But Miss Barlow wasn't the woman to be idle. She had a vast amount of energy."
A musical professor, and residing in the neighbourhood of London. It seemed to Maurice that, knowing this much, he ought to be able to find Miss Barlow. There was only the question of time. "How long is it, do you imagine, since you last heard of this lady?" he asked, in a purely conversational tone.
"Well, I can't take upon myself to say very particularly for a year or so. But I think it might be about 8 or 9 years since I heard Dr. Dorlick, our organist, say that a friend of his in London had told him Miss Barlow was residing in the neighbourhood of the Parks and doing wonderfully well."
"Could I see Dr. Dorlick, do you think?" asked Maurice eagerly.
"Dr. Dorlick is in heaven," replied Mrs. Chadwick with solemnity.
"I'm sorry for that," said Maurice, with reference to his own disappointment rather than Dr. Dorlick's elevation. He passed on to another subject, also an important one in his mind. "How is it that you managed to do away with your theatre in Seacombe?" he asked.
"Well, you see, sir," returned Mrs. Chadwick musingly, "I don't think the theatre ever fairly took with the Seacombe people. Ours is a very serious town, and though there's plenty of spare room in our old parish church, a very fine old church as you may have seen with your own eyes, but rather in want of repair, there's always a run upon our chapels, revival services and tea meetings and love feasts and what not. People must have excitement of some sort, no doubt, and the Seacombe people like chapel going better than play going. Besides which it costs them less. I've no prejudices myself, and I know that a theatrical is a human being like myself. But I can't say that I've ever cared to see theatricals inside my doors."
"But I suppose you used to go to the theatre sometimes when there was one?"
"Once in a way I have gone to our theatre when there was a bespeak night or a London star performing, more to please my husband, who was fond of anything in the way of an entertainment, than for my own pleasure."
"Do you remember the names of the actors whom you saw there?"
"No, I can't call to mind one of them. But if you take any interest in theatricals, go and see Mr. Clipcomb, our hairdresser. He'll talk to you for the hour together of our theatre, and the people who've acted there. He never cut my hair in his life that he didn't tell me how he once curled and powdered a wig for the celebrated Miss Foote to act Lady Teazle in. It's his hobby."
"Indeed? Then I shall certainly look in upon Mr. Clipcomb. Where does he live?"
"In a little court by the side of Bethlehem Chapel, which was the theatre."
"Thanks, Mrs. Chadwick," said Maurice, rising. "I'll step round to Mr. Clipcomb at once and get him to give me the county crop. I've been running to seed lately. Perhaps you'll be kind enough to order me a little bit of dinner in the coffee room at 6:30.
"With pleasure, sir. Any choice?" None whatever. I shall walk about your town for a few hours, and get an appetite for anything you like to set before me." "A very agreeable gentleman," thought Mrs. Chadwick as Maurice strolled out of the bar, "so chatty and friendly. Doesn't give himself half the airs of your commercial gents, yet any one can see he's altogether superior to them." Mr. Clissold strolled through the quiet old town, with its long straggling high street, graced here and there by a picturesque gable or an ancient lattice, but for the most part somewhat commonplace. At one point there was a kind of square, from which two lateral streets diverged, a square with a pump and police office in the centre, and a Methodist chapel on each side. One of these chapels, the newest and smartest, was Bethlehem, as an inscription over its portal made known to the world at large, "Bethlehem, 1853." And at the side of Bethlehem, once the Temple of Thespis, there was a clean paved alley leading to another street, an alley with a public house at one corner and a few decent shops on one side, facing the blank wall of the chapel. One of these shops was the emporium of Mr. Clipcomb, who was at once tobacconist, hairdresser, and dealer in fancy and miscellaneous articles, too numerous to mention. Maurice found Mr. Clipcomb standing upon his threshold, contemplating life as exhibited in Playhouse Court, where a small child in a go-cart and a woman cheapening bloaters at the greengrocer's were the only objects that presented themselves at this particular time to the student of humanity. But then Mr. Clipcomb had an oblique view of the square, town pump and police station, and in a general way could see anything that was going on from the vantage ground of his doorstep. He was an elderly man, stout and comfortable looking, but balder than he ought to have been considering the resources of his art, and that he was himself the inventor of an infallible cure for baldness. But he may have preferred that smooth and shining surface as cooler and more comfortable than capillary embellishment. He wore a clean linen apron, with a comb or two stuck in the pocket thereof, an apron that was in itself an invitation to the passing pedestrian to have his hair cut. On seeing Mr. Clissold making for his door, Mr. Clipcomb stepped aside with a smile and a bow, and made way for the stranger to enter his abode. It was a very small abode, consisting of a shop and a little slip of a parlour behind it, both the pink of neatness and both agreeably perfumed with hair oil and lavender water. There was a shining armchair with a high back, whereon the patient sat enthroned during the hair-cutting process. A looking-glass squeezed into an angle of the parlour reflected patient and operator. A pin-cushion hung beside it, balanced by a smart chintz bag containing a variety of implements. But the object which most struck Maurice's eye was an old playbill, smaller than modern playbills and yellow with age, framed and glazed, and hanging against the wall just as if it had been some choice work of art. It was the programme of a performance of Othello that had taken place early in the century. Othello, the Moor of Venice, Mr. Kean. "You remember the great Kean?" said Maurice. "Yes, sir," answered Mr. Clipcomb with pride. "I remember Edmund Kean, and I remember Charles Young, and Miss O'Neill, and Miss Foote, and Mrs. Nesbit, and Mr. Macready, and a good deal more talent such as you're not likely to see in these days. Seacombe Theatre was worth going to in my boyhood." "And you were an enthusiastic patron of the drama, I imagine?" "If spending every sixpence of my pocket money upon admission to the pit is a proof of enthusiasm, I was an enthusiast, sir," replied Mr. Clipcomb. "The sixpences which boys—well, I will venture to say boys of an inferior mind—would have laid out upon cakes and apples, peg-tops, and such like, I spent upon the drama. There's hardly a line of Shakespeare you could quote that I couldn't cap with another line. I used to go to the pit of that theatre twice a week while I was a youngster, and 3 or 4 times a week after my father's death, when I was in business for myself and my own master, and used to get a weekly order for exhibiting the bills. And though there were a good many opposed to the closing of the theatre forever, I don't believe there was anyone in all Seacombe took it to heart as keenly as I did. Othello's occupation was gone." "Why did they do away with your theatre at last?" asked Maurice. "Well, you see, sir, the town had grown serious-minded, and for some years before they turned it into a chapel the theatre had been going down. The great actors and actresses were dead and gone, and the stars that were left didn't care about coming to Seacombe. Managers had been doing worse and worse year after year. business dwindling down to next to nothing, half salaries, or no salaries towards the end of every season, and it became a recognized fact in the theatrical profession that Seacombe was no go. The actors and actresses that came here were sticks, or if not, they made up in rent what they wanted in talent. The county families left off coming to the place. There were no bespeaks, and the poor old theatre got to have a dilapidated woe-begone look, so that it gave one the horrors to sit out a play. The actors looked hungry and out at elbows. It made one uncomfortable to see them. Many a time I asked one of them in to share my 1 o'clock dinner if it was but a potato pasty, or a squab pie made with a scrag of mutton. The stage door used to be just opposite my shop. It's walled up now, but you may see the outline of it in the brickwork. The actors used to be always lounging about that doorway of a morning on and off, and whilst the rehearsal was going on inside. And they were very fond of coming into my shop for a gossip or a peep at a newspaper. Papers were dear in those days. No Standard or Telegraph with all the news of the world for a penny. And the poor chaps couldn't afford to lay out 5 pence. "You must have been on friendly terms with a good many of them," said Maurice, feeling that from this loquacious barber, if from anyone in Seacombe, he was likely to obtain the information he sought. "Do you happen to remember a man called Elgood?" "Elgood? Matt Elgood?" cried the operator, dropping his scissors in the vehemence of his exclamation. "I should think I did indeed. He was one who hung on to our Theatre Royal to the very last, stuck to it like a barnacle, poor fellow, when there was not enough sustenance to be got out of it to keep body and soul together. He lodged in this very court, the last house on the other side, next door but one to the theatre. A tailor's it was then, and a good little man the tailor was, and a kind friend to Matt Elgood, as long as he had a crust to share with him or a garret to shelter him. But one day, about a month after the theatre had shut up shop altogether, the manager having bolted, the brokers walked into poor Jones's little place and took possession of everything, and Jones went to prison, so that Matt Elgood and his wife, a poor weak thing that had lost her first baby only a few weeks before that time, were cast loose upon the world, and what became of them from that hour to this I never heard. If I'd had an empty room in my house I'd have given it to them, but I hadn't, and my wife is a prudent woman who never forgot to remind me that my first duty was to her and my children, or, in other words, that charity begins at home." "Do you remember the date of this occurrence, the year and month in which Matthew Elgood left Seacombe? I may as well tell you that I do not ask these questions out of idle curiosity. I am personally interested in knowing all about this Mr. Elgood." "My dear sir," exclaimed the barber, swelling with importance at the idea of giving valuable information, "you could not have come to a better source. If I fail to remember the dates you require, I can produce documentary evidence which will place the fact beyond all doubt. For a period of 10 years or upwards I made it a rule to keep a copy of every playbill issued in our town. They were delivered at my door gratis for exhibition in my window, and instead of throwing them aside as waste paper, I filed them as interesting records for reperusal in the leisure of my later life. I am rather proud of that collection. It contains the name of many a brilliant light in the dramatic hemisphere, and indeed I look upon it as a history of dramatic art in little. My impression is that Elgood and his wife left Seacombe 19 years ago last winter, but the bills will make matters certain. Matthew Elgood was among that diminished band which trod the boards of our poor little theatre on that final night when the green curtain descended on the Seacombe stage, never to rise again. The theatre remained in abeyance for some 2 or 3 years after that last performance, dismantled, shut up, a refuse for rats and mice and such small deer." 19 years ago, you say? "Nor more nor less," returned Mr. Clipcomb, who was wont to wax Shakespearean. "I remember it was an extraordinary severe winter. We had frost and snow, a great deal of snow as late as the end of February and even into March. Some of the roads between Seacombe and neighbouring villages were impassable, and there was a good deal of trouble generally. I felt all the more for those unfortunate Elgoods on this account. It was a hard winter in which to be cast adrift." "Thanks, Mr. Clipcomb. You have given me really valuable information. I should be glad to refer to that file of bills so as to get the exact date of the closing of the theatre." The hairdresser produced his collection, roughly bound in a ponderous marble paper covered tome, of his own manufacture, a triumph in amateur bookbinding. Here Maurice saw the last playbill that had ever been issued by the manager of the Seacombe Theatre. Its date was January 10th, 1849. "And Mr. Elgood stayed at the tailor's for a month after the closing of the theatre?" interrogated Maurice. "About a month." Having jotted down dates and facts in his notebook, and reiterated his thanks to the good-natured barber, Maurice felt that his business in Playhouse Alley was concluded. He bought some trifles in the shop on his way out, an attention peculiarly pleasing to Mr. Clipcomb from the rarity of the event, his trade being chiefly confined to 2 pennies' worth of hair oil or 3 halfpenny cakes of brown Windsor. 17. Full cold my greeting was, and dry. A quiet evening at the New London Inn, and another confidential chat with its proprietress, convinced Maurice that there was nothing more to be learned in Seacombe. He led Mrs. Chadwick on to talk of the family at Penwyn Manor House, the old squire and his sons, who, sanctified by the shadows of the past, beautified by old memories and associations, just as a ruin is beautified by the ivies and lichens that cling to its crumbling arches, were dearer to the hearts of the elderly Seacombites than the reigning squire and his lovely wife.
"I don't say but what the present gentleman is better for trade, and has done more good to the neighbourhood in 2 years than the old squire would have done in 10, said Mrs. Chadwick. "But the old squire was more one of ourselves, as you may say. He'd take his glass of cider, a very temperate man was the squire, in my bar parlour, and chat with me as friendly and familiar as you could do, and it was quite a pleasant thing to see him in his Lincoln green coat and brass basket buttons and mahogany tops."
Of George Penwyn Mrs. Chadwick said nothing that was not praise. He had been everybody's favourite, she told Maurice, and his death had been felt like a personal loss throughout the neighbourhood. Was this a man to betray an innocent girl and bring disgrace upon an honest yeoman's household? Before leaving Seacombe next morning, Mr. Clissold went to the parish church, looked once more at the register in which he had seen the baptism of Matthew Elgood's daughter, and afterwards referred to the register of burials to assure himself of the child's death. There was the entry: Emily Jane, daughter of Matthew Elgood, comedian, and Jane Elgood, his wife, aged 5 weeks. January 4th, 1849. Just 6 days before the closing of the Seacombe Theatre. Maurice distinctly remembered Justina having told him once, in the course of their somewhat discursive talk, that her birthday was in March, and that she had completed her 19th year on her last anniversary. Now, if Mrs. Elgood had had a daughter born in December of 1848, it was not possible for her to have been the mother of Justina, if Justina was born in the March of 1849. He had now no shadow of doubt that Matthew Elgood, who had left Seacombe in February in the midst of frost and snow, was the same man who had sought shelter at Borsall End, and who had called himself Eden. A false pride had doubtless induced the penniless stroller to hide his poverty under an assumed name. The plainest, most straightforward way of doing things will be to tax Elgood himself with the fact, thought Maurice. Once sure of my darling's identity with Muriel's daughter, my next duty shall be to discover the evidence of her mother's marriage. And if I succeed in doing that, well, I suppose the next thing will be for some clever lawyers to prove her right to the Penwyn estate, and Churchill Penwyn and his wife will be ruined, and Justina will be a great heiress, and I shall retire into the background. Hardly a pleasant picture of the future, that. Perhaps it would have been wiser, from a purely selfish point of view, to have left my dear girl Justina Elgood to the end of the chapter, or at least till I persuaded her to exchange that spurious surname for the good old name of Clissold. But now, having gone so far, won the confidence of a dying woman, sworn to set right an old wrong, I am in honour bound to go on, not to the ultimate issue perhaps, but at any rate to the assertion of my darling girl's legitimacy. He rejoiced in the swiftness of the express which carried him homewards by stubble fields and yellowing woods, rejoiced at the thought that he should be in time to see Justina, were it only 1/2 hour before she went to the theatre. He took a hansom and drove straight to Hudspeth Street, told the man to wait, and left his portmanteau and travelling bag in the cab while he ran upstairs to the second-floor sitting-room. Matthew Elgood was enjoying his afternoon siesta, his amiable countenance shrouded from the autumnal fly by a crimson silk handkerchief. Justina was sitting at a little table by the window, reading. She looked a shade paler than when he had seen her last, the lover thought, fondly hoping that she had missed him, but as she started up from her chair, recognizing him with a little cry of gladness, the warm blood rushed to cheek and brow, and he had no ground for compassionating her pallor. For a moment she tried to speak, but could not, and in that moment Maurice knew that he was beloved. He would have given worlds to take her to his heart then and there, to have kissed the blushes into a deeper glow, to have told her how supremely dear she was to him, how infinitely deeper and holier and sweeter than his first foolish passion this second love of his had become. But he put the curb on impulse, remembering the task he had to accomplish. To woo her now, to win her promise now, knowing what he knew, would have seemed to him a meanness. "To-day I am her superior in fortune," he said to himself. "A year hence I may be her inferior. A very pauper compared with the mistress of Penwyn Manor. I will not win her unawares. If change of fortune does come to pass, I shall not be too proud to share her wealth, so long as I have all her heart. But if she should change with change of fortune, she shall be free to follow where her fancy leads, and no old promise made in her day of obscurity shall bind her to me. Free and unfettered she shall enter upon her new life." So instead of taking her to his heart of hearts and pouring out his tale of love in a tender whisper, too low to penetrate the crimson handkerchief which veiled the ears of the sleeper, Maurice greeted Justina with a hearty loudness, talked about his journey, asked how the new piece at the Albert worked out at rehearsal, inquired about his friend Flittergilt the dramatist, and behaved altogether in a commonplace fashion. There was just time for a cup of tea before Justina started for the theatre, and a very pleasant tea-drinking it was. Maurice was touched by Justina's pretty joyous ways this evening, her bright looks, the silvery little laugh gushing out at the slightest provocation, laughter which told of a soul that was gladdened by his presence. "I think I shall come to the theatre to-night," he said as they parted. "What, to see no cards? You must be dreadfully tired of it." "No. I believe I have seen it 7 times, but I could see it 7 more," answered Maurice, and this was the only compliment he paid Justina that evening. Before parting with Mr. Elgood he asked that gentleman to dine with him the next evening at 8 en garçon. "We can go to the theatre afterwards to escort Miss Elgood home," he added. "My dear Clissold," exclaimed the comedian with effusion, "after the bottle of port you gave me that Sunday evening Justina and I enjoyed your hospitality, I should be an ass to refuse such an invitation." End of Volume 2, Chapters 16 and 17. Volume 2, Chapter 18 of A Strange World, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 18. When time shall serve, be thou not slack. Nothing could be more inviting than the aspect of Maurice Clissold's room at 8 o'clock on the following evening, when their proprietor stood on his hearth, waiting the arrival of his expected guest. The weather was by no means warm, and the glass and silver on the friendly-looking circular table sparkled in the glow of a brightly burning fire. The spotless damask, the dainty arrangement of the table, with its old Chelsea-ware dessert dishes, filled with amber-tinted Jersey pears and dusky-hued filberts, agreeably suggestive of good old port, indicated a careful landlady and well-trained servants. The dumb waiter, with its reserve of glasses and cruets, guaranteed that luxurious ease which is not dependent on external service. Mr. Elgood, arriving on the scene as the clocks of Bloomsbury struck the hour, surveyed these preparations with an eye that glistened with content, nay, almost brightened to rapture, as it wandered from the table to the fender where in a shadowy corner reposed the expected bottle of port, cobweb-wreathed, chalk-marked. The savoury odour of fried fish, mingled with the appetizing fumes of roasting meat, had greeted the visitor's nostrils as he ascended the stairs. Even his nice judgment had failed to divine whether the joint were beef or mutton, but he opined mutton, No one but a barbarian would load his table with sirloin for a tete-a-tete dinner, when Providence had created the Welsh hills, doubtless with a view to the necessities of the dinner table.
"Glad to see you so punctual," said Maurice cheerily. "My dear Clissold, to be unpunctual is to insult one's host and injure one's self. What can atone for the ruin of an excellent dinner? You may remember what Dean Swift said to his cook when she had roasted the joint to rags, and was fain to confess she could not undo the evil. 'Beware, wench, how you commit a fault which cannot be remedied.' A dinner spoiled is an irremediable loss."
The soup had been put upon the table while Mr. Elgood thus philosophized, so the two gentlemen sat down without further delay, and the comedian gazed blandly upon the amber sherry and the garnet-hued claret, while Maurice invoked a blessing on the feast, and then the business of dinner began in good earnest. The joint was mutton, and Welsh, whereby Mr. Elgood's soul was at ease, and he gave himself up to the enjoyment of the table with unaffected singleness of purpose. A brace of partridges and a Parmesan fondue followed the haunch, and when these had been dispatched the comedian flung himself back in his chair with a sigh of repletion. "Well, my dear Mr. Clissold," he said, "you are a very accomplished gentleman in many ways, but this I will say, that I never met the man yet who was your match in giving a snug little dinner. Brilsby Savary, or whatever his name was, couldn't have beat you. I am glad you have enjoyed your dinner, Mr. Elgood. I am of opinion that a good dinner is the best prelude to a serious conversation, and I want to have a little quiet and confidential talk with you this evening upon a very serious matter." "Behold me at your service, your slave to command," answered Matthew, whose enthusiasm was not easily to be damped. "I bare my bosom to your view," he added with a dramatic gesture, indicative of throwing open his waistcoat. They were alone by this time. The servant had carried away the dinner things, and only the decanters and fruit dishes remained on the table. "You speak boldly, Mr. Elgood," said Maurice with sudden gravity. "Yet, perhaps, if I were to ask you some questions about your past life you would draw back a little." "My past life, although full of vicissitude, has been honest," answered the comedian. "I fear no man's scrutiny." "Good. Then you will not be angry if I question you rather closely upon one period of your checkered career. It is in the interest of of Justina that I do so." "Proceed, sir," said Matthew, a troubled look overclouding the countenance which had just now beamed with serenity. "Did you ever hear the name of Eden?" Mr. Elgood started more violently than he had done on a previous occasion at the mention of Borsal End. The silver dessert knife with which he was peeling a Jersey pear dropped from between his fingers. "I see you do know that name," said Maurice, passing from interrogation to affirmation. "You bore it once at Borsal End, the old farmhouse on the Cornish moors where you took shelter in bitter winter weather, just 19 years ago last February." The glow which the good things of this life had kindled in Mr. Elgood's visage faded slowly out, and left him very pale. "How did you know that?" he gasped. "I had it from the lips of a dying woman, Mrs. Trevenard." "What! Is Mrs. Trevenard dead?" "Yes, she died a fortnight ago." "And she told you?" "All. The birth of the child she entrusted to your care. The old family Bible she gave you, from which you took the name of Justina." The shrewd guess stated as a fact passed uncontradicted. Maurice's speculative assertion had hit the truth. "The supposed daughter who has borne your name all these years, the girl who has worked for you, who now maintains you, who has been faithful, obedient, and devoted to you, has not one drop of your blood in her veins. She is Muriel Trevenard's child." "You choose to make a statement," said Matthew Elgood, who had somewhat recovered his self-possession by this time, "which I do not feel myself called upon either to deny or admit. I am willing to acknowledge that in a time of severe misfortune I took shelter upon Mrs. Trevenard's premises; that I called myself by a name that was not my own, rather than expose my destitution to the world's contumely. But whatever passed between Mrs. Trevenard and myself at that period is sacred. I swore to keep the secret confided to me to my dying day, and it will descend with me to the tomb of my ancestors," added Mr. Elgood grandly, as if, for the moment at least, he really believed that he had a family vault at his disposal. "You may consider yourself absolved of your oath," said Maurice. Mrs. Trevenard confided in me during the last days of her life, and I pledged myself to see her grandchild righted." "Mrs. Trevenard must have changed very much at the last, if she expressed any interest in the fate of her grandchild," returned Matthew, forgetting that he had refused to make any admission. "When she gave the child to me and my wife, she resigned all concern in its future. It was to fare as we fared, to sink or swim with us. In that wretched hour she thought the child nameless and fatherless. I did my best to persuade her that she had been too hasty in her conclusion. It shall be my business to prove Justina's legitimacy." "That is to say, you mean to take my daughter away from me!" exclaimed the comedian wrathfully. "Little did I know what a snake in the grass I had been cherishing, warming the adder in my bosom, sheltering the scorpion on my domestic hearth. This is what your kettle drums and snug little dinners and ports and filberts are to end in. You would rob a poor old man of the staff and comfort of his declining years, £6 a week, and a certainty of a rise to 10 if the next part she plays is a success." "You are hasty, Mr. Elgood, and unjust. Believe me, if it were a question of my own happiness I would leave the dear girl you have brought up, Justina Elgood, till I had the Archbishop of Canterbury's permission to give her my own name. But having promised to perform a certain duty, I should be a scoundrel if I left it undone. What if I tell you that I have reason to believe Justina entitled to a large estate, an estate of 6,000 or 7,000 a year?" Mr. Elgood sank back in his chair aghast. He had drunk a good many glasses of wine in the course of that comfortable little dinner, and there was some slight haziness in his brain. 6,000 a year, £6 a week. £6 a week, 6,000 a year. Over £100 a week. There was a wide margin for spending in the difference between the lesser and greater sum. But of the £6 a week, while Justina supposed herself his daughter, he was certain. Would she share her annual 6,000 as freely when she knew that he had no claim upon her filial piety? He pondered the question for a few moments, and then answered it in the affirmative. Generous, good, loving, she had ever been. If good fortune befell her, she would not grudge the old man his share of the sunshine. He had not been a bad father to her, he told himself, take him for all in all. Not over patient or considerate, perhaps, in those early days, before he had discovered any dramatic talent in her; a little prone to think of his own comfort before hers; but upon the whole, as fathers go, not a bad kind of parent. And he felt very sure she would stand by him. Yes, he felt sure of Justina. But he must be on his guard against this scheming fellow Clissold, who had contrived to get hold of a secret that had been kept for 19 years, and doubtless meant to work it for his own advantage. It would be Matthew Elgood's duty to countermarch him here. "So, Mr. Clissold," he began, after about 5 minutes' reverie, "you are a pretty deep fellow, you are, in spite of your easy, open-handed, open-hearted, free-spoken ways. You think you can establish my Justina's claim to a fine fortune, do you? And I suppose when the claim is established, and the girl I have brought up from babyhood, and toiled for and struggled for many a long year, comes into her 6,000 per annum, you'll expect to get her for your wife, with the 6,000 or 7,000 at her back. Rather a good stroke of business for you." "I expect nothing," answered Maurice, gravely. "I love Justina with all my heart, as truly as ever an honest man loved a fair and noble woman. But I have refrained from any expression of my heart's desire, lest I should bind her by a promise while her position is thus uncertain. Let her win the station to which I believe she is entitled, and if, when it is won, she cares to reward my honest affection, I will take her and be proud of her, but not one whit prouder than I should be to take her for my wife to-morrow, knowing her to be your daughter." "Spoken like a man and a gentleman!" exclaimed the comedian. "Come, Mr. Clissold, I couldn't think badly of you if I tried. I'll trust you; and it shall be no fault of mine if Justina is not yours, rich or poor. She's worthy of you, and you're worthy of her, and I believe she has a sneaking kindness for you." Maurice smiled, happy in a conviction which needed no support from Matthew Elgood's opinion. That little look of Justina's yesterday, that tender look of greeting, had been worth volumes of protestation. He knew himself beloved. "And now tell me what your ideas are, and how Mrs. Trevenard,
The strangest woman, and the closest that I ever met, came to confide in you. And how it has entered your mind that our Justina has any legal right to either name or fortune."
"I'll tell you," said Maurice, and forthwith proceeded to relate all that he had learned at Borsal, a great deal of which was new to Matthew Elgood, who had been told nothing about the parentage of the child committed to his care. It was essential to Justina's interests that her adopted father should know all, since he was the only witness who could prove her identity with the child born at Borsal End.
"It seems tolerably clear that this George Penwyn must have been the father," said Mr. Elgood. "But who is to prove a marriage?"
"If a marriage took place, the proof must exist somewhere, and it must be for one of us to find it," answered Maurice. "The first person to apply to is Miss Barlow, Muriel's schoolmistress, supposing her to be still living. The only period of Muriel's absence from the farm after she left school was the time she spent with Miss Barlow, 3 weeks, so that if any marriage took place it must have happened during that visit. I have searched the registers of both churches at Seacombe without result. But it is not likely that George Penwyn would contract a secret marriage within a few miles of his father's house. Whatever occurred in those 3 weeks Miss Barlow must have been in some measure familiar with. My first business, therefore, must be to find her. When last heard of, she was established as a teacher of music in the neighbourhood of London. A directory ought to help us to her address, if she is still living within the postal radius."
"True,"
said Matthew, glancing at the shelves which lined the room from floor to ceiling.
"I suppose among all these books you have the post office directory?"
"No. Strange to say, it is a branch of literature I am deficient in. I must wait till to-morrow to look for Miss Barlow's address."
"How did it occur to you that my daughter Justina and that castaway child were one and the same?"
"Well, I hardly know how the idea first took possession of me. It was a kind of instinct. The circumstances that led me to think it seemed insignificant enough when spoken of, but to my mind they assumed exaggerated importance. Perhaps it was your look of surprise when I mentioned Borsal End that first awakened my suspicions, not of the actual truth, but of some mysterious connection between yourself and the Trevenards."
"I certainly was astonished when you spoke of that out-of-the-way farmhouse."
"Then the name Justina, which I heard of as a family name at Borsal End, that set me thinking. The fact that your daughter was said to have been born at Seacombe, within a few miles of that remote farmhouse. The fact that her age tallied with the age of Muriel's child. Never mind how I came by the conviction, since I happily or unhappily stumbled on the truth. But tell me how you fared when you left Borsal End that bleak spring morning."
"Well, it wasn't the most comfortable kind of departure, certainly. 4 miles on foot on a cold March morning, and an infant to carry into the bargain. But my poor wife and I had gone through too much to be particular about trifles, and we were both of us sustained by the thought of a snug little fortune in my breast pocket; for you may suppose that to us £200 odd seemed the capital of a future Rothschild. Mrs. Trevenard had given us some substantial clothing into the bargain, and my poor Nell wore a good cloth cloak, under which the baby was kept warm and snug. She was stronger, too, my poor girl, for the month's rest and plentiful food that we had enjoyed at Borsal. Indeed, though our lodging there was but a deserted hayloft, I don't think either of us was ever happier than when Nell sat at her needlework, and I lay luxuriously reposing on a truss of hay while I read an old magazine aloud to her. We were shut out from the world, but we had peace and rest and plenty, and I think we were pretty much like the birds of the air as to thought of the morrow in those days. But now that I had Mrs. Trevenard's savings in my breast pocket I began to take a serious view of life, and throughout that walk to Seacombe I was scheming and contriving, till at last, just as we came in sight of the town, I cried out in a burst of enthusiasm, 'Yes, Nell, I've hit it!'" "Hit what?" asked my wife. "Hit upon the surest way to make our fortunes, my girl," I answered, all of a glow with the thought. "We'll take a theatre." "Lor, Matt," said my wife with a gasp, "and I can play the leading business?" Managers had been putting other women over her head in the Juliets and Rosalinds, and she felt it, poor soul. "But, Matthew," she went on, growing suddenly serious, "we haven't seen much good come of taking theatres. Look at Seacombe, for instance." "Seacombe isn't a case in point," I answered, quite put out by her narrow way of looking at things. "A psalm-singing place like that was never likely to support the drama. When I take a theatre it will be in a very different town from Seacombe." "But," remonstrated poor Nell, "don't you think it would be breaking faith with Mrs. Trevenard? She gave us the money to set us up in some nice little business. We were to start with part of the capital and keep the rest in reserve against a rainy day." "Well, isn't theatrical management a business?" I retorted, "and the only business that I am fit for? Do you suppose that I can blossom into a full-blown grocer or break out all at once into a skilful butcher, because Mrs. Trevenard wishes it? Why, I shouldn't know one end of an ox from the other when his head was off. And as for Mrs. Trevenard," I went on, "you ought to have sense enough to know that she cares precious little what becomes of us now that we've taken this unfortunate child off her hands." "I don't believe that, Matthew," answered my wife. "She's a Christian, and she wouldn't like us to starve on the child's account." "Who's going to starve?" I cried savagely, for I felt it was in me to make money as a manager. There never was an actor yet that hadn't the same fancy, and many a man has brought ruin upon himself and his family by the delusion." "You had your own way, of course," said Maurice. "I had, sir. First and foremost, my poor little wife never obstinately opposed me in anything. And secondly, her foolish heart was longing for the leading business, and to be a manageress, and cast all the pieces and put herself in for the best parts. So we went straight to the Seacombe station, where we found we should have to wait upwards of an hour for a train, and I thought I could not make better use of my time than by buying an Era, and finding out what theatres were to let. There were about half a dozen advertisements of this class, and one of them struck me as the exact thing. The Theatre Royal, Slowbury, Somersetshire, to let for the summer season. Rent moderate. Can be worked with a small company. Scenery in good condition. Market town. Population 12,000. I made a calculation on the spot, demonstrating that 10% of those 12,000 inhabitants, allowing a wide margin for infants, the aged, and infirm, were bound to come to the theatre nightly. Now, a nightly audience of 1,200 was safe to pay. I found that we could get straight to Slowbury by the Great Western, and accordingly took tickets for that station, third class, for prudence was to be the order of the day. Well, Mr. Clissold, I need not trouble you with details. We went to Slowbury, and established ourselves in humble and inexpensive lodgings, apartments which I felt were hardly worthy of my managerial position, but prudence prevailed. I became lessee of the Slowbury Theatre, which I am fain to admit was in architectural pretensions even below the Temple of the Drama at Seacombe. I engaged my company, cheap and useful. My old man combined the heavy business and second low comedy. My first chambermaid, second I need hardly say there was none, danced or sang between the pieces, and acted in male attire when we ran short of gentlemen. My wife and I played all the best parts. Nothing could have been organized upon more rigid principles of economy, yet the financial result was ruin. For a considerable part of the season I only paid half salaries, for the concluding portion we became a commonwealth. Yet Mrs. Trevenard's savings dribbled away, and when my poor wife and I left Slowbury with Justina, then a fine child of 7 months old, we had not £20 left out of a capital which had appeared to my mind to be almost inexhaustible." "The child was christened at Slowbury, I suppose?" "Yes. We lost no time in having the baptismal rite performed, lest she should go off with croup, or red gum, or vaccination, or any of the perils which beset the infant traveller on life's thorny road. The Bible which Mrs. Trevenard had given to my wife contained in the fly-leaf the name of Justina Trevenard, doubtless its original possessor. That name caught my wife's fancy. It struck me also as euphonious and aristocratic, a name that would look well in the bills by and by, when our daughter was old enough to make her first juvenile efforts in the profession, as the child in Pizarro, or little William in The Stranger. We were fond of her already, and soon grew to forget that there was no tie of kindred between us. My wife, indeed, passionately adored this nameless orphan, and was never tired of weaving romantic fancies about her future, how she would turn out to be the daughter of a nobleman, and we should see her by and by with a coronet on her head, and owe comfort and wealth to her affection when we grew old. It would be a curious thing if one of poor Nell's romantic dreams were to be realized. How proud that loving heart would have been!
but it lies under the grass and daisies in a Berkshire churchyard, and neither joy nor sorrow can touch it any more." Mr. Elgood checked a rising sigh, and helped himself to another glass of port. "You fared ill, I fear, after your managerial experiment," said Maurice. "Our life from that point was a series of struggles. If the efforts of the honest man battling with adversity form a spectacle which the gods delight in, a fact which I vaguely remember having been stated somewhere, my career must have afforded considerable entertainment in Olympus. We had our brief intervals of sunshine, but cloud prevailed; and in the course of years my poor wife sank beneath the burden, and Justina and I were left to jog on together, just as you saw us in the town of Ebersham 2 years ago. So far as a struggler can do his duty to his daughter, I believe I did mine to Justina. I gave her what little education I could afford, and luckily she was bright enough to make the most of that little. There never was such a girl for picking up knowledge. Clever people always seemed to take to her, and she to them, though for a long time we thought her stupid on the stage. Her talent for the profession came out all at once. Heaven knows she has been a good girl to me through good and evil fortune, and I love her as well as if she were 20 times my daughter. It would be a hard thing if any change of circumstances were to part us." "Have no fear of that," said Maurice. "Justina is too true a woman to be changed by changing fortune. I do not hesitate to leave my fate in her hands. You, who have an older claim upon her love, have even less cause for fear." The little black marble clock on the mantelpiece chimed the half hour after 10, time to repair to the theatre. Mr. Flittergilt's piece ended at 11:15, and at a few minutes past the hour Justina appeared at the stage door, ready to be escorted home. Maurice and Mr. Elgood went together to the dark little side street in which the stage door of the Royal Albert was situated, dingy and repellent of aspect after the manner of stage doors. It was a starlight autumn night, and that walk back to Bloomsbury, with Justina's little hand resting on his own arm, was very pleasant to Maurice Clissold. They chose the quietest streets, without reference to distance, and the walk lasted about a quarter of an hour longer than it need have done had they gratified Mr. Elgood's predilection for certain short cuts, by Wych Street and Drury Lane. But throughout that homeward walk not one whispered word of Maurice's betrayed the lover, and when he and Justina parted at the door of her lodgings, the girl thought wonderingly of that summer night in Ebersham, more than 2 years ago, when James Penwyn told her of his love in the shadow of the old minster. "Shall I ever have a second lover as generous and devoted?" she mused. "That was only boy and girl love, I suppose. Yet it seemed truer and brighter than anything that will ever come my way again." She had been thinking of Maurice not a little of late, and had decided that he did not care for her in the least. End of Volume 2, Chapter 18. Volume 2, Chapter 19 of A Strange World by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 19. The days have vanished, tone and tint. Maurice Clissold lost no time in setting about his search for Miss Barlow, the quondam schoolmistress of Seacombe. But the first result of his endeavours was a failure. The London Post Office Directory for the current year knew not Miss Barlow. Barlows there were in its pages, but they were trading Barlows. Barlows who baked or Barlows who brewed, Barlows who dealt in upholstery, Barlows who purveyed butcher's meat, or professional Barlows who wrote Reverend before or M.R.C.S. after their names. A spinster of the musical profession was not to be found among the London Barlows. In the face of this disappointment Maurice paused to consider his next effort. Advertising in the Times he looked upon as a last resource, and a means of inquiry which he hoped to dispense with. So many spurious Miss Barlows eager to hear of something to their advantage would be conjured into being by any appeal published in the second column of the Times. There remained to him the detective medium, but Maurice cherished a prejudice against private inquiry offices, and would not for all the wealth of this realm have revealed Muriel's story to a professional detective. He was resolved to succeed or fail in this business single-handed. "If Miss Barlow is above ground, her existence must be known to somebody," he reasoned, "to musical people more particularly. I'll go down to the Albert Theatre and have a chat with the leader of the orchestra. Your musical director is generally a man of the world, with a little more than the average amount of brains. And I have heard Justina speak very highly of Herr Fisfis. Flittergilt's new comedy is in rehearsal, so I have an excuse for going behind the scenes." It was about noon on the day after his little entertainment to Mr. Elgood that Maurice arrived at this decision. He went straight from his club, where he had explored the Court Guide and Postal Directory, to the snug little theatre in the Strand, where, after some parley with the stage doorkeeper, he obtained admittance and groped his way through subterranean regions of outer darkness and by some breakneck stairs to the side scenes, where, in a dim glimmer of daylight and fitful glare of gas, he beheld the stage on one side of him and the open door of the green room on the other. Justina was rehearsing. Mr. Flittergilt, in a state of mental fever, sat by the stage manager's little table, manuscript and pencil in hand, underlining here, erasing there, now altering an exit, now suggesting the proper emphasis to give point to a sparkling sentence, evidently delighted with his own work, yet as evidently painfully anxious about the result. "I shan't be satisfied with a moderate success," he told Maurice. "I want this piece to make a greater hit than No Cards. You remember what was said of Sheridan when he hung back from writing a new comedy? He was afraid of the author of The Rivals. Now I don't want that to be said of me." "No fear, dear boy," remarked Maurice. But Mr. Flittergilt's exalted mind ignored the interjection. "I want the public to see that I have not emptied my sack, that No Cards was not my ace of trumps, but only my knave. I've queen, king, and ace to follow. Did you hear the last scene?" asked the author, with a self-satisfied smile. "It's rather sparkling, I think, and Elgood hits the character to the life." Mr. Clissold did not approve this familiar allusion to the girl of his choice. "I've only just this moment come in," he said. "I'm glad Miss Elgood likes her new role." "Likes it?" cried Flittergilt, with an injured look. "It wouldn't be easy for any actress on the boards not to like such a part. No Cards made Miss Elgood, but this piece will place her a step higher on the ladder." "Don't you think there may be people weak-minded enough to believe that Miss Elgood's acting made No Cards?" asked Maurice, quietly. "I can't help people's weak-mindedness," answered Mr. Flittergilt, with dignity. "But I know this for a fact, that no acting, not of a Macready or a Fawcett, ever made a bad piece run over 100 nights." And with this assertion of himself, Mr. Flittergilt went back to his table and his manuscript, and began to badger the actors, being possessed by the idea that because he was able to construct a play from the various foreign materials at his command, he must necessarily be able to teach experienced comedians their art. Justina looked up from her book presently, and espied Mr. Clissold. Her blush betrayed surprise. Her eyes revealed that the surprise was not unpleasant. "Have you come to criticize the new comedy?" she asked. "That's hardly fair, though, for a piece loses so much at rehearsal. Mr. Flittergilt is always calling us back to give us his own peculiar reading of a line. I never saw such an excitable little man. But I suppose he'll take things more coolly when he has written a few more plays." "Yes, he is new to the work as yet. I am glad to hear you have such a good part." "It is a wonderfully good part, if I can only act it as it ought to be played." "Is your leader, Herr Fisfis, here this morning?" asked Maurice. "He is coming presently. There's a gavotte in the third act." "You dance?" "Yes, Mr. Mortimer and I. Herr Fisfis has written original music for it, so quaint and pretty. You should stay to hear it now you are here." "I mean to stay till the rehearsal is over. I should like you to introduce me to Mr. Fisfis. I want to ask him a question or two about some musical people." "I shall be pleased to introduce you to each other. He is a very clever man, not in music only, but in all kinds of things, and I think you would like him." Maurice seated himself in a dark corner near the prompter's box, and awaited Mr. Fisfis, amusing himself by listening to the comedy and beholding his friend Flittergilt's frantic exertions in the meanwhile. He had been thus occupied nearly an hour when Mr. Fisfis appeared, attended by his âme damnée in the person of the répétiteur. The director was a little man, with a small delicate face, and a Shakespearean brow. spoke English perfectly, though with a German accent, and had no dislike to hearing himself talk, or to wasting a stray half hour in the society of a pretty actress, or even bestowing the sunshine of his presence for a few leisure minutes on a group of giggling ballet girls. He was evidently a great admirer of Miss Elgood, and inclined to be gracious to any one she introduced to him. "I think you'll like the gavotte," he said, playing little pizzicato passages on his violin, with a satisfied smile. "It sounds like Bach." Justina told him it was charming. The dance began presently, and though she only walked through it, the grace of her movements charmed that silent lover of hers, who sat in his corner and made no sign, lest in uttering the most commonplace compliment he should betray that secret which he had pledged himself to keep. When the gavotte was finished, Justina brought Herr Fizz-Fizz to the dark corner, and left him there with Maurice while she went on with her rehearsal. Mr. Clissold gave the gavotte its meed of praise, said a few words about things in general, and then came to the question he wanted to ask. "There is a lady connected with the musical profession I am trying to find," he said, "and it struck me this morning that you might be able to assist me." "I know most people in the musical world," answered Herr Fizz-Fizz. "What is the lady's name?" "Miss Barlow." "Miss Barlow. How do you spell the name?" Maurice spelt it, and the director shook his head. "I know no one of that name. No Miss Barlow," he said. "I never heard of any one so called in the musical profession. Is your Miss Barlow a concert singer? Young? An amateur, perhaps, who has not yet made herself known?" "She is not a concert singer, and she must be middle-aged, probably elderly. The last account I have of her goes back to 10 years ago. She may be dead and gone for anything I know to the contrary. But I have heard that she was living in or near London 10 years ago, giving lessons in music, and that she was doing well. She was a retired schoolmistress and had made money, therefore was not likely to go in for ill-paid drudgery. She must have had some standing in her profession, I fancy." "I know of a Madame Barlow, who might answer to that description," said the leader, thoughtfully. "An elderly lady, a very fine pianist. She still receives a few pupils, chiefly girls studying for concert playing, but I believe she does so more from love of her art than from any necessity to earn money. She lives in considerable comfort, and appears to be very well off." "She is a foreigner, I suppose, from the name. The lady I mean is, or was, an Englishwoman." "Madame Barlow is as British as you are. She may have married a foreigner, perhaps, but I really don't know whether she is a widow or a spinster. She lives alone in a nice little house in Maida Vale." "I wonder whether she can be the lady I want to find. The description seems to answer. She may have Italianized the spelling of her name to make it more attractive to her patrons." "Yes. You English seem to have a small belief in your own musical abilities, since you prefer to entrust the cultivation of them to a foreigner." "Do you know this lady well enough to give me a note of introduction to her?" asked Maurice, "if I may venture to ask such a favor at the beginning of our acquaintance?" "Delighted to oblige a friend of Miss Elgood's," answered Mr. Fizz-Fizz, politely. "Yes, I know Madame Barlow well enough to scribble a note of introduction to her. She is a very clever woman, with a passion for clever people, and I believe you belong to the world of letters, Mr. Clissold?" "Yes, I have dabbled in literature," answered Maurice. "Just the very man to delight Madame Barlow. She is a woman of mind. When do you want the letter?" "As soon as ever you can oblige me with it. I dare say a line on one of your cards would do as well. I merely wish to ask Madame Barlow a few questions about a young lady who was once a member of her establishment at Seacombe, supposing that she is identical with the Miss Barlow I have spoken of." "I'll do what you want at once," said Mr. Fizz-Fizz. He seated himself at the prompter's table and wrote on the back of a card, in a neat and minute penmanship: "Dear Madam, Mr. Clissold, the bearer of this card, is a literary gentleman of some standing, who wishes to make your acquaintance. Any favor you may accord him will also oblige yours very truly, R.F." "I think that will be quite enough for Madame Barlow," he said. Half an hour later Maurice was in a hansom bowling along the Edgware Road towards Maida Vale. Here, on the banks of the canal, in a somewhat retired and even picturesque spot, he found the abode of Madame Barlow, stuccoed and classical as to its external aspect, with a Corinthian portico which almost extinguished the house to which it belonged. A neat maidservant opened the iron gate of the small parterre in front of the portico, and admitted him without question. She ushered him into a drawing room handsomely furnished, and much ornamented with divers specimens of feminine handicraft: water-colour landscapes on the walls, Berlin work chair covers, a tapestry screen whereon industrious hands had imitated Landseer's famous Bolton Abbey, fluffy and beady mats on the tables and chiffoniers, and alabaster baskets of wax, fruit, and flowers carefully preserved under glass shades. A glance at these things told Maurice that he was on the track of the original Miss Barlow. Such a collection of fancy work could only belong to a retired schoolmistress. A grand piano, open, with a well-filled music stand beside it, occupied an important position in the room. Early as it was in the autumn, a bright little fire burned in the shining steel grate. Maurice had ample leisure to study the characteristics of the apartment before Madame Barlow made her appearance. But after examining all the works of the art, and roaming about the room somewhat impatiently for some time, he heard an approaching rustle of silk, and Madame Barlow entered, splendid in black moire antique, profusely bugled and fringed, and a delicate structure of pink crape and watered ribbon which no doubt was meant for a cap. She was a smiling, pleasant-looking little woman, short and stout, with a somewhat rubicund visage, and a mellow voice, nothing prim or scholastic about her appearance, her distinguishing quality being rather friendliness and an easy geniality. "Delighted to see any friend of Mr. Fizfiz's," she said, with a gushing little manner that had something fresh and youthful about it, in spite of her 60 years. Not affected juvenility, but the real thing. "Charming man, Mr. Fizfiz. One of the finest quartet players I know. We have some pleasant evenings here now and then, when his theatre is shut. I should be happy to see you at my little parties, Mr. Clissold, if you are fond of chamber music." "You are very kind. I should be pleased to make one of your audience, however limited my powers of appreciation might be. But my call to day is on a matter of business rather than of pleasure, and I fear I am likely to bore you by asking a good many questions." "Not at all," said Madame Barlow, with a gracious wave of the pink structure. "First and foremost, then, may I venture to ask if you always spelt your name as it is inscribed on the brass plate on your gate, or whether it presents orthography, the circumflex accent included, is not rather fanciful than correct? Pray pardon any seeming impertinence in my inquiry. The lady I am in quest of was proprietress of a school at Seacombe in Cornwall, eminently respected by all who knew her. It struck me that you might be that very Miss Barlow." The lady blushed, coughed dubiously, and after a little hesitation answered frankly: "Upon my word, Mr. Clissold, I don't know why I should be ashamed of the matter," she said, smiling. "It is a free country, and we are always taught that we may do as we like with our own. Now nothing can be more one's property than one's own name." "Certainly not." "When I came back to England, after a lengthened sojourn in romantic Italy, the dream of my life through many a year of toil, I found that I was still too young and of far too energetic a temperament to settle down to idleness and retirement. I am speaking now of 15 years ago. In Italy I had cultivated and improved my powers as an instrumentalist, and I had made myself mistress of the mellifluous language to which a Dante and a Tasso have lent renown. In Italy I had been known as the Signora Barlow. Gradually I had fallen into the way of writing my name as my Italian friends preferred to write it. And ultimately, when I established myself in this modest dwelling, and issued my circulars, I preferred to appeal to a patrician and fashionable public under the Italianized name of Barlow, and with the prefix Madame." "Your explanation is perfect, Madame," replied Maurice, "and I thank you sincerely for your candour. And now may I inquire if you remember among your pupils at Seacombe a young lady of the name of Trevenard?" Madame Barlow looked agitated. "Remember Muriel Trevenard?" she exclaimed. "I do indeed remember her. She was my favourite pupil, A lovely girl, full of talent, a charming creature." "Have you any idea of her fate in after life?" "No," returned the schoolmistress with a troubled look. "It ought to have been brilliant, but I fear it was a blighted life." "It was, indeed," said Maurice, and then, as briefly as he could, told Madame Barlow the story of her pupil's after life. Madame Barlow heard him with undisguised agitation. A little cry of horrified surprise broke from her more than once during his narrative. "Now, after considering this case from every point of view, I arrived at a certain conclusion," said Maurice. "And that was?" "That George Penwyn and Muriel Trevenard were man and wife, and that you were aware of their marriage." It was some moments before Madame Barlow recovered herself sufficiently to reply. She sat looking straight before her with a troubled countenance, then suddenly rose and walked up and down the room once or twice, made as if she would have spoken, yet was dumb, and then as suddenly sat down again. "Mr. Clissold," she said abruptly, after these various evidences of a perturbed spirit, "you have made me a very miserable woman." "I am sorry to hear that, Madame Barlow." "That poor ill-used girl, that martyred girl, condemned by her own mother, disgraced and exiled in her own home, tortured till her brain gave way, was as honest a woman as I am, a true and loyal wife, bound to George Penwyn legally and with my knowledge. Yes, there was a marriage, and I was present at the ceremony. I foolishly permitted myself to be drawn into Captain Penwyn's boyish scheme of a secret marriage. It was to be the mere legal marriage, only a tie to bind them forever, but no more than a tie until George should have won his father's consent, or been released by his father's death, and they should be free to complete their union. A foolish business, you will say, in the bud, but I was a foolish woman, and I thought it such a grand thing for my pet pupil, my bright and beautiful Muriel, whom I loved as if she had been my own daughter, to win the young Squire of Penwyn." Madame Barlow said all this in little half incoherent gushes, not strictly calculated to make things clear. "If you would kindly give me a direct and succinct account of this matter, so far as you were concerned in it or privy to it, you would be doing me an extreme kindness, Madame Barlow," said Maurice earnestly. "Much wrong has been done that can never be repaired upon this earth, but there is some part of the wrong that may perhaps be set right, if you will give me your uttermost aid." "It is yours, Mr. Clissold. Command me. You have no idea how fond I was of that poor girl, how proud of the talents which it had been my privilege to develop." "Tell me everything, straightly, simply, fully." "I will," replied Madame Barlow, "and if I appear to blame in this unhappy story, you must remember I erred from want of thought. I believed that I was acting for the best." "Most of our mistakes in this life are made under that delusion," said Maurice, with his grave smile. "You want to know how I came to be mixed up in Muriel's love affair? First, you must know that before he went to Eton, George Penwyn came to me to be prepared for a public school. I was a mere girl, and had only just set up my establishment for young ladies in those days, and I was very glad to give 2 hours every morning to the Squire's little boy, who used to ride over to Seacombe on his Exmoor pony in the charge of a groom. A very dear little fellow he was at 9 years old. I grounded him in French and Latin, and even taught him the rudiments of Greek during the year and a half in which I had him for a pupil, my own dear father having given me a thorough classical education. And without vanity, I do not think many little lads went to Eton that year better prepared than George Penwyn. He was a grateful, warm-hearted boy, and he never forgot his old friend, or the old-fashioned garden with the big yellow egg-plums on the western wall. He came to see me many a time in his summer holidays, and afterwards when he was in the army. I never knew him to be 3 days at home without spending a morning with me. He was about the only young man I ever let come in and out of my house without restraint, for I knew he was the soul of honor." "Did he first see Muriel Trevenard in your house?" "No, he was abroad at the time Muriel was with me.
My first knowledge of his acquaintance with Muriel and of his love for her, came from his own lips, and came to me as a surprise." Madame Barlow paused with a sigh, and then continued her story. "Captain Penwyn came to me one day, just before the Michaelmas holidays. It was about a year after Muriel had gone home for good, and asked me for half an hour's private talk. Well do I remember that calm September afternoon and his bright, eager face as we walked up and down together in the garden at Seacombe by the sunny wall where the last of the figs and plums were ripening. He told me he was madly in love with Muriel Trevenard, deeper in love than he had ever been in his life. In fact, it was the one true passion of his life. I may have fancied myself in love before, he said, but this is reality. I tried to laugh him out of his fancy, reminded him of the difference in station between himself and a tenant farmer's daughter. Asked him what his father would say to such an infatuation. That's what I'm here to talk about, said George. You know what my father is, and that I might just as well try to turn the course of those two rivers we used to read about when you were grinding me, as to turn my father from his purpose. He has made up his mind that I am going to marry land. He dreams of land, sleeping and waking, and spends half his time in calculating the number of his acres. If I refuse to marry land he will disinherit me, and one of my younger brothers will get Penwyn. Now you know how fond I am of Penwyn, and how fond all the people round Penwyn are of me, and you may imagine that it would be rather a hard blow for me to lose an estate which I have always looked upon as my birthright." "I should think so, indeed," said I. "But I love Muriel Trevenard better than house or land," replied he, "and I would rather lose all than lose her." "What did you say to this?" asked Maurice. I told him that he was simply mad to think about Muriel, except as he might of a beautiful picture which he had seen in a gallery. But I might as well have reasoned with the wind. He had made up his mind that life without Muriel wasn't worth having. If ever I saw passionate, reckless, all-absorbing love in my life, I saw it in him. Nothing would content him but that Muriel and he should be married before he went abroad with his regiment. He only wanted the tie, the certainty that nothing less than death could part them. He would ask no more than that she should be legally his wife, and would wait a fitting time to take her away from her father's house and proclaim his marriage to the world. Nothing would be gained by my repeating the arguments I used. They were of no avail. He held to his foolish romantic purpose of calling Muriel his wife before he left England. I shall only be away a year or two, he said, and who knows but I may gain a shred of reputation before I come back. Return full major, perhaps, and be able to soften my father's flinty heart. He told me that he wanted my help, but if I refused it the marriage would take place all the same. He would not leave England until he had made Muriel his own." "And you consented to help him?" "He talked me out of my better reason. Mr. Clissold, I must confess to a romantic temperament, and that reason is not my strong point. I was touched by the intensity of his love, the romance of the situation, and after a long argument and doing my uttermost to dissuade George from the step he contemplated, I ultimately promised him my aid, and pledged myself to the strictest secrecy. Muriel was to be asked to spend the Michaelmas holidays with me, and then we were to go quietly to a little watering place in Devonshire, where no one would know anything about us or about George Penwyn. George was to slip up to Exeter for the license, and everything was to be managed in such a way as to prevent the possibility of suspicion on the part of the squire." "Did Muriel consent readily to such a plan?" "I think not. But however unwillingly, her consent had been given before she came to me, and when I, as woman to woman, asked her if she really wished this marriage to take place she told me yes, she wished all that George wished. He had a foolish idea that her father and mother would oblige her to marry someone else if he left her unfettered, she told me, and nothing would satisfy him but that indissoluble bond. Well, we went to Didmouth, the quietest little seaport town you can well imagine, and here Muriel and I lived in lodgings while George had his quarters at the hotel. I think those were happy days for both of them. The country round Didmouth is lovely, and they used to wander about together all day long on the hills and in the lanes where the blackberries were ripening and the ferns beginning to change their tint. I never saw such innocent happy lovers. The simplest things pleased and interested them. They were full of hope for the future when the old squire should relent. I don't know how they supposed he would be brought to change his ideas, but they had some vague notion that he would come round to George's way of thinking in a year or two. As the wedding day drew near, their spirits drooped a little, for it was an understood thing that they were to part at the church door, and meet no more until the squire's consent had been won, lest by any imprudent meeting they should betray the secret of their union, and bring about George's disinheritance. I made them both promise most solemnly that they would not meet after the wedding until George had told his father all, and settled his future fate for good or evil. I stood beside Muriel at the altar. I signed my name in the parish register. I saw bride and bridegroom kiss with their parting kiss, and then I took my old pupil off to the Didmouth coach. There was no rail to Didmouth in those days, and by nightfall we were back in Seacombe, worn out both of us with the emotions of that curious wedding day. A few days later Muriel went back to Borsall End, and I saw no more of her till the following Christmas, when I drove over to the farm one afternoon to say good-bye to my old pupil, after having advantageously disposed of my school in rather a sudden way, and on the eve of my departure for the Continent. I could only see Muriel in the presence of her mother and father, who received me with old-fashioned ceremoniousness, and gave me no opportunity of being alone with my pupil. And thus I left Cornwall, ignorant of any need that Muriel might have of my friendship, counsel, or aid. I looked upon George Penwyn's marriage as the foolish whim of a headstrong young man passionately in love; but I had no thought that peril or ruin could come of that act; and I looked forward hopefully to the time when Captain Penwyn would return and claim his wife before all the world. Whether the old squire did or did not forego his threat of an unjust will, it would be no bad thing for Muriel to be a captain's or a major's wife, I thought, even if her husband were landless or fortuneless. Better than marrying trade or agriculture, I told myself. Very foolish, no doubt. But my dear old father, who taught me the classics, taught me a good many prejudices into the bargain, and though I had to get my living as a schoolmistress, I always looked down upon trade. It pleased me to think that the girl whose mind I had formed had a gentleman for a husband, and a gentleman descended from one of the oldest families in Cornwall. And now, Mr. Clissold, that is the whole of my story. From the time I left Seacombe I never heard from Muriel Penwyn, though I had given her my London agent's address when we parted, an address from which letters would always be forwarded to me. You heard of her husband's death, I suppose? Not till nearly 6 months after it happened, when I saw an account of the poor fellow's melancholy fate in an Italian newspaper, a paragraph copied from Galignani. You may imagine that my heart bled for Muriel, yet I dared not write to express my sympathy, fearing to betray a secret which she might prefer to keep hidden for ever from her parents. The foolish marriage was now no more than a dream, I thought, a shadow which had passed across the sunshine of her bright young life, leaving grief and pain in its track, but exercising no serious influence on her future. She will get over her sorrow in a year or so, and marry some good-looking farmer, or Seacombe shopkeeper after all, I thought, bitterly disappointed at this sad ending to my pretty little romance. I wrote to a friend at Seacombe soon after to inquire about my old pupil, putting my questions with assumed carelessness. My friend replied that Miss Trevenard was still unmarried and with her parents, a dull life for the poor girl, she feared; but she understood that Miss Trevenard was well. This was all I could hear. "The breaking of a heart is a quiet transaction," said Maurice, "hardly noticeable to the outward world. Smallpox is a far more obvious calamity." Madame Barlow sighed.
She felt that she had some cause for remorse on the subject of Muriel Trevenard, that she had taken too little trouble about the young wife's after fate, had been too much absorbed by her own musical studies, her continental friends, and her own interests generally. "What was the name of the church at Didmouth where the marriage took place?" asked Maurice.
"The parish church, St. John's."
"And the date of the marriage?"
"September 30th, 1847."
This was all that Madame Barlow could tell him, and all he wanted to know. It seemed to him that his course was tolerably clear. He had 3 distinct facts to prove. First the marriage, then the birth of the infant, and finally Justina's identity with that infant. His 3 witnesses would be: 1. Miss Barlow, to prove the marriage; 2. Old Mrs. Trevenard, who could testify to the birth of the child; 3. Matthew Elgood, in whose custody Justina had been from the day of her birth, and whose evidence, if held worthy of credence, must needs establish her identity with the child born at Borsal End. On leaving Madame Barlow, with whom he parted on excellent terms, Maurice went straight to his solicitors, Messrs. Wilgross and Harding, of Old Square, good old family solicitors, substantial, reliable, sagacious. Before the younger partner, his especial friend and counsellor, he laid his case. Mr. Harding heard him with a thoughtful countenance, and was in no haste to commit himself to an opinion. "Rather difficult to dispossess such a man as this Churchill Penguin on the testimony of a strolling player," he said. "It's a pity you haven't witnesses with better standing in the world. It might look like a got-up case. There is the evidence of the parish register at Didmouth Church. To prove the marriage, yes, but only an old blind woman to prove the birth of an heiress, and only this Elgood to show that the infant was entrusted to him. And on the strength of his evidence you want to claim an estate worth $7,000 a year for a young actress at the Albert Theatre. The story is very pretty, very romantic, but upon my word, Mr. Clissold, between friends, if I were you, I would not take much trouble about it." "I will take whatever trouble may be needful to prove Justina's legitimacy," replied Maurice, with decision. "The estate is a secondary consideration." "Of course, a mere bagatelle. Well, one of our clerks shall go down to Didmouth to make a copy of the entry in the register." "I'll go with him," said Maurice. End of Volume 2, Chapter 19. Volume 2, Chapters 20 and 21 of A Strange World by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 20. The saddest love has some sweet memory. Maurice left London for Didmouth by the mail, accompanied by Mr. Pointer, a confidential clerk of Messrs. Wilgross and Harding. Didmouth was still off the main line, and they had to drive 7 or 8 miles in a jolting little omnibus, very low in the roof and by no means luxurious within. They reached Didmouth too late for anything except supper and bed, but they were at the sexton's cottage before 8 o'clock next morning, and thence repaired to the church with the elderly custodian and his keys in their company. The registers were produced, and the entry of the marriage found, under the date supplied by Miss Barlow. A duly certified copy of this entry being taken by Mr. Pointer in duplicate, Maurice's mission at Didmouth was concluded. He parted from Mr. Pointer at the railway station after having endured another hour of the jolting omnibus; and while the clerk hastened back to London with one of the 2 documents, Maurice went down the line to Seacombe with the other. He had not been away a week, and yet he had established the one fact he most desired to prove: Justina's right to bear her father's name. He could now venture to confide Muriel's story to Martin, or at least so much of it as might be told without reflecting on his dead mother. He walked into the old farmhouse at breakfast time next morning, after having spent the night at Seacombe, and crossed the moors in the autumnal mists of earliest morning, not without some hazard of losing his way. Martin was surprised and delighted. "What good wind blows you here, dear old fellow?" he cried gladly. "The best wind that ever blew, I think," answered Maurice. Mr. Trevenard had gone about his day's work. He had taken to working harder than ever of late, Martin said; so the 2 young men had the old hall to themselves. Here Maurice told his story, Martin listening with profound emotion, and shedding no unmanly tears at the record of his sister's sorrows. "My poor mother," he sobbed out at last. "She acted for the best, to save the honour of our family. But it was hard on Muriel, and she was sinless all the time. A wife, free from taint of wrong doing, except that fatal concealment of her marriage." Then, when the first shock was over, the young man inquired eagerly about his niece, his beloved sister's only child, the babe that had been exiled from its birthplace, robbed of its name. "How nobly, how wisely, how ably you have acted from first to last, Clissold!" he exclaimed. "Without your help this tangled web could never have been unravelled. But how did it occur to you that Miss Elgood and my sister's daughter could be one and the same person?" "Perhaps it was because I have thought so much more of Justina Elgood lately than anyone else," answered Maurice; and then he went on to confess that his old wound was healed, and that he loved Justina with a deeper and truer love than he had given the doctor's daughter. Martin was delighted. This would make a new link between himself and his friend. Maurice's next anxiety was for an interview with old Mrs. Trevenard. He wanted to test that aged memory, to discover how far the blind grandmother might be relied upon when the time came for laying this family secret before the world. Mrs. Trevenard still kept her room. She was able to move about a little, able to keep watch and ward upon Muriel, but she preferred the retirement of her own chamber to her old corner in the family sitting-room. "The place would seem strange to me without Bridget," she told Maurice, when he expressed his regret at finding her still in her own room. "It's not so much the rheumatics that keep me here as the thought of that. Bridget was all in this house. The old room would seem desolate without her. So I just keep by my own bit of fire, and knit my stocking, and think of old times." "I dare say your memory is a better one than many young people can boast of," said Maurice, who had taken the empty chair by the fireplace opposite Mrs. Trevenard. "Well, I haven't much to complain of in that respect," answered the old woman with a sigh. "I have sometimes thought that it is better for old people when their memories are not quite so strong as mine; but then, perhaps, that's owing to my blindness. I have nothing left me but memory. I can't see to read, not even my Bible, and I haven't many about me that care to read to me. So the past is my book, and I'm always reading the saddest chapters in it. It's a pity Providence has made us so that our minds dwell longest on sorrowful things." Maurice related his discovery gently and with some preparation to Muriel's grandmother. When she heard that Muriel was sinless, that her marriage with George Penwyn was an established fact, the blind woman lifted up her voice in thanksgiving to her God. "I always thought as much," she said after that first outpouring of prayer and praise. "I always thought my poor lamb was innocent, but Bridget would not have it so. Bridget hugged the notion of our wrong. She was always talking of God's vengeance on the wrong-doer, and when he met with that cruel death she declared that it was a judgment, forgetting that the judgment fell heaviest on our poor Muriel." They talked long and earnestly of the hapless daughter of the house, Maurice confiding unreservedly in Mrs. Trevenard, who evinced a shrewd sense that filled him with hope. Old and blind though she was, this was not a witness to be browbeaten by a cross-examining counsel, should the issue ever be tried in a court of justice. "Now, from what we know, and from what happened to me on the first night I ever spent in this house," said Maurice, "it is clear to my mind that your granddaughter and her husband were in the habit of meeting secretly in the room at the end of the corridor at night, when everyone else in the house was asleep." He went on to describe his first night at Borsall End, Muriel watching at the open window, entreating her lover to come back to her. Did not this conduct indicate that Captain Penwyn had been in the habit of entering the house secretly by that window? Its height was little over 8 feet from the ground, and the ivy-clad wall would have been easy enough for any active young man to climb, to say nothing of the ledge and projecting masonry of the low window, which made the ascent still easier. "My idea is this," said Maurice. "Your poor granddaughter's instinct takes her to that room whenever she is free to ramble about the house at night when all is still, and she has no fear of interruption. For her that room is haunted by sad and sweet memories. What more likely than that if free to go there nightly she would, in the self-communion of a wandering mind, reveal more of the past than we have yet learned, act over again her meetings with her lover, say over again the old words? Will you leave her free to wander to-night, if the fancy seizes her? I will lie down in my clothes and keep watch, ready to listen or to follow her if need be. The moon is nearly at the full, and the night will be bright enough to tempt her to wander. Will you let it be so, Mrs. Trevenard?"
"I don't see that any harm could come of it," answered the old woman dubiously. "She is reasonable enough in her way, and I have never known her to attempt to do herself a mischief. But as to what she can reveal in her wild wandering talk, I don't see myself how that can be of any good."
"Perhaps not. It is only a fancy of mine at best, but I shall be pleased if you will indulge it. I shall not be here more than 2 or 3 nights."
"I will leave my door unlocked on those nights," said Mrs. Trevenard, "but I shall not have much rest while that poor child is wandering about."
To the grandmother, to whom the past was more real than the present, Muriel was still the girl of 18 newly returned from school. The rest of the day was spent quietly enough by Maurice and Martin in a ramble on the seashore. At dinner Mr. Trevenard appeared, but although he was surprised to see Maurice so soon after his departure, he evinced no curiosity as to the motive of his return. The master of Borsall Farm seemed to have lost all interest in life in losing the partner of his joys and cares. He went about his work with a mechanical air, talked very little, drank more than he ate, and seemed altogether in a bad way. Maurice observed him with concern. "If we could but kindle a glimmer of reason in his daughter's breast, she might be a comfort to him in the decline of his life," speculated the poet, "and it is just possible that a father's love might exercise some healing influence upon that disordered mind. The isolation to which her mother condemned her was the surest method of deadening mind and memory." He would have given much had he been free to summon Justina to Borsall, and test the power of a daughter's love upon Muriel's brain. But to bring Justina away from London would be to imperil the prosperity of the Albert Theatre, and doubtless to incur onerous legal penalties. Nor did he wish to draw Justina into the business till his chain of evidence was too complete for the possibility of failure in the establishment of her rights. "No," he told himself, "for some time to come I must act without Justina." Martin could talk of nothing but his newly discovered niece, and was full of impatience to see her. It was only by promising to take him to London in a few days and introduce him to Justina, that Maurice succeeded in keeping this young man quiet during his first day at Borsall End. And thus the day wore itself out, and night, with the full autumn moonlight, descended upon the old farmhouse. 21. Stabbed through the heart's affections to the heart. It was a clear autumn night, still and cloudless. The mists of evening had rolled away from moorland and meadow; from the dark brown fields where the plough had been busy, and the long line of rippling water. The moon was as bright and full as on that first night of Maurice Clissold's sojourn at Borsall. He had been told that on such a night as this Muriel was wont to be restless. "Now if that poor ghost of days departed will but haunt my room to night, I may gather some shred of information from her disjointed talk," he said to himself. But the night wore away while he lay awake and watchful, and there was no sound of slippered footfall in the corridor, no opening of the creaking old door. Mr. Clissold fell asleep at last, when the moon had vanished, and did not wake till ever so long after the Borsall End breakfast hour. This was disappointing, but he waited another day and watched another night, with the same result. "If she doesn't come to-night I give it up," he said to himself. "After all, there can be but little for me to gather from her rambling self-communion." He slept for an hour or two on the third afternoon, and thus on the third night of his watch was more wakeful than before. The nights were moonlight still, but the moon rose later, and had lost her full brightness. He lay awake for 3 hours on this particular night, and heard not a sound, save the occasional scufflings, patterings, and squealings of mice behind the wainscot. But a few minutes after the 8-day clock in the hall had struck 2, the watcher heard the sound that had startled him at his first coming, the slipshod footfall, the slow, ghost-like tread on the uncarpeted floor of the corridor. Muriel was approaching. She entered slowly, quietly, as before, and went straight to the window, which she opened noiselessly, taking infinite pains to avoid all sound. Then, kneeling on the window seat, she put her head out of the window and looked downward, as if she were watching some one below. "Be careful, love," she exclaimed in a whisper, just loud enough to reach Maurice's attentive ear. "That root of ivy is loose. I'm afraid your foot will slip." Be careful." For some time she remained thus, holding imaginary communion with someone below. Then all at once she awoke to a sense of her solitude, and knew that she had been talking to a phantom. She drew back into the room, and began to walk up and down rapidly with a distracted air, her hands clasped upon her head, as if by that pressure upon her temples she would have stilled the trouble within her brain. "They told me he was dead," she said to herself. "Murdered, barbarously murdered. But there was no truth in it. They have told me other lies, as well as that. They are all false, all cruel. My mother has made them so. She has taken away my husband. She has taken away my child. She has left me nothing but memory. Why did she not take that away? I should be happy. Yes, quite happy, sitting by the fire and singing all day long, or roaming about among the hazel bushes and the old apple trees in the wilderness, if I did not remember. But I look down at my arms and remember that my blessed child ought to be lying in them, and then I hate her. Yes, I hate the mother that bore me." All this was said in disjointed gushes of quick eager speech, divided by intervals of silence. Suddenly she burst into a shrill laugh. "Who says he is dead?" she cried. "Don't I see him every moonlight night when I can come here? They shut me up mostly, lock all their doors and keep me prisoner. Cruel, cruel, cruel! But he is standing under the window all the same, whenever the moon shines. He is there, waiting for me to open my window, like Romeo. Yes, that's what he said, like Romeo." Then, with an entire change of tone, a change to deepest tenderness mingled with a remorseful fear, she went on, as if speaking to her lover. "Love, it was very wrong of us to break our promise. I fear that harm will come of it. My mind is full of fear." After this came a long silence. She went back to the window, knelt upon the broad wooden seat, laid her head upon the sill, and remained motionless, speechless. Maurice fancied she was weeping. This continued for nearly an hour. Then, with a sudden movement, all her movements were sudden, she started up and looked about the room, as if in quest of something. Maurice had left his extinguished candle on the dressing table with a box of matches in the candlestick. Quick as thought, Muriel seized the box, struck a match and lighted the candle, and then hurried from the room. The watcher sprang from the bed where he had been lying hidden by the shadow of the curtains, and followed that retiring figure full of apprehension. A confirmed lunatic rushing about an old timber house with a lighted candle was not the safest of people, and Maurice held himself responsible for any harm that might happen in consequence of Muriel's liberty. When he emerged from his room the corridor was empty, but the gleam of the candle in the distance guided his hurried steps. At the end of the corridor there was a winding stair, a stair which he had never ascended, but which he understood to lead to certain disused garrets in the roof. It was from this narrow stair that the light came, and hither Maurice hastened. He was just in time to see the edge of Muriel's white drapery flutter for an instant on the topmost stair before it vanished, and the light with it. He rushed up the stairs, knocking his head against a heavy crossbeam in the course of his swift ascent, and almost stunning himself; but even that blow did not make him pause. He staggered on to the last step, and found himself in a kind of cavern, which in the dim light of the waning moon looked to him like the hold of a ship turned upside down. Ponderous beams crossed each other in every direction. The faint moonshine streamed through a broken skylight. Cobwebs and dust hung all around, and in one corner of this deserted loft a few articles of furniture were crowded together, shrouded from the dust by some old patchwork coverlets. Even this loft had doubtless been kept in good order so long as that vigilant housewife Bridget Trevenard had been able to attend to her domestic duties. Muriel was kneeling near this shrouded heap of discarded furniture, kneeling by an old-fashioned basket-work cradle. She held the candlestick in one hand, and seemed to be searching for something in the cradle with the other hand. Her head was bent, her brow contracted, and she was muttering to herself as she groped among the tumbled blankets and discolored linen which had once been the warm nest of some idolized infant. Her own nest, most likely. Maurice stopped short. To startle her in such a moment might be dangerous. Better for him to hold his peace and keep a watch upon her movements, ready to push to the rescue should there be peril. Presently she seemed to have found what she wanted. It was a letter in a sealed envelope, which she looked at and kissed, but made no attempt to open. She replaced this presently in the cradle, and took out more letters, 2 or 3 together, open, and these she kissed, looking long and fixedly at the written lines as if she were trying to read them, but could not. "My love," she murmured. "Your own true words. Nothing but death could part us. Death has parted us. Yes, death. They told me you were dead, and yet that can't be true. The dead are spirits. If you were dead, you would hover near me. I should see your blessed shade. I should—" Her eyes, wandering slowly from the letter, penetrated that dusky corner where Maurice stood watching her. She saw him, gave one long wild shriek, and sprang towards him. To her excited imagination that dark and silent form seemed the ghost of her dead lover. She had thrown the candlestick from her as she sprang to her feet. The candle rolled from its socket and fell upon her long night-dress. A moment, and she stood before Maurice's affrighted sight a pillar of flame. He flew to her, clasped her in his arms, and trampled on the candle, dragged one of the loose coverings from the furniture, and rolled her in it tightly, firmly, extinguishing the flames in his vigorous grasp. The peril, the horror, had been but momentary, yet he feared the shock might be fatal. The frail form shivered in his arms. The tender flesh had been scorched. Even in that moment of terror she still believed him to be her lover. "Not a spirit," she murmured. "Not the shadow of the dead, but living and returned to me, to rescue, to cherish. Oh, George, is it really you?" It was the first time he had heard her utter George Penwyn's name. "It is one who will protect and cherish you," Maurice said tenderly. "One whom you may trust and cling to in all confidence, one who will restore your daughter to you." "My daughter, my baby girl!" she cried. "No! You can never do that on earth. In heaven we shall meet again, perhaps, and know each other, but never in this life. She was taken away from me, and they murdered her." "No. She was given into safe hands, she was loved and cared for. Years have passed since then, and she has grown up into a beautiful young woman. You shall see her again, live with her, and she will love and honor you." "I don't want her. I want my lovely baby, the little child they took away from me. The baby that lay in my arms and clung to my breast for one short hour before it was taken away." She shuddered, and a faint moan broke from her lips. "You are in pain," said Maurice. "Yes. The fire is burning still. It scorches me to the heart." He took her up in his arms with infinite tenderness, and carried her across the loft, and down the narrow stair, making his way amidst those massive cross-beams, and by those steep steps with extreme caution, lighted only by the pale glimmer of a fading moon. Once at the bottom of the stairs, and in the broad corridor, his way was easy enough. He carried his light burden through the silent house, across the empty hall, to old Mrs. Trevenard's room. Here he laid her gently on the sofa before waking the blind grandmother. He found a candle on the table, and a match-box on the mantelpiece, and was soon provided with a light. His first look was at Muriel. She had fainted, and lay motionless where he had placed her, white and death-like. He went to Mrs. Trevenard's bedside, and woke her gently. "Dear Mrs. Trevenard, there has been an accident. Your granddaughter is hurt. Not seriously, I trust, but the shock has made her faint. Will you give her some kind of restorative while I go and call the servants?" He left the room for this purpose, hurried to the end of the house where he had been told the servants slept, in a room over the kitchen, knocked at the door of this room, and told one of the girls to get up and dress herself as fast as she could, and come to Mrs. Trevenard's room without a moment's loss of time. This done, he hastened back to Muriel, and found the blind grandmother administering to her, holding a glass containing some cordial of her own concoction to the white lips of the sufferer. "Why did you persuade me to leave my door open?" exclaimed Mrs. Trevenard reproachfully. "See what harm has come of it." "Not much harm, I trust in Providence. There has been a shock, but I hope no real injury." "What was it? Did she fall?" "No, it was worse than a fall." He told how the flame had caught Muriel's thin night gear, and how rapidly it had been extinguished. "If you will tell me where to find your doctor, I will saddle one of the farm horses, and ride over to fetch him, however far it may be," said Maurice. "You ride!" cried Mrs. Trevenard contemptuously.
And how are you to find your way from here to Seacombe before daybreak?"
"I am not afraid. I have driven the road often with Martin."
"Let Martin go. He has known the way from childhood."
This seemed a reasonable suggestion, and Maurice hurried off to wake Martin, just as Phoebe the housemaid arrived on the scene, sleepy but sympathetic. She had expected to find old Mrs. Trevenard ill, in fact had made up her mind that the old lady had had a stroke and was at her last gasp. She was therefore surprised to find the blind woman keen and active, only needing the aid of someone with eyes to carry out her instructions. Maurice was not sorry to remain on the spot while Martin went for the doctor, feeling that coolness and nerve might be needful. Martin was up and dressed in the briefest possible space of time, and ran out to the stables to saddle the useful hack which was kept for the dog-cart. Day was beginning to show faint and pale in the east as he galloped away by the road that led to Seacombe, the same road by which Matthew Elgood and his wife had gone in the chill March morning 20 years before, with Muriel's child in their custody. Maurice walked up and down the hall, listening for any sound from that inner room, and in half an hour had the satisfaction of hearing that she was sleeping tranquilly, and that she had been very little burned. "Thank God!" he ejaculated fervently. "If this accident had been fatal, I should have deemed myself her murderer." At 7 o'clock the doctor arrived, an old man with a wise, kind face. He had assisted at Muriel's birth, and had been in some measure familiar with the various stages of her life, though never entrusted with her fatal family secret. He made light of the accident. "A shock to the system, undoubtedly," he said, "but I trust not involving any danger. Indeed, I am not without hope that it may have a beneficial effect in subduing that restlessness which Mrs. Trevenard tells me is the worst feature of the case. Anything which would induce repose would be favourable, and by, perhaps, change of air and scene, a total change of surroundings, might do good in weaning the mind from old impressions, introducing, if I may say so, a new colour into the patient's life. I have often suggested this to our worthy friend, the late Mrs. Trevenard, but without effect. She had her prejudices, good soul, and she thought her daughter could only be properly cared for at home." "And do you think your patient might soon be moved?" asked Maurice, who had a scheme for bringing mother and daughter together. "Well, not immediately. Under present circumstances rest is most to be desired, but when strength returns I feel assured that change would be advantageous." When he had heard all the doctor had to say, and eaten a hasty breakfast, Maurice went quietly upstairs, and having reconnoitred the corridor and assured himself that there was nobody about to watch his movements, ascended that upper staircase leading to the loft. It was broad daylight now in that chaotic cavern formed by the roof of the old house. The sunshine streamed in through the broken skylight, revealing every cobweb which festooned the old oak rafters. Maurice stepped cautiously across the creaking timbers which roughly floored the chamber, and approached the pile of disused furniture, in front of which stood the little wicker cradle where Muriel had hidden her letters. Were they actual letters, Maurice wondered, or only scraps of worthless paper which her distraught fancy had invested with meaning and importance? Had she hidden her lover's letters here in the days when her mind was bright and clear, or had she strayed hither in the cunning of madness to secrete the maniac's treasures of straws and shreds and discarded scraps of paper? He knelt beside the cradle as she had knelt, and turned out the little sheets and blankets, the small down pillows. Yes, there were letters under the mattress, a small packet of letters written in rusty ink on discoloured paper, tied with a faded ribbon. "These may be worth something in the way of evidence," he said to himself. He read them one after another as he knelt there. They told the old story of deathless love doomed to die, of bright hopes never to blossom into reality. They all began, "My beloved wife," and they were all signed, "Your devoted husband, George Penwyn." They were all addressed on the cover, which was an integral part of each letter, "Miss Muriel Trevenard, Borsal End, near Seacombe." There could be no doubt as to the identity of the person to whom the letters had been written. There could be no doubt as to the writer's recognition of that person as his lawful wife. "My Muriel, my darling wife," occurred many times in the letters. Nor was this all. In these letters, written in all love and confidence, George Penwyn made frequent allusion to the motives which had led to his secret marriage. His whole mind was here laid bare, his hope of the squire's relenting in time to come, his plans for the future, his intention to declare his marriage at any hazard, immediately upon his return to England, his willingness to face poverty, if need were, with Muriel. "But I am not without the hope," he wrote in one of the later letters, "that my absence from England for 2 or 3 years will have a good effect upon my father's feelings towards me. He is sore now, on account of my having neglected what he was pleased to consider a grand opportunity of enlarging and consolidating the Penwyn estate. But I know that in his heart he loves me best of all his sons, and that it would lacerate that heart to disinherit me. Time will blunt the edge of his angry feelings, and when I come back, perhaps with some little distinction as a soldier, he will be inclined to look leniently upon my choice." In another letter he hinted at the possible arising of circumstances which would oblige Muriel to leave her home. "I could not go away without being assured that you have a friend and counsellor ready to aid you in any difficulty," he wrote. "I have a staunch friend in Mr. Tomlin, the lawyer of Seacombe, and I herewith enclose a letter which I have written to him, informing him of our marriage, and enlisting his sympathy and assistance for you should you need them. He will do all that friendship and discretion can inspire, both to secure your comfort and happiness, your safety and respectability of surroundings under all circumstances, and also to assure the preservation of our secret. Give your mind no trouble, darling, whatever may happen, but trust implicitly in Mr. Tomlin's wisdom and kindness, and believe that, distant as I may be in the body, there is no hour of the day or night in which I am not near you in the spirit." The letter addressed to William Tomlin, Esquire, solicitor, Seacombe, was here, the seal unbroken. Maurice had no doubt that the possible difficulty foreseen by the young husband before he left England was the difficulty which had actually arisen in the birth of Justina. But why had this letter been left undelivered? How came it that this unhappy wife, finding herself in the most miserable position a woman could be placed in, her honour doubted even by her own mother, should have refrained from applying to the friend and adviser to whom her husband had recommended her, and to whose allegiance he had confided her future? Had she deliberately chosen to endure unmerited disgrace in her own home, rather than avail herself of Mr. Tomlin's aid? Or had her brain already begun to fail at the time when her trouble fell upon her, rendering her incapable of taking the most obvious as well as the most rational course? This question sorely puzzled Maurice, and was for the time unanswerable. He put the letters in his breast pocket, feeling that with this documentary evidence to strengthen Justina's case there must be little doubt as to the issue. The only question open to dispute in the face of the marriage register and of those letters would be the identity of Justina. He went downstairs and out of the house, and took a long ramble across the upland fields, with the Atlantic before him, his favourite walk at all times, these bleak fields of turnip or mangold, high above the roaring waves and wild romantic coast, with its jagged peaks and natural arches and obelisks of serpentine. There were a family of cormorants disporting themselves among the rocks, one solitary herring boat bobbing up and down in the distance, a man shovelling up seaweed into a cart on the beach; and this, save for the flash of a seagull's silver wing now and then, was all the life visible from the turnip field on the cliff. Here Martin came presently, refreshed by a couple of hours' sleep after his long ride. "I thought I should find you here," he said, "when I missed you in the house. Poor Muriel is going on very comfortably. I was with her just now when she awoke. She knew me for a wonder, and was more gentle than I have found her for a long time, but the shock seems to have weakened her very much. One could hardly expect it could be otherwise. A few days' rest will restore her, I trust. Believe me, Martin, no one could be more anxious about her than I." "I am sure of that, dear fellow. And now answer me a question. Did you ever hear the name of Tomlin?" "Yes, there is a solicitor of that name at Seacombe." "An old man?" "No, middle-aged at most. I should think him barely 40. "Then he is not the man I want. He had a father before him, I suppose." "Yes. Old Mr. Tomlin was a wonderful fellow, I believe universally respected. I never saw him to my knowledge, for he died when I was a youngster, but I have often heard my father talk of him." Half an hour afterwards, when they were seated at the farmer's early dinner, Maurice took occasion to question Michael Trevenard on the same subject. "Old Mr. Tomlin," said the farmer. "Yes, I remember him well, though he never did any business for me. A very worthy man. Everybody liked him. A lawyer in 1,000, a thoroughly honest man.
He died suddenly, poor fellow. Left his house one morning in excellent health to attend the petty sessions, and was seized with a stroke of apoplexy in the court and never spoke again. His funeral was one of the grandest I ever saw in Seacombe."
"Do you happen to remember the year of his death?"
"Yes, I remember it well, for it occurred in the winter before Muriel's long illness. He died in December 1847.
This explained Muriel's conduct. Death had snatched away the one friend to whom she could have made her appeal. End of Volume 2, Chapters 20 and 21. Volume 2, Chapters 22 and 23 of A Strange World by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 22. "It is time, O passionate heart," said I. The reason of Muriel's conduct was fully explained by the fact of Mr. Tomlin's death. The one friend whom her husband's forethought had provided for her had been snatched away before the hour of her need, and she had found herself alone, without help, counsel, or shelter. Doubtless an overstrained respect for her promise, perhaps a latent fear of Bridget Trevenard's severe nature, had withheld her from revealing the fact of her marriage and the manner of it. She had borne the deep agony of shame rather than endanger her husband's future. She had perhaps argued that if her mother and father had been told the truth, nothing would have prevented their communicating it to the Squire, and then George would have been disinherited through her broken promise. Womanlike, she had deemed her own peace, her own fair fame even, a lighter sacrifice than her husband's welfare, and she had kept silence. With this additional evidence of George Penwyn's letters fully acknowledging Muriel as his wife, Maurice felt that there was no further cause for delay. The law could not be too soon set in motion if the law were needed to secure Muriel and Justina their rights. But before appealing to the law he resolved upon submitting the whole case to Churchill Penwyn and to Justina, in order to discover the possibility of compromise. It would be a hard thing to reduce Churchill and his wife to beggary. They had spent their money wisely and done good in the land. An equitable division of the estate would be better pleasing to Maurice's idea of justice than a strict exaction of legal rights, and he had little doubt that Justina would think with him. His first duty was to go to her and tell her all the truth, and he lost no time in performing that duty. It was on Saturday morning that he found the letters in the loft, and on Saturday evening he was in London, with the quiet of Sunday before him in which to make his revelation. He left a note for Justina at her lodgings. "Dear Miss Elgood, please do not go to church to-morrow morning, as I want to have a long talk with you on a serious business matter, and will call at 11 for that purpose. Yours always, Maurice Clissold. Saturday evening." He found her ready to receive him next morning at 11, fresh and fair in her simple autumn dress of fawn-colored cashmere, with neat linen collar and cuffs, a blue ribbon and silver locket, her sole ornaments. His letter had filled her with vague apprehensions which Matthew Elgood's arguments had not been able to dispel. "What business can you have to talk about with me?" she asked nervously as she and Maurice shook hands. "I hope it is nothing dreadful. Your letter has kept me in a fever ever since I received it." "I am sorry to hear that. I ought to have said less or more. It is a serious business, but I hope not one that need give you pain except so far as your tenderness and compassion may be concerned for others. The story I am going to tell you is a sad one, and has to do with your own infancy." "I can't understand," she said with a perplexed look. "Don't try to understand until I have told you more. I shall make everything very clear to you in due time." "Papa may hear, I suppose?" said she, with a glance at the comedian, who had laid down his after-breakfast pipe, and was looking far from comfortable. "Yes, I see no reason why Mr. Elgood should not hear all I have to say. He will be able to confirm some of my statements." Matthew Elgood moved uneasily in his chair, emptied the ashes from his pipe with a shaking hand, wiped his forehead with an enormous bandana, and then burst out suddenly. "Justina, Mr. Clissold is about to make a revelation. I know enough of its nature to know that it will be startling. I think I've done my duty by you, my girl. Urged you on in your profession. Taught you how to walk the stage, how to make a point. Taught you Miss Farren's original business in Lady Teazle. We've shared and shared alike, through good and foul weather.
Lear and his fool couldn't have stuck better by each other. We've tramped the barren heath of life through storm and tempest, and you've had to wear leaky shoes sometimes, why, so have I. And if you discover from Mr. Clissold," pointing his pipe at Maurice with tremulous hand, "that I am not so much your father as I might have been had nature intended me for that position, I hope your heart will speak for me, and confess that I have done a father's duty."
With this closing appeal, Mr. Elgood laid down his pipe, buried his face in the big bandana, and sobbed aloud. Justina was on her knees at his feet in a moment, her arms around him, his grizzled head drawn down upon her shoulder, soothing, caressing him. "Dear papa, what can you mean? Not my father?"
"No, my love," sobbed the comedian. "Legally, actually, as a matter of fact, I have no claim to that title. Morally, it is another pair of shoes. I held you at the baptismal font. I have fed you many a time when your sole refreshment was alike insipid and sloppy. These hands have guided your infantine steps, yet I am not your father. Legally, I have no authority over you, or your salary."
"You are my father all the same," answered Justina emphatically. "What other father have I?"
"Your legal parent has certainly been conspicuous by his absence, my love. You were placed in my wife's arms on the day of your birth, an abandoned child, and from that hour to her death she honestly performed a mother's part."
"And never had less than a mother's love," cried Justina. "Do not fear, dear papa, that anything I may hear to day can ever lessen my affection for you. We have borne too much misfortune together not to love each other dearly," she added, with a touch of sadness.
"Say on, sir,"
exclaimed the actor with an oratorical flourish of his bandana.
"She is staunch, and I fear not the issue."
Maurice told his story in plainest words, the story of Muriel's marriage and Muriel's sorrow. Justina heard him with tears of tenderness and pity. "Now, Justina," he said, after having explained everything, "you understand that you have a legal claim to the Penwyn estate. Your grandfather's will bequeathed the property to George Penwyn, your father or his issue, male or female. If a daughter inherited, her husband, whomsoever she married, was to assume the name of Penwyn. I have taken the trouble to read the will, and I have no doubt as to your position. You can file a bill in Chancery, or your next friend for you, to morrow, and you can oust Churchill Penwyn from house and land, wealth and social status. It will be rather hard upon his wife, who is a very sweet woman, and has done much good in her neighbourhood." "Do you think I want his money or his land?" cried Justina indignantly. "Not a sixpence, not a rood. I only want the name you say I have a right to bear, James Penwyn's name. To think that we were cousins. Poor James!" "You dislike Churchill Penwyn. This would be a grand revenge for you." "I dislike him because I have never been able to rid myself of the idea that he had some hand, directly or indirectly, in his cousin's death. But I do not wish to injure him. I leave him to God and his own conscience. If he has sinned, as I believe he has, life must be bitter to him, in spite of wealth and position." "Are you not intoxicated by the notion of being lady of Penwyn Manor?" asked Maurice. "No. I am content to be what I am, to earn my own bread, and live happily with poor old papa," laying her hand lovingly on the comedian's shoulder. A welcome hearing this for Maurice Clissold, who had feared lest change of fortune should work a fatal change in the girl he loved. But he suppressed all emotion, and went on in his businesslike tone. "Well, Justina, since you seem to regard your right to the Penwyn estate with supreme indifference, you will be the more likely to fall into my way of thinking. Looking at the case from an equitable standpoint, it does certainly appear to me that, although by the old squire's will you are entitled to the whole of the property, it would be not the less an injustice were you to claim all. It would seem a hard thing to deprive Churchill Penwyn altogether of an estate which he has administered with judgment and benevolence. My idea, therefore, is that I, as your next friend, if you will allow me the privilege of that position, should state the case to Mr. Penwyn, and propose a compromise, namely, that he should mortgage the estate for a sum of money amounting to half its value, and should deliver that money to you. His income would in this manner be reduced by one half, by the interest on this sum, and it would be at his discretion to save money even with that smaller income, and lessen the amount of the mortgage out of his accumulations as the years went on. I think this would be at once a fair and liberal proposal, making his change of fortune as light as possible."
"I do not want any of his money,"
said Justina impetuously.
"My love, that is simply childish!" exclaimed Mr. Elgood.
"Let me act for you, Justina. Trust me to deal generously with the Squire and his wife."
"I will trust you,"
she answered, looking up at him with perfect faith and love. "Trust me in this and in all things. You shall not find me unworthy of your confidence." And this was all that was said about the Penwyn estate. Maurice spent the rest of the day with Justina, took her to Westminster Abbey in the afternoon to hear a great preacher, and walked with her afterwards in the misty groves of St. James's Park, and then and there, feeling that he was now free to open his heart to her, told her, in truest, tenderest words, how the happiness of his future life was bound up in her, how rich or poor, she was dearer to him than all the world beside. And so in the London fog and gloom, under the smoky metropolitan trees, they plighted their troth. Justina ineffably happy.
"I thought you did not care for me," she said, when all had been told.
"I thought you only cared for James Penwyn's memory," answered Maurice.
"Poor James! That love was like a midsummer night's dream."
"And this is reality."
"Yes."
He held her to his beating heart under the autumnal trees, and kissed her with the kiss of betrothal. "My love, my dearest, my truest, my best! What is wealth or position, or all this bitter world can give and take away, measured against love like ours?" And after this homily, which Justina remembered a great deal better than the great preacher's sermon, they turned their faces homewards, and arrived just in time to prevent the utter ruin of the dinner which their tardiness had imperilled.
"You wouldn't have liked to see a pretty little bit of beef like that reduced to the condition of a deal board, now, would you?"
asked Mr. Elgood, pointing to the miniature sirloin. Maurice and Justina interchanged smiles. They were thinking that they would be content to dine upon deal boards henceforward, so long as they dined together. 23. Not as a child shall we again behold her. Maurice Clissold went back to Cornwall next day, with full powers so far as Justina's interests were concerned. Her greatest anxiety was to see the unhappy mother from whom she had been severed since the hour of her birth; but to bring about a meeting between these two was not the easiest thing in the world. Other interests were at stake. The Albert Theatre could not get on without Justina, or so the manager affirmed, and Justina's engagement was for the entire season. No breaking it, save by forfeiture of reputation with the public and at the hazard of a lawsuit. The only thing to be done was to bring Muriel nearer London so soon as she should be strong enough to bear the journey. Maurice hoped much from the daughter's influence upon the mother's disordered brain. He was at Borsall End by 8 o'clock in the evening, neither Mr. Trevenard nor his son suspecting that their erratic guest had been further than Seacombe, and found the aspect of things improving. Muriel was calmer, the burns had proved of the slightest, and all was going on favourably. He went in and sat by her bedside for a few minutes and talked to her. The wan eyes looked at him calmly enough, but with a curious wonder. He found that she remembered nothing of the fire, and had no idea why she had been ill and in pain. But she did remember the promise he had made her about her daughter.
"Someone told me I should see my baby again," she said. "I don't know who it was, but someone told me so, and I know that I shall see her, when we meet our friends in heaven."
"You shall see her here, on this earth," said Maurice.
"Is that true?"
"Quite true."
"Then let me go to sleep till she comes. Lay her here beside me, and let me find her here when I open my eyes. My sweet baby!"
"Consider how many years have come and gone since you saw her. She is an infant no longer, but a beautiful young woman." Muriel stared at him with a puzzled look.
"I don't want to see any young woman. I want my baby again, the little baby my mother stole from me."
This made things difficult. Maurice saw in this a fond clinging to the past, memory strong enough to make the lapse of years as nothing. He made no attempt to argue the point, but left Muriel to the devoted grandmother's care. The blind woman sat in her easy chair by the bed, knitting industriously, and murmuring a soothing word now and then. No voice had such power to comfort Muriel. "When shall I see my niece, and when will you tell father?" Martin asked eagerly, directly he and Maurice were alone together. "You shall see your niece as soon as your sister is strong enough to bear a journey, when you can bring her up to some quiet little place in the neighborhood of London. As for your father, I think my chain of evidence is now so complete that I cannot tell him too soon. I will get a quiet hour with him tomorrow after breakfast, if I can. Later, I am going to the Manor House to examine my ground and discover if there is any chance of a friendly compromise." "I hope you'll be able to settle things pleasantly," said Martin. "I can't bear the idea of those poor young ladies, Mrs. Penwyn and Miss Bellingham, being turned out of house and home." "It shall not be so bad as that, depend upon it," replied Maurice. He was down early next morning, and asked Mr. Trevenard for half an hour's conversation after breakfast. "An hour, if you like," answered Michael in his listless way. "There's not much for me to do upon the farm. I only potter about. The men would get on quite as well without me, I dare say." "I can't believe that, Mr. Trevenard," said Maurice cheerily. "The master's eye. You know the old adage. Bridget was the ruling mind, sir. Bridget was worth 20 of me." It was a cold and blusterous morning, the dead leaves falling fast from the few trees about Borsel, but Michael and his companion were fond of the open air, so they went out into the neglected garden, a wilderness where Muriel had been wont to range alone and at liberty for the last 20 years. Here, in a narrow path, screened by hazel bushes, the farmer and Maurice Clissold paced up and down while Maurice told his story, taking care to soften Bridget Trevenard's part in the domestic tragedy, and to demonstrate that, when erring most, she had been actuated only by regard for the family honor and a mistaken family pride. Michael heard him with deepest emotion. "My poor girl! My beautiful Muriel! You don't know how proud I was of her, how I doted on her, and to think I should never have suspected that all was not well, that my poor child was being ill-used in her own home." "Not ill-used," remonstrated Maurice, pleading for the dead wife who had trusted him with her secret. "There was no unkindness." "No unkindness? They made her suffer shame. They refused to believe in her purity. Was that no unkindness? They robbed her of her child. For what? The world's good word. I would have stood between my darling and the world. None should have dared to slander her while I was near. What right had my wife to take this matter into her own hands, to hoodwink me with her secrecies and suppressions? I would have stood by my child. Muriel would have trusted me. Yes, she would have trusted her indulgent old father, even if she feared to confide in her mother. Bridget was always too severe." "Remember that your wife erred in her anxiety for your good name." "Yes, yes, I know that. God knows it goes hard with me to speak against her in her grave, poor faithful soul. She was faithful according to her notion of right, but she took too much heed of the world, her world. 6 families within 5 miles of Borsel. The sun and moon and heaven and all God's angels were not so much account to her. Poor soul! She must have suffered. I've seen the lines of trouble growing deeper in her face, and never knew why they came there. My poor, trampled upon Muriel! It was a cruel thing to send away the child. I could have loved it dearly." "You will love her dearly still, when I bring her to you." "Yes, but not as I could have loved her 20 years ago, when she was a helpless infant. My first-born grandchild." The idea that this grandchild of his was the rightful owner of the Penwyn estate, Borsel End included, moved Michael Trevenard but slightly. He was not calm enough to consider this business from a worldly point of view. He could only think of the grandchild that was born under his roof and spirited away while he lay in his bed, unsuspecting of the evil that was being wrought for love of his good name. He could only think of the persecuted daughter whose life had been made so bitter. of the husband who had never lived to acknowledge his wife, the father who had never known of his child's birth. The thought of these things altogether absorbed his mind, and he scarcely realized the fact of his grandchild's claim to wealth and position. "And where is she? What is she doing now? Muriel's daughter? My grandchild?" he asked. Maurice explained Justina's position. "What?" cried the old man with a wry face. "A play actress? Raddled red and white and in short petticoats all over tinsel stars, capering outside a show." His only notion of actresses was founded on his experiences at Seacombe Cattle Fair. "Do you mean to say that my flesh and blood has come to that?" Maurice hastened to correct the farmer's idea of the dramatic profession, and to assure him that his granddaughter was to all intents and purposes a lady; modest, refined in feeling and in manner, beautiful in mind and person, a grandchild of whom he had ample reason to be proud. "A London theatre is not in the least like those itinerant playhouses you have seen at Seacombe Fair," he said. "Humph! They don't dance outside, I suppose? Or play the Pandean pipes and beat a gong?" "Nothing approaching it. You might mistake a London theatre for a church, looking at its outside." "And they don't rattle their faces, eh?" "Oh dear, no," Maurice replied, with a faint twinge in that region of his sensorium which phrenologists appropriate to conscientiousness. "Not in the least. In short, acting in London is high art." "And no short petticoats and tinsel stars, eh?" "No tinsel stars. Nor does your granddaughter ever appear in short petticoats. She is a most refined and elegant actress, and I know that whether you see her on or off the stage, you will be equally charmed with her." "I shall love her for Muriel's sake," answered Michael Trevenard tenderly. "Yes, I should love her dearly, even if she rattled her cheeks and danced outside a show at a fair." End of Volume 2, Chapters 22 and 23. Volume 2, Chapter 24 of A Strange World by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 24. A Soul as White as Heaven. 2 hours later, Maurice Clissold was at the gate of Penwyn Manor. The girl Elspeth admitted him. She had bound up her coarse black hair, which had been rough and wild as a mustang's mane when he last saw her, and wore a neat stuff gown and a clean white muslin cap instead of the picturesque half-gypsy costume she had worn on that former occasion. This at least was a concession to Mrs. Penwyn's tastes, and argued that even Elspeth's impish nature had been at last brought under Madge's softening influence. "Anything amiss with your grandmother?" asked Maurice, surprised at not seeing that specimen of the Meg Merrilees tribe.
"Yes, sir, she's very ill."
"What is the matter with her?"
"Bilious fever,"
answered the girl curtly, and Maurice passed on. He had no leisure now to concern himself about Rebecca Mason, though he had in no wise forgotten those curious facts which made her presence at Penwyn Manor a mystery. There were more dead leaves drifting about than on his last visit, and the advance of autumn had made itself obvious in decay, which all the industry of gardeners could not conceal. The pine groves were strewn with fallen cones; the chestnuts were dropping their prickly green balls; the chrysanthemums and china asters had a ragged look, the glory of the geranium tribe was over, and even those combinations of colour which modern gardeners contrive from flowerless plants seemed to lose all glow and brightness under the dull grey sky. To Maurice's mind, knowing that he was a messenger of trouble, the manor house had a gloomy look. He asked to see the squire, and was ushered at once into the library, a room which Churchill had built. It was lighted from the top by a large ground glass dome, and was lined from floor to ceiling with bookcases of ebonized wood, relieved with narrow lines of gold. In each of the 4 angles stood a pedestal of dark green serpentine, surmounted by a marble bust. Dante, Shakespeare, Voltaire, Goethe, the 4 great representatives of European literature. A noble room filled with the noblest books. Such a room as a man having made for himself would love as if it were a sentient thing. These books, looking down upon him on every side, were as the souls of the mighty dead. Here, shut in from the outer world, he could never be companionless. Churchill was seated at a table reading. He started up at Maurice's entrance, and received him courteously, cordially even, so far as words may express cordiality, but with a sudden troubled look which did not escape Maurice, transient as it was. "Glad to see you here again, Clissold. But why didn't you go straight to the ladies? You'll find them in the hall. Most of our friends have left us, so you'll be quite an acquisition this dull weather." "You are very good, but I regret to say that the business which brings me here to day denies me the right to approach Mrs. Penwyn. I come as a harbinger of trouble." Churchill's face whitened to the lips, and his thin nervous hand fastened with a tight grip upon the edge of the table against which he stood, as if he could scarcely have held himself erect without that support. "How frightened he looks," thought Maurice. "A man of his type oughtn't to be wanting in moral courage." "And pray what is the nature of your evil tidings?" Churchill asked, recovering self-control. His resolute nature speedily asserted itself. A faint tinge of colour came back to his sunken cheeks. His eyes lost their look of sudden horror, and assumed a hard, defiant expression. "This property, the Penwyn estate, is very dear to you, I think?" interrogated Maurice. "It is as dear to me as a man's birthright should naturally be to him, and it has been the happy home of my married life." This with a touch of tenderness. In no moment of his existence, however troubled, could he speak of Madge without tenderness. "Yet Penwyn can be hardly called your birthright, since you inherited by an accident," said Maurice nervously, anxious to take the edge off his unpleasant communication. "What is the drift of these remarks, Mr. Clissold? They seem to me entirely purposeless, and pardon me if I add, somewhat impertinent. Mr. Penwyn, I am here to inform you that there is a member of your family in existence who possesses a prior claim to this estate." "You are dreaming, sir, or you are deceived by some impostor. I and my child are the sole representatives of the Penwyn family." "There are secrets in every family, Mr. Penwyn. There has been a secret in your family, religiously kept for more than 20 years, but lately brought to light, in some part by my agency." "What, sir? You have come into this house as a spy, while you have been secretly assailing my position as inheritor of my cousin's estate?" "I have not entered your house since I made the discovery I speak of." "Your discovery has come about with marvellous rapidity, then, for it is not long since you were my guest." "My discovery has been arrived at quickly." "Pray acquaint me with the nature of this mare's nest." "I have to inform you that your uncle, George Penwyn, before leaving England for the last time, privately married the daughter of his father's tenant, Michael Trevenard, of Borsall End." Churchill Penwyn laughed contemptuously. "I congratulate you upon having hit upon the most improbable story I ever heard of," he said. "My uncle, George Penwyn, married to old Trevenard's daughter, and nobody upon earth aware of the fact till you, a stranger, unearthed it. A likely story, Mr. Clissold." "Likely or unlikely, it is true, and I have sufficient evidence to prove it, or I should not have broached the subject to you. I have in my possession a certified copy of the entry in the marriage register at St. John's Church, Didmouth, Devonshire, and 5 letters in your uncle's hand acknowledging Muriel Trevenard as his wife. Also a sealed letter from the same, committing her to the care of the late Mr. Tomlin, solicitor of Seacombe, in the event of her needing that gentleman's protection during her husband's absence. Nor do I rely upon documentary evidence alone. The vicar of Didmouth, who married your uncle to Miss Trevenard, is still alive, and the principal witness of the marriage, Muriel's friend and confidant, is ready to support the claim of Muriel's daughter, should you force her to appeal to the law instead of seeing, as I hope you will see, the advisability of an equitable compromise. Miss Penwyn has no desire to exact her legal rights. She has empowered me to suggest a fair and honourable alternative." Maurice proceeded to give a brief outline of Justina's case, and to suggest his own idea of an equitable settlement. Churchill sat with folded arms, and gloomy face bent downward, listening. This story of Maurice Clissold seemed to him, so far, hardly worth serious thought. It was so wildly improbable, so like the dream of a fevered brain, that any claimant should come forward to dispute his hold of wealth and station. Yet he told himself that Clissold was no fool, and would hardly talk of documentary evidence which he was unprepared to produce. On the other hand, this Clissold might be a villain, and the whole business a conspiracy. "Let me see your copy of the register, sir," Churchill said authoritatively. Maurice took a paper from his breast pocket and laid it on Mr. Penwyn's desk. Yes, it was formal enough. George Penwyn, bachelor, gentleman of Penwyn Manor, to Muriel Trevenard, spinster, daughter of Michael Trevenard, farmer, of Borsal End. The witnesses, Maria Barlow, spinster, schoolmistress of Seacombe, and James Pope, clerk, Didmouth. If this were a genuine copy of an existing entry there would be no doubt as to the fact of George Penwyn's marriage. Both gentlemen were too much engrossed at this moment, Churchill pondering the significance of the document in his hand, Maurice watching his countenance as he meditated, to be aware of the opening of a door near the fireplace, a door which fitted into the bookcase and was masked with dummy books. This door was gently opened, a woman's face looked in for an instant and was quickly withdrawn. But the door, although apparently closed, was not shut again. "And you pretend that there was issue to this marriage?" said Churchill. "The lady whose claim I am here to assert is the daughter of Mr. George Penwyn by that marriage. And pray where has this young lady been hiding herself all her life, and how is it that she has suffered her rights to be in abeyance all this time?" "She was brought up in ignorance of her parentage." "Oh, I understand," cried Churchill scornfully. "Some Miss Jones or Smith, who has taken into her wise young head, inspired doubtless by some astute friend, that she may as well prove herself a Penwyn if she can. And you come to me with this liberal offer of a compromise to take half my estate in the most off-hand way. Upon my word, Mr. Clissold, you and this scheme of yours are a little too absurd. I can't even allow myself to be angry with you. That would be taking the thing too seriously. Remember, Mr. Penwyn, if I leave this house without arriving at some kind of understanding with you, I shall place the matter in the hands of my solicitors without delay, and the law must take its course. However protracted or costly the process by which Miss Penwyn may obtain her rights, I have no doubt as to the ultimate issue. She would have been contented with half your fortune. The law, if it give her anything, will give her all. So be it. I will fight her to the bitter end. First and foremost, this marriage, supposing this document to be genuine," bringing down his clenched fist upon the paper, and with an evil upward look at Maurice, "is no marriage." "What do you mean?" "A marriage with a person of unsound mind is no marriage. It is void in law. There is Blackstone to refer to if you doubt me," pointing to a set of volumes in dark brown Russia. "Now Muriel, the daughter of Michael Trevenard, has been deranged for the last 20 years. It is a notorious fact to everybody in the neighborhood. When that marriage took place, and for a year after the marriage, Muriel was as sane as you or I. Her brain was turned by the shock she experienced upon being informed suddenly of her husband's awful death. I can bring forward sufficient witnesses to prove the state of her mind up to that time. And again you are to remember that the same authority you have just quoted tells you that no marriage is voidable after the death of either of the contracting parties. And you are prepared to prove that this young woman, this waif and stray, brought up without the knowledge of her name or parentage, is the legitimate daughter of my uncle George Penwyn and Muriel his wife. Go your ways, Mr. Clissold, and make the best use of your evidence, documentary or otherwise. I will stand by my rights against you, and would stand by them against a stronger cause than yours." He touched a spring bell which stood on his desk. A summons answered with extreme promptitude. "The door," said the squire, resuming his book, without so much as a parting glance at his visitor. Maurice was conducted to the porch, and left the house without having seen Mrs. Penwyn or her sister. He was bitterly disappointed by the result of his morning's work, which had proved compromise impossible, and left no course open to him save the letter of the law. Scarcely had the library door closed on Maurice Clissold when the other door, which had been left ajar during the latter part of the interview, was quietly opened, and Madge Penwyn stole to her husband's side, knelt down by him, and wound her arms round his neck. He had been sitting with his face buried in his hands, trying to think out his position, when he found her arms about him, his head drawn gently against her shoulder. "Dearest, I have heard all," she said quietly. "You heard, Madge?" he exclaimed with a startled look. "Well, my love, it matters very little. It is all the merest folly. There is no possibility of what this man threatens." "Churchill, husband, my beloved," she began with deepest feeling, "you do not mean to oppose this claim?" "To the death." "What? Surely you will accept the truth, if it is the truth,
and surrender fortune and estate. Oh, welcome change of fortune, love, that brings some measure of atonement. I have never told you how hateful, how horrible all our wealth and luxury has been to me since I have known—" "Hush, Madge! You know so much that you should know enough to be wise. Do you think I am going to surrender these things? Do you think I am the kind of man to sit down tamely and let a rogue hatch a conspiracy to rob me of wealth and status? They have cost me too dear." "They have cost you so dear that you can never have joy or peace with them, Churchill. God shows us this way of getting rid of our burden. If you have any hope of mercy, any desire to be forgiven, resign this fortune. It is the price of iniquity. You can know no true repentance while you retain it. If I had seen any way of our surrendering this estate before now without exciting suspicion of the dreadful truth, I should have urged the sacrifice upon you. I urge it now with all the strength of my love."
"It is useless, Madge. I could not go back to poverty, laborious days and nights, the struggle for daily bread. I could not lead that kind of life again."
"Not with me, Churchill. We could go away to the other end of the world. To Australia, where life is simpler and easier than in England. We could know peace again, for you might dare to hope, if your sacrifice were freely made, that God had accepted it as an atonement."
"Can I atone to the dead? Will James Penwyn, in his untimely grave, be any better off because some impostor riots in the wealth that ought to have been his? A left-handed atonement, that."
"But if you find that this girl is no impostor?"
"The lawyers will have to decide that. If she can establish her right, you and I and our boy will have to say good-bye to Penwyn."
"Happy loss, if it lightened the burden of your sin. Do you think that I shall be sorry to leave this place, Churchill? I have never known peace here since—" She threw herself upon his breast with a shuddering sigh.
"Madge, my dearest, my angel of love and compassion, be content to abide the issue of events. Leave all to me."
"No, Churchill," she answered, raising her head and looking at him with grave and earnest eyes. "I am not content. You know that since that bitter day I have left you in peace. I have not wearied you with my tears. I have suffered in secret, and have made it the chief duty of my life to lighten your burden so far as in me lay, but I can be content no longer. The wealth that has weighed upon my soul can now be given up with honor. The world can find no subject for slander in your quiet surrender of an estate for which a new claimant has arisen. And we can begin life afresh together, love, your soul purified by sacrifice, your conscience lightened, your peace made with God. We can begin life anew in some distant land, humbly, toilfully, so far away from all past cares, that your wrong-doing may seem no more than the memory of an evil dream, and all the future open for manifold good deeds that shall weigh against that one dreadful sin." She seemed like an angel pleading with him for the salvation of his soul, yet he resisted her.
"It is useless, Madge. You do not know what you are talking about. I could not live a life of obscurity. It would be moral suicide."
"Will you choose between me and fortune, Churchill?"
"What do you mean?"
"That unless you give up this estate you must give up me. I will live here no longer, share your ill-gotten wealth no longer."
"Think of your boy."
"I do think of him. God forbid that my son should ever inherit Penwyn. There is the curse of blood upon every rood of land. Let it pass into other hands, guiltless hands."
"Give me time to think, Madge. You bewilder me by this sudden attack."
"Think as long as you like, dearest. Only decide rightly at last." And with one long kiss upon his pale forehead, she left him. Once alone, he set himself to think out his position, to face this new aspect of things. Could this alleged heiress, impostor or not, rob him of his estate? Was it possible for George Penwyn's marriage and the identity of George Penwyn's child to be proved in a court of law, proved so indisputably as to dislodge him from his position as possessor of the estate?
"No," he told himself, "the strength will be all on my side. The law does not encourage claimants of this stamp. If it did, no man's estate would be secure, no real property would be worth 10 years' purchase." He had taken a high tone with Maurice Clissold,
had affected to regard the whole matter as an absurdity, but now, face to face with the facts that had been put before him, he felt that the question was serious, and that he could not be too prompt in action. He looked at a railway time-table, and found that he would have just enough time to catch the next up train from Seacombe, a slowish train, not reaching London till late in the evening. "I will go up to town and see Pergament," he said to himself, as he touched the bell. "Tell them to bring round the dog-cart at once. I shall want Hunter." "Any particular horse, sir?" "Yes, Wallace." Wallace was the fastest horse in the stable, always excepting the squire's favourite tarpan, which had never been degraded by harness. While the dog-cart was being got ready, Churchill wrote to his wife: "My dearest, I am going to London to inquire into this business. Be calm, be brave, as befits my noble wife. Your own till death, C.P." This brief note addressed and sealed, the squire went upstairs to his dressing room, crammed a few things into his travelling bag, and went down to the porch with a bag in his hand, just as the dog-cart drove up. Wallace, a big deep-chested bay in admirable condition, fresh and eager for the start; the groom breathless, having dressed himself against time. Churchill took the reins, and the light vehicle was soon spinning along that well-made road with which the Squire of Penwyn had improved his property. Less than an hour, and Mr. Penwyn was seated in a railway carriage on his way to London. He was at Mr. Pergament's office early next morning, indeed more than half an hour before the arrival of that gentleman, who came in at 10 o'clock, fresh and sleek of aspect, with a late tea rosebud in the buttonhole of his glossy blue coat. Great was the solicitor's astonishment at beholding Churchill. "My dear Mr. Penwyn, this is a surprise. One does not expect to see a man of your standing in town in the dead season. Indeed, even I, a humble working bee in the great hive, have been thinking of getting as far as Aix-les-Bains or Spa. But you are not looking well. You look careworn, fagged." "I have reason to look so," answered Churchill, and then explained the motive of his journey. He told Mr. Pergament all that Clissold had told him without reserve, with a wonderful precision and clearness. The lawyer listened intently and with gravest concern. But before he said a word in reply, Mr. Pergament unlocked a tin case inscribed Penwyn, took out a document, and read it from the first line to the last. "What is that?" asked Churchill. "A copy of your grandfather's will. I want to be quite sure how you stand as regards this claimant." "Well?" "I am sorry to say that the will is dead against you. If this person can be proved to be the daughter of George Penwyn, she would take the estate under your grandfather's will. There is no doubt of that." "But how is she to prove her identity with a child said to be born at Bourseland, and whose birth was made a secret?" "Difficult, perhaps. But if she has been in the charge of the same people all her life, and those people are credible witnesses—" "Credible witnesses!" cried Churchill contemptuously. "The man who has brought up this girl belongs to the dregs of society, and if by a little hard swearing he can foist this stray adoption of his upon society as the rightful owner of the Penwyn estate, do you suppose he will shrink from a little more or less perjury? Credible witnesses! No man's property in the land is secure if claimants such as this can arise to push us from our stools. This Mr. Clissold is a gentleman, and a man of good family, is he not? He belongs to decent people, I believe, but that is no reason why he should not be an adventurer. There are plenty of well-born adventurers in the world." "No doubt, no doubt," replied Mr. Pergament blandly. In his private capacity, as a Christian and a gentleman, he was benevolently sympathetic; but the idea of a contested estate was not altogether unpleasing to his professional mind. "Who are Mr. Clissold's lawyers?" "Messrs. Wilgross and Harding." "A highly respectable firm. Old established, in every way reputable. I do not think they would take up a speculative case." "I do not feel sure that they will take up this case, though Mr. Clissold appeared to think so," answered Churchill. "However, your business is to be prepared. Remember I shall fight this to the bitter end. Let them prove the marriage if they can. It will be for our side to deny that there was ever any issue of that marriage." "Hum," mused the lawyer.
There assuredly lies the weakness of their case. Child's birth not registered, child brought up by strolling player. Yes, we will fight, Mr. Penwyn. Pray keep your mind easy. I will get counsel's opinion without delay if you desire it, and I suppose in a case so nearly affecting your interests you would prefer an unprejudiced opinion to being your own adviser. The best men shall be secured for our side. Which do you call the best men?" Mr. Pergament named 3 of the most illustrious lights of the equity bar. "Very good men in their way, no doubt," said Churchill. "But I would rather have Shinebar, Shandrish, and say Macstinger." Mr. Pergament looked horrified. "My dear sir, clever men, but unscrupulous, notoriously unscrupulous." "My dear Pergament, when a gang of swindlers hatch a conspiracy to deprive me of house and home, I don't want my rights defended by scrupulous men." "But really, Shandrish, a man I never gave a brief to in my life," remonstrated the solicitor. "What does that signify? It is my battle we have to fight, and you must let me choose my weapons." Chapter 25.